era of football. Est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 26 Chain Reaction. For the entire 108th district, or for the entire football era, this day can be said to be full of news, making people dizzy. Someone broke Lucian's record that had been sealed for 7 years, which was already a big news. Then, within an hour, someone broke the new record again. If someone was determined to make progress and continue to work hard to break his own new record, the impact would not be so great. It was nothing more than proving that a very remarkable newcomer really appeared in the 108th district. After all, when Lucian broke the record that year, the record was 9. Lucian first scored 10, and then 11, breaking his own record twice in a row. The previous record was a gem. And now, the record was broken by another newcomer. What does this mean? It means that in this new district, there are not one but 2 remarkable newcomers. Starting tomorrow, there will be more clubs that pounce like sharks. After receiving this news, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Liu Shibo didn't say anything about this, although he knew that he couldn't break such a record. But for Liu Shibo, this was far from the time to discourage him. The competition will only get more intense, but if you want to be an outstanding professional player, you can't be discouraged by the challenge. Rin Pingshen, I remember he was the first player in this area to successfully clear Viti's house solo. Chen Feng asked the assistant coach. The assistant coach nodded. Yes, it was him. We didn't pay much attention to it at the time. After all, the first solo sometimes relies on luck rather than strength. Chen Feng nodded. But now we need to be more vigilant against this person, Zheng Qi and Rin Pingshen, 2 rookies. If we can grab them, maybe we can achieve brilliant results next year. I'm afraid it's not easy. The assistant coach shook his head. Of course it's not easy. Now that such a big fuss has been made, all the professional teams will probably be watching. Although Nanguo is one of the strong teams, it may not have any advantages in competition. It's not easy, but we have to try. We don't have many competitors. They are Changfeng in B City, Jinlong in N City, Shenhua in S City. Even compared with these 3 clubs, our appeal may not be worse. Chen Feng waved his arms. When it comes to competition, the worst thing to do is to be timid before the battle. We're a club, and we're in competition with all our opponents. Any club that doesn't have such courage would have already gone to the A-League and would not be qualified to stay in the Super League. The assistant coach nodded sincerely. Compared with Chen Feng, a practical person, his theorists lack the courage to face strong enemies. Master, you're so awesome. Give me a shout. After Zheng Qi came out of the holographic cabin, Ming, the housekeeper who had come out first, took out a bunch of flowers from somewhere and waved them in his hands, shouting loudly. No need, Uncle Meng, at least you have to find a few cheerleaders with long legs and hot pants. You don't have to go in person, Zheng Qi laughed. It's hard to find it in a short time, so you just make do with it. What do you want to eat today? I'll make it. Butler Meng said with a smile. Whatever, I'll go take a bath and relax. I'm exhausted today. Zheng Qi said lazily. Okay, I'll help you drain the water first. Zheng Qi felt relaxed in the bathtub, but his spirit was really overdrawn, so this approach was better than nothing. However, today's gains were still great. Not only did he break the record, but he also evenly distributed the 5 attribute points he was rewarded with. Now, except for balance, the other attributes have increased to at least 8 points, and the speed is as high as 13 points, which allows him to be more comfortable in the next dungeon. The guy who wants to fly has to say that he admires me. Humph, I'm the strongest one. With a happy mood, Zheng Qi soaked for a full hour and felt that his condition had recovered to the best. Then he got up, dried his body, put on a bathrobe, and walked into the restaurant lazily. The next moment, looking at the food prepared for him by Butler Meng, Zheng Qi was a little dazed. Just eat this? Zheng Qi asked, looking at the pile of bland food in front of him. Yes, it's the recipe of professional players. I made it strictly by hand. Although the taste may not be very good, I tried my best to change the flavor and maintain the original nutrition. The recipe of professional players is very important. If you insist on eating such food and proper training, you can play better in the game. Butler Meng said with a hint of pride. Hey, I never said I want to be a professional player. Zheng Qi shouted. But if you don't become a professional player, how can you prove your innocence? Butlerman gasped curiously. Zheng Qi then remembered what his original intention was, to prove his strength in the football era. To do this, he can only prove his strength after confronting those professional players head-on, but do you really have to eat the recipe of professional players? You should know what the level of the top professional players will be. The attributes of the character and the performance of the person are the key. If the body can't keep up, the performance will naturally be at a disadvantage. Butlerman advised earnestly. Okay, I'll eat. Zheng Qi began to eat the food prepared by Butlerman with some weakness. It was obvious that Butlerman did not lie to him and tried his best to improve the taste. At least, it was not as bad as Zheng Qi remembered, but it was certainly not delicious. Butlerman, you are very familiar with football era, Zheng Qi said while eating. Well, it's just insignificant advantages, right? That's enough. Zheng Qi, or the account Ring Pingshen, became famous overnight. The news of the system-wide announcement, which appeared in such a dramatic continuous record-breaking, really shocked the entire football era game. And such a shocking game that almost everyone plays is not much different from the shock to the whole world. Major media began to compete to report on this matter. As football era became popular, even the most mainstream and serious media would have a special page to report on things related to football era, not to mention those special esports reports. The new district broke the dusty record in succession, to amazing newcomers. 13 goals in 1 minute, the average time for one goal cannot be higher than 4.6 seconds. Lu Xiaoshan. I am very happy that the record has been broken. Various media reported this incident, and Lu Xiaoshan, the person whose record was broken, also received interview requests from many media. However, as a top striker now, he only expressed his satisfaction on social media and did not say much about it. The city of B, where he is located, will strive to complete the defense of the championship that no one has ever done, and will also launch an attack in the World Championship. It is the most critical time, and naturally there is no time to talk about such trivial matters. Countless football era fans are speculating, will these two amazing newcomers enter the professional arena in the future? What kind of competition will they have in the professional arena? Will they join forces to join a team and create a new era, or will they fight each other and add color to an era with the confrontation between the two? There have been precedents like this before. Two extremely outstanding newcomers have attracted countless people's attention from the beginning, and then achieved a career, such as Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, who are now the duo in the top league. In the past 2 years, Zheng Qi and Team Head, where they are, have each won a championship. The two sides have fought several times and they are extremely tragic. Both of them emerged in the 100 district, and now they have become the most famous professional players. And earlier, there are two legends who have retired, Chen Fen, the current head coach of Nanguo, and Meng Fifan, who has disappeared from people's eyes. The two are one after the other. Meng Fifan fought in the front court, and Chen Fen sat in the midfield. They once swept the whole of China. If it weren't for Meng Fifan's personal problems when they were competing for the World Championship, they might have achieved the first era in human history to sweep the world. Whether it is Chen Fen, Meng Fifan, or Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, they all represent a peak and legend in the football era professional league. Now these two newcomers, Ring Pingshen and Yixin Xiangfei, can also reproduce such a legend. This is what many people are looking forward to. Another consequence of this incident is that after the news came out, many new players poured into District 108 overnight. Many old players are very bored. They have played in the old district for a long time and are not very interested in it anymore, but they are reluctant to give up their characters and friends they have made in the new district. In this case, after seeing such news, perhaps a few friends will chat and coax each other, and then commit suicide collectively to open a new account in the new district. Of course, there have been many bloody plots such as we agreed to reincarnate together, but you stayed alone. What's more, a small guild agreed to reincarnate together to play in the new district, but after the president changed his account, he was shocked to find that he was the only one who came. Later, he learned that no one else in the guild changed his account, which was equivalent to collectively kicking the president out. The angry president posted a post on his social media account to accuse his former subordinates of their evil deeds, and those former subordinates came out one after another to express how unpopular the president was. This incident later became one of the top 10 events of the year in the football era, which made people remember it. It also made this originally unknown guild remembered by a large number of players for a long time, and also gave the sad president some comfort. Of course, the influx of such newcomers immediately made the novice village overcrowded. Fortunately, the system detected it and automatically expanded the novice village by more than 10 times, so that the game did not have any problems in operation. Chapter 27 Hidden Boss. Fortunately, we too came to the new area a day in advance, otherwise we would have to waste a long time in the novice village. Sujin controlled her silent shadow and deep jade account to clear monsters, and said to Luli, who was brushing the dungeon with her. Her original account name was Night and Wind Quiet, but after changing to the new area, she found that this account had been taken away by someone, so she could only use this new account. Luli was very happy, because no one competed with her for the song Jing base she was used to. Although the two of them were also veterans, it was still a bit difficult to brush the dungeon alone. Except for the beginning when each person brushed the dungeon alone to get the bonus attribute points, they brushed the dungeon in pairs afterwards. There was no problem with the cooperation between the two, so there would be no loss of experience. Fortunately, they came early. After hearing about the excitement of the novice village today, they were just glad that they came early and were not drowned in the novice village that suddenly became more numerous. Otherwise, just completing the task would probably take more time than usual. The Dark Knight is really amazing. Such a strong record was broken by him. Luli said sincerely while brushing monsters. Yes, if it weren't for the fact that a record doesn't explain anything, this alone is enough to clear him of suspicion of cheating. Sujin also said with a smile. Actually, that's nothing. There shouldn't be any problem for him to become a professional player. Compared with the era of kings and the era of football, it can only be regarded as a minor path. Luli replied that her previous dream was to become a professional player, because professional players have extremely high incomes and belong to the upper class of society. In this world where material resources are abundant and food and drink are not a problem, and most of the manpower has been replaced by machines, ordinary people will be idle in most cases. If you want to improve your class and get better enjoyment, professional players are the fastest shortcut for ordinary people, at least compared with other upper-class people, tycoons, scientists, system engineers. Professional players have the lowest threshold. However, Luli soon discovered that she didn't have that talent. This thing requires more talent than ordinary jobs, so Luli later gave up this idea and focused on helping Sujin. With his ability, there is no problem at all to be a professional player. Sujin was also very confident about this. While the two of them were working hard to level up, Zheng Qi had also gone online, ready to go through the 5 dungeons of Viti's house with Butlermeng. His plan for today was simple. After he and Butlermeng had finished the 5 dungeons of Viti's house, Butlermeng would go around looking for wild teams to level up. Low-level coaches like him were very popular among the veterans, and they were not afraid of being idle. Zheng Qi started to strive for the achievement of the first brush at the Colosseum. However, Zheng Qi did not expect that his luck today was very good, and he did not know if it was a special treatment for breaking the entire era record yesterday. After brushing 2 dungeons, when brushing the dungeon for the 3rd time, a system message that only Zheng Qi and Butlermeng could see appeared in their message prompt bar. The hidden boss Brother Viti appeared. Fuck, there is actually a hidden boss? We're lucky. Zheng Qi shouted, his joy was beyond words. Although he was a rookie, he had put in a lot of effort before playing Football Era. There are 4 types of boss in Football Era, one of which is Butler Viti, a boss that will definitely appear in personal dungeons. In the Colosseum, such a boss is the Roman Gladiator. The second type is the boss in the team dungeon that will only appear after reaching level 10. Such a dungeon requires at least 5 people to play. There is no such dungeon before level 10. There are 3 such dungeons in Pompeii. The dungeon bosses are Pompey, Crassus and Caesar, who are also heroes that players can get. The third type of boss is the wild boss that will appear after entering the veteran area after level 20. This boss is the object of competition for all guilds and clubs, and will drop a large amount of materials. Of course, the materials dropped by ordinary wild boss in ordinary areas are not particularly precious. The objects of competition for professional players are those wild boss in the myth area. Those boss will drop materials for making legendary equipment. For professional clubs, that is the real strategic material. These 3 types of boss are considered fixed boss, boss of personal dungeon and team dungeon. Everyone has a certain number of attacks every day, and everyone's equipment upgrade is basically completed by the materials dropped by these boss. Even the rarest wild boss will be refreshed at irregular times and locations every week, and everyone just needs to grab it based on their ability. The 4th type of boss relies too much on luck, that is, the hidden boss that occasionally appears in personal dungeons or team dungeons. The so-called hidden boss will appear randomly. Generally speaking, the probability of randomness should not be low, but as long as you look at what the hidden boss will drop in the football era, you will know how low this probability will be. The hidden boss will drop attribute points. Everyone knows how rare attribute points are, so just think about how low the probability of hidden boss appearing is. What's more, after the level is high, no matter how many small dungeons you brush, you can't brush out the hidden boss. For example, the level limit of Viti's house is between level 5 and level 10. When you reach level 11, it is impossible for the hidden boss Viti brothers of Viti's house to appear. What a pity. If this luck was in the 80th level dungeon, it would be great. Zheng Qi said regretfully. The rule for the attribute points dropped by the hidden boss is to divide the highest level of the dungeon by 10 and then multiply by 2. The highest level of the Viti house dungeon is level 10, so the attribute points drop to only 2 points per person. It's better to have it than not to have it. You don't have to force it. Butler Meng laughed. That's right, don't be too greedy. Zheng Qi nodded repeatedly, but he said it easily, but he didn't act so easily. The appearance of the hidden boss also means that the difficulty of the entire dungeon will be increased. Previously, only the room of Butler Viti will become the boss of the Viti brothers, and in the other 21 ordinary rooms, there will be a number of room monsters that will change from ordinary monsters to small bosses like Butler Viti. Of course, such a small boss will not drop 2 good materials, and the only thing you can get is experience. Generally speaking, encountering a hidden boss is not worthwhile from an experience point of view. However, for the attribute points that will definitely drop, it is worth it even if it takes more time. Zheng Qi is full of confidence in this. He is confident that he can play such a dungeon alone, not to mention that he has the support of Butler Meng. Clear monsters, clear monsters, clear monsters. Zheng Qi easily dispatched the monsters in the room. Whether it was ordinary hammer guards and defensive guards, or rooms with small bosses like Butler Viti, it was easy for him to clear them. With the support of Butler Meng, the most he cleared was 12 goals in a game, which makes Zheng Qi feel that his luck and state yesterday was simply extremely good. However, such extreme operations do rely on some luck. It took nearly an hour for Zheng Qi to clear the other rooms and finally came to the last room. Why don't you go in? Butler Meng looked at Zheng Qi standing in front of the door for a long time without moving, and couldn't help asking. Damn, I didn't expect to encounter a hidden boss. I haven't read the guide before, so I don't know how to fight it. I'm just looking at it now. Zheng Qi replied. It takes a long time to read the guide. Those guides are written in great detail, with a lot of words. Butler Meng thought for a while and said, that can't be helped. I finally encountered a hidden boss, so I have to be more cautious. Zheng Qi replied. No need to read it, I'll tell you. Butler Meng said, the hidden boss in this copy is the Viti brothers. There are 2 brothers. The elder Viti has a special skill that can make the Viti butler move, and at the same time increase the attack speed by 50%. The younger Viti has a blocking skill that summons the soil on the ground to rise up, which can interrupt your rolling, sliding and other actions, but it can't block jumping. There will be 4 Viti butlers around the Viti brothers, each with a defensive guard and a hammer guard, so you actually have to deal with 12 monsters, 4 butlers, 8 monsters and 2 bosses. Isn't that 14 monsters? Zheng Qi asked. The Viti brothers can't move either, and they can't attack the players directly, so they can be ignored. Butler Meng explained. Well, although they can't move, but Brother Viti can make Butler Viti move and speed up, which is very scary, not to mention Brother Viti's blocking and interrupting skills. If it were an ordinary player, 5 of them might not be able to score 3 goals in 5 minutes. Zheng Qi sighed. It's like this, Butler Viti's speed of firing the hammer is already as fast as 2 hammer guards. Once accelerated, it is equivalent to 3. 4 Viti butlers are 12 hammer guards, plus the 4 hammer guards they bring, 16 hammers can completely form an attack without dead ends. Even if there are 5 players, it is difficult to dodge and score. Butler Meng nodded. In this case, there is not much difference between 1 person and 5 people, not to mention that I have you as a coach to help. Zheng Qi smiled. Butler Meng also laughed. It was obvious that Zheng Qi had grasped the key to killing this hidden boss. In such a situation, the role of a coach is greater than that of 5 ordinary teammates. The key lies in the deterrence among the 4 basic skills of the coach. This skill has no cooldown and can be used continuously. After using it, it can reduce the enemy's attributes by a part. Although it can only be used on a certain enemy per unit time, in such a situation where there are so many enemies, this skill can play a big role. Of course, this also tests the rhythm and timing of the coach's use of skills. If you throw it around in a hurry, it will not have a very good effect. Butler Meng did a good job before, but that was just facing 1 or 2, at most 3 enemies. Ordinary coach players can do it with ease, but now facing 12 enemies, just judging which enemy is more threatening is a big burden. Is it okay, Uncle Meng? Zheng Qi asked. Of course it's okay. Butler Meng smiled. Chapter 28a. Bold idea. If Butler Meng said it was okay, Zheng Qi would definitely believe that he was okay. This middle-aged man, whose real age could not be seen, began to take care of Zheng Qi's life 2 years ago. That was the 2nd year after Zheng Qi ran away from home. He had just started to make some money in the game. After he had a stable income, he found a caring butler like Butler Meng. He always helped him do things properly, never said any nonsense when there were any difficulties, and said he could do it if he said he could do it. So Zheng Qi felt that it was worth paying Butler Meng a high salary. And now, Butler Meng said it was okay, so Zheng Qi would definitely believe that he really could do it. Zheng Qi pushed open the door and strode into the room, with Butler Meng following behind him. Soon, Zheng Qi could see the whole room clearly. The final room was much larger than the usual one. The Viti brothers, dressed in jewels, stood at the end, with 4 Viti butlers in front of them, and in front of the Viti butlers were defensive guards and hammer guards. There are so many people. Zheng Qi sighed. The speed was too high before, so you should operate it better. It's okay, Master, go. Butler Meng said encouragingly. Zheng Qi moved his neck, then quickly accelerated and ran forward. He did not use the acceleration skill, but just ran normally. Seeing him start to move, the 8 guards in front of him also started to move. When the guards moved, the fatter brother Viti raised his hand, and a ray of light appeared above the head of a Viti butler. The Viti butler, who was originally standing still, roared to the sky, and his body seemed to be thicker. Then, he had a hammer in his hand and was ready to throw it at Zheng Qi. However, just after Viti brother released the light, it was only a little later than it. Butler Meng seemed to predict who its skill was for. He raised his hand and also used the deterrent skill to dispel Viti brother's blessing. The body of Viti butler, who was originally ready to move, froze in place. Brother Viti's movements were not affected by Steward Meng's blocking. It began to summon the remaining Steward Viti. However, Steward Meng's deterrence would always come first. Just after it blessed Steward Viti, Steward Meng dispelled its summons. Originally, after summoning 4 stewards, Brother Viti would continue to bless the 8 guards to make them move faster, but now the blessings of the 4 stewards have all been dispelled, and Brother Viti can only start from the beginning to summon Steward Viti. In this way, Zheng Qi actually only had 8 ordinary monsters left to deal with. Of course, there was also Brother Viti. When the 2 hammers flew towards Zheng Qi quickly rolled over and dodged. However, when he was halfway through rolling, Brother Viti raised his hand, and the ground in front of Zheng Qi suddenly popped up. If Zheng Qi didn't stop, he would hit it the next moment. The skill was interrupted midway, and the loss of physical energy was secondary. The key was that it would enter a state of stiffness for a short time. This skill of Viti may seem a bit simple, but the timing of its use was quite good. Fortunately, Zheng Qi was well prepared. He cancelled the skill at the moment when he was about to collide with it. After standing up, he quickly accelerated and rushed towards the other 2 hammers flying towards him. Then he jumped and flew over the hammers. Butler Viti's movements were constantly interrupted by Butler Meng's deterrence skills, so Zheng Qi naturally felt much easier to move. After dodging 4 hammers in one breath, Zheng Qi began to dodge the obstruction of the defensive guards. The obstruction of the defensive guards could not be avoided by ordinary running alone, and he had to use skills such as acceleration, rolling and sliding in turn. At this time, the role of Viti was reflected. He interrupted Zheng Qi's skill movements from time to time. Zheng Qi had to put more energy on him when dodging, so the difficulty of moving forward was naturally much greater. This is when Brother Viti's skills were affected by Butler Meng. If not, it would be very difficult for a normal 5-man team to score a goal. Even if they were lucky enough to encounter a hidden boss, if their operation was a little worse, they could only watch the attribute points slip away from their hands. If the hidden boss could not be defeated within the specified time, it would disappear directly and would not give you another chance. Fortunately, Zheng Qi's level and reaction were much better than those of ordinary players. After concentrating his attention, he calculated the frequency of the hammer guards throwing behind him in his mind, while flexibly avoiding the pursuit and interception of the defensive guards, and occasionally cancelling skills to avoid Brother Viti's obstruction, zigzagging, slowly, but firmly moving towards the goal. However, this distance is indeed difficult to pass. The more opponents there are, the larger the field will be. Zheng Qi kept running in the opponent's pursuit and interception. Finally, after approaching the penalty area, he raised his foot to prepare for a shot, but heard Meng Yuanjie suddenly shouting behind him, "Use a fake move." Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, but his feet did not slow down at all. He raised his foot and made a fake shot. The next moment, he found that the ground on the goal line suddenly bulged up half a meter. Fuck, can the big brother do this? Zheng Qi, who was scared and sweating, took another step forward with the ball, then moved sideways, dodged the last defensive guard's attack, picked up the ball, and kicked it out in the air. The wall summoned by the big brother was half a meter high. Zheng Qi's volley shot this time was a full meter high, and it finally flew into the goal. After scoring, all the monsters stopped moving, and Zheng Qi drank potions. Although he was not hit just now, a series of running and using skills also reduced his physical value a lot. Luckily you helped me. How did those ordinary players get through? Zheng Qi said with a sigh as he walked back. Sometimes you can only use human flesh to pile up. Butler Meng replied, drink medicine while blocking the attack with your body, so that the fastest one can pass quickly. Of course, it won't be successful every time, but if you succeed once in 5 minutes, you'll get a bonus of attribute points. That will be discounted, right? It's better to score 3 goals to get all the rewards. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Just now he scored a goal in 1 minute. It is obvious that his speed will get faster and faster next time. Uncle Meng, you use your skills and rhythm very well. Brother Vita didn't show any effect at all. Zheng Qi praised Butler Meng. I have played it before, so I have experience. Butler Meng laughed. After all, I played this game for many years before. How long have you played it? Zheng Qi asked. About 10 years, although I haven't played it for a long time. I don't remember some details, but I still remember how to play rare things like Hidden Boss. Butler Meng touched his beard and said with some sigh. It seems that you are also a person with a story. Zheng Qi sighed, but did not mean to ask further questions. Although he was not very old, he knew that everyone had their own stories. Butler Meng was a good butler and was trustworthy. That was enough. As for what his past was like, what was the problem? The key now was to kill this hidden boss. This new warrior should not have had a hidden boss yet. If I could be the first to kill the hidden boss, would there be a reward of attribute points? Zheng Qi felt very happy when he thought of this. After all, attribute points were too rare, and 1 or 2 more points would be a great advantage. After scoring a goal, the next thing would be easy. No matter how troublesome the boss was, no matter how powerful and difficult it looked, it would only make players feel very troublesome when they were opening up the wasteland. After knowing how to deal with it, no matter how powerful the boss was, it would be a piece of cake in front of the players. This was a truth at any time in the past, and of course it was no exception now. With the help of Butler Meng, Zheng Qi quickly scored 2 goals in a row, each time taking less time than the last. After scoring 3 goals, only half of the 5 minutes had passed, and there was still plenty of time. There is no such thing as experience sharing for Hidden Boss. The experience of all participants is the same, so after scoring 3 goals, it means that Zheng Qi and Butler Meng can get the highest experience. There is no such thing as a goal record for Hidden Boss. The so-called record must be something that everyone can participate in before they can compete for the record. For a hidden boss, which is a very accidental encounter, it would be too unfair to most people if a record was made. So after scoring 3 goals, for Zheng Qi and Butler Meng, this copy was actually ended early. Well, Uncle Meng, I suddenly have a bold idea. Zheng Qi scratched his head and said suddenly. Fight alone? Butler Meng asked. Ah? How did you know? Zheng Qi was surprised. It's very simple to speculate psychology, observe the current situation, and analyze the character of the person. Butler Meng replied. Is this another insignificant advantage? Zheng Qi couldn't help laughing. Yeah, Butler Meng also laughed. Then he immediately changed his face to a serious one. Master, it is very difficult to play alone. As far as I know, no one has done it yet. Such a hidden boss is designed for most players. It is difficult for a single player to pass it even with the help of a coach. I know, but there is no loss if I fail, right? Just treat it as a training for me. Zheng Qi said with a relaxed smile, looking at the place where the Viti brothers were, but he was eager to try. That's right, even if I fail, it doesn't matter much. Butler Meng nodded. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Okay, I'm ready to go. Master, wait a minute, let me bless you. Butler Meng said. The coach's shouting and encouragement can temporarily increase the player's attributes. Since you have to play alone, of course you have to improve a little bit of the attributes to be more effective. That's fine. Zheng Qi didn't have any objection to this. Chapter 29 Stories from the Past. Player Yin Pinshen, player Su Imuniano, successfully defeated the Vitic brothers for the first time, and each player will be awarded one attribute point. When this message came out, the players were a little numb. After all, they had seen the news of breaking the record of the entire area. What did this record of being the first to defeat the hidden boss in this area mean? All the players were just sighing at Yin Pinshen's good luck. After all, hidden bosses are something that can only be encountered by chance. The hidden bosses in the first copy of many partitions may never appear. This is not a rare thing. After all, once a player passes level 10, he will not be able to encounter hidden bosses. However, the real insiders do not think so. This is not just luck. Chen Feng said to Liu Xibo. Yes, the strong will always be strong. The game of football era seems to be very accidental on the surface, but in fact there are some rules. Those players who have created outstanding records will have a greater chance of encountering hidden bosses. This Yin Pinshen broke the record of Vitic House in the entire area. Is it okay without this preferential treatment? Liu Xibo replied with a smile. You don't seem to be worried at all. Chen Feng looked at Liu Xibo. What's the use of worrying? I can't break the record of 13 goals. But I will try my best to break the other dungeon records. I just need to do my best. I'm not a super genius, Liu Xibo spread his hands. The world of professional players is very cruel. You need to be mentally prepared. Chen Feng looked at Liu Xibo and nodded slightly. But this time he seems to have a helper. Liu Xibo changed the subject. He is old and thin, looks very lifeless. Chen Feng smiled. Will he be another strong person? Liu Xibo said with some interest. How can there be so many geniuses? In this world, the probability of genius is very small after all. Although there is no problem with a few geniuses appearing on a huge base, there are not many who are truly capable of becoming professional players, let alone those at the level of Lu Xiaoshan. Chen Feng shook his head. Coach, you were also such a genius back then. Liu Xibo was obviously flattering him. Me? I'm not. The real genius is that guy. Unfortunately, he's too proud and can't stand failure, which led to some things later, so sometimes, although I think your character is a little too lazy, sometimes I also think that such a character may not be a bad thing. Chen Feng sighed. Back then, Meng Qifen suddenly disappeared when he was at the peak of his career. What was the reason? Liu Xibo asked cautiously. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with him, Chen Feng said helplessly. Liu Xibo was stunned. No way. Back then, the twin stars of the south almost swept the world together and established an unprecedented dynasty. The friendship between Chen Feng and Meng Qifen is talked about by young players. Compared with the current dispute between Lu and Li, it makes people feel more warm. Although every teenager longs for an extremely powerful opponent, the competition between the two is a major event for the entire league, and every move affects the entire league's structure, but they also long to become a powerful player, with a powerful partner by their side, and the two of them are close, and sweep the world together. Lu and Li are tied, and sweeping together with Chen Meng all the dreams of teenagers. I'm a little older. Although I became famous in a new area with Meng Qifen, it was already my third best that I reopened at the time. He was only 16 years old at the time, and I was already 19 years old, the same age as you are now. Chen Feng looked at Liu Xibo and said. Liu Xibo nodded, the same age as he is now. That coach was just a failure, and his career was not optimistic about the existence. You have to know that those real geniuses, even if they were unlucky in the first year in the era and did not create a satisfactory enough character, they can often get a powerful character after good training in the second year. Chen Feng has to make it to the third year of retraining. TSK, this really doesn't look like a genius. My fate changed after I met Meng Qifen. Chen Feng smiled, and a gentle smile appeared on his solemn face. This was something Liu Xibo had hardly seen before. He is a real genius. I don't know what he doesn't know. After playing any dungeon, he can judge the most efficient and easiest way to get high scores. He almost got all the records. The fact that my account can reach a certain height is also related to him, because except for the first time he played each dungeon, he played the other dungeons with me. So every time the hidden boss appeared, I got the benefit. Can you meet the hidden boss every time? Liu Xibo is surprised. Yes, every time, because he can create the best record every time. Before Lu Xiaoshan, he was the first to increase the number of goals scored in a single room of Vic's house to double digits. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. Liu Xibo was a little speechless. Under such circumstances, how powerful must Meng Qifen's account be back then? Now you look at the media reports, they all say that in the Suitland at the time, I was in the midfield, Meng Fifan was fighting in the front court. Does it seem like I was the most important person? Chen Feng asked Liu Shibo. Well, midfield, commander, fighting in the front court is just a pioneer. Liu Shibo nodded. In fact, it was he who led us to keep moving forward. I was just doing some auxiliary work. Chen Feng replied. Now you may not know, in our era, Meng Fifan's account, although very low-key, not like us all made it very awesome, but in private, professional players called his account Emperor. Emperor? Liu Shibo is surprised. Of course, there are many stars in the league now. Basically, every club has its own star player and a group of famous stars. The most famous are the two heroes Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's. But even if the media and fans give them nicknames, it is nothing more than nicknames like ex-God and ex-brother. At most, they add a big in front. Those who can act this are considered to be professional players who make people feel convinced. As for the private names of professional players, those who debuted earlier add the word old in front of their surnames, and those who debuted later add the word young in front of their surnames. For example, Liu Shibo has now joined the league, and the seniors called him Little Liu, was Meng Fifan called the Emperor by professional players in private. Even if it is a non-public name, it is enough to make people feel surprised. Because he not only has good skills and strong abilities, but also the strength of his character is unprecedented. He almost got all the record rewards, as well as the attribute points from the hidden boss. When competing for the wild boss in the mid area, he was the guy who could grab the most kills. How powerful do you think his character must be? Chen Feng showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I can't think of it. Liu Shibo shook his head honestly. This was indeed beyond his imagination, even though he was only one step away from being a professional player. Who has the highest attribute points in the league now? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Lu Xiaoshan, 897 points, more than 100 points higher than the average level, and only Li Qing's 875 points can compete with him. Liu Shibo answered quickly. In such an era where players generally only have about 600 points, 700 attribute points become the watershed between ordinary players and professional players, and accounts with 800 attribute points can be called God-level accounts. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's attribute points are close to 900 points, which is indeed worthy at the name of the two heroes. Very strong, right? Chen Feng smiled slightly. Of course it's very strong. The top player in our team only has 837 attribute points. Liu Shibo said depressedly. Otherwise, our Nanglo would not have been third for 3 consecutive years, and was suppressed by Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng glared at him. You kid did it on purpose. After taking the third place for 3 consecutive years, Nanglo has been ridiculed by many fans of other clubs. Although being able to take the third place is already a great thing, Meng Fifan's account back then was winding and secluded, with 965 attribute points. Chen Feng said lightly. Liu Shibo did not speak, not because he was indifferent to this number, but because although he had been mentally prepared, he was still stunned by this number. On the surface, Ku Jington only had less than 70 attribute points more than Yin Kai and Bema, and Yin Kai and Bema generally hit 70 or 80 points higher than the God-level account, but everyone knows that the higher the attribute points, the more difficult it is to form an overwhelming advantage. Nearly 70 attribute points higher, the usual attributes of many God-level accounts are nothing more than 120 to 30 points of high-demand attributes and 70 to 80 points of low-demand attributes, a full set of legendary equipment, mastery of all heroes, plus strong personal skills. At least in my opinion, he is the most powerful character in the football era so far, and no one can compare with him. Chen Feng shook his head. No character like this has ever reached the peak? Liu Shibo asked in surprise. He has more attribute points than ordinary people, is proficient in all heroes, and has powerful skills. Ordinary players may not understand what it means to be proficient in all heroes. There are hundreds of heroes in football era, but only 10 can be brought into the competition field in professional games. Most professional players are proficient in only more than 20 heroes, although they can use these heroes. The proficiency of professional players is not ordinary proficiency. The more heroes you are proficient in, the more you can prevent the opponent from making targeted arrangements in the game, and the greater the possibility of winning the game. That year, our winning rate exceeded 90%, but unfortunately, we lost the most critical games. He couldn't accept this result, so he made a big fuss and left, and there has been no news since then. This is a loss for the entire league. Chen Feng sighed. He wasn't very old at the time, right? Liu Shibo asked. 27 or 28 is the peak, so I have been thinking that if you could not be so proud, we would have had a great chance to complete the feat of sweeping the world if we had made the attack a year later. I would not have been old at the time. Chen Feng sighed. Chapter 30 Impact Record. Hey, it's still not possible to kill the hidden boss alone. It's too difficult for these two brothers to cooperate. No wonder even a team of 5 can't necessarily kill it. After being praised again by the whole district, Zheng Qi didn't seem very happy when he walked out of the dungeon. Even though this hidden boss gave him some extra attribute points, a lot of experience, and brought his level to level 11, and he also got 3 equipment upgrade materials, Zheng Qi was still very depressed. Because he didn't succeed in killing the hidden boss alone, without the help of Coach Meng, the Vitic brothers played their full abilities. The 4 Vitic battlers who moved flexibly and enhanced their abilities were like 4 mobile heavy artillery with huge firepower. The nail hammers they fired hit Zheng Qi like raindrops. With the constant interference of the Vitic brothers, Zheng Qi tried his best to dodge for less than 10 seconds before being hit by the nail hammers continuously. His physical value was exhausted and he had to start all over again. Although Zheng Qi gradually adapted to this density of attack, and the system's attack always left traces, Zheng Qi's talent in this area allowed him to gradually survive longer, but unfortunately, human operation always has an upper limit. At only level 10, Zheng Qi's physique is 9 points, and the upper limit of his physical fitness is only 90 points. He can't support himself from being hit a few times. If he is hit once, his physical fitness will be reduced by half, and if he is hit twice, his physical fitness will bottom out, and if he is hit 3 times, he will have to start all over again. What's more, Zheng Qi can't just dodge, and he has to keep moving forward in the process of dodging, and then scoring a goal is his goal. In the end, before the time was up, Zheng Qi failed to score a goal, which made him very frustrated after leaving the copy. It's a pity that I can only play once, otherwise, I think this is a good training environment. Zheng Qi said regretfully. This kind of training is meaningless. After all, before level 20, the player's room for maneuver is too small. Butler Meng shook his head. After entering the myth area, each player has his own training space, and can set the opponent and his own strength at will. When you were interested, you can set it and then try it. Now I am looking forward to the myth area more and more. Zheng Qi shouted with a fist. Seeing that he quickly recovered his vitality, Butler Meng laughed. This positive look is Zheng Qi's characteristic. After entering level 11, he can't hang out in the Vitic house. Zheng Qi looked at this rest point reluctantly. Next, he will stay in the rest point of the Colosseum. Uncle Meng, I'm going alone first. You should level up quickly and reach level 11 as soon as possible to brush the dungeon with me. Zheng Qi said goodbye to Butler Meng. Well, Master, I look forward to hearing the news that you have successfully brushed the dungeon for the first time. Butler Meng waved to Zheng Qi enthusiastically, making Zheng Qi feel that he was not going to brush the dungeon, but going to the battlefield. After Zheng Qi left, Butler Meng did not go to find a wild team to join and gain experience, but took out the communicator and sent a message to several people. Uncle Meng, we will be here soon. Su Jing replied in the communicator. Ah, old man, is there anything I can take care of? Sui Qingfeng asked in the communicator. I want to go to the Colosseum to brush monsters at a higher level, are you coming? Butler Meng replied. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Sui Qingfeng almost shouted. You have all finished the dungeon, and I have finished it too. Now let's go to the Colosseum to brush monsters and level up quickly, okay? Butler Meng looked at Su Jing, Lu Li and Sui Qingfeng who didn't know what was going on, and asked with a smile. No problem, we're worried that our experience will not increase in a short time. Su Jing replied with a smile. I can brush monsters at a higher level, and brush them with 2 sisters, why shouldn't I be happy? Sui Qingfeng said with a laugh. 4 people is a little short. Hey, that young man, I'm talking about you. Are you interested in teaming up to go to the Colosseum to play monsters at higher levels? The player who was stopped by Butler Meng was a player who happened to be passing by. After being stopped for no reason, the player looked at the 4 unfamiliar players in surprise. What did you say? Play monsters at higher levels. Go to the Pompeii Colosseum, which is beyond our current level. Su Jing patiently said to the strange player with the ID Chaos Mat Blade on his head. How come I don't know about playing monsters at higher levels? Are you kidding me? Chaos Mat Blade looked cautious. A newcomer, right? First time playing football era. Sui Qingfeng said contemptuously. You didn't know that you could play monsters at higher levels even with a coach? I don't know, but I can play that dungeon between Viti alone, and I'll be level 8 soon. Chaos Matt Blade proudly puffed out his chest. A newcomer can play that dungeon alone? Are you bragging? Sui King expressed his disbelief. TSK, what are you bragging about? Open the spectator mode and I'll show you how to do it. Chaos Matt Blade said unhappily. Sujin and Luli also became interested and started to watch the game. After obtaining the consent of the player, they can watch the players brushing the dungeon. Of course, there will be a delay of about 10 seconds. This is to prevent others from reminding the newcomers what to do by watching the game. Although it is possible to remind them directly when forming a team together, the more people there are, the less experience points they will get. In order to prevent newcomers led by veterans from using this method to brush records, the system of Football Era is very detailed. Anyway, they have already finished their own dungeons, and they don't care about the time it takes to go to fight monsters of higher levels. Butler Meng and others began to watch the performance of this awesome newcomer with great interest. As Meng Yongjie said, if you want to jump to a higher level to kill monsters, it is actually more advantageous to have more people, because you can kill monsters faster. Now there are not many people who can kill monsters at a higher level. Previously, most of those who killed monsters at a higher level, like Zheng Qi, have reached level 11 and couldn't go to the dungeon of the Colosseum. Under such circumstances, the wild monsters in the Colosseum are in a blank period, and no one comes to kill them. Just when Su Jing and others began to watch the performance of War of the Mad Blade in the World of Chaos, Zheng Qi had already started his journey in the dungeon of the Colosseum. The Colosseum is one of the 3 major dungeons between level 10 and level 20, divided into personal dungeons and team dungeons. Personal dungeons can be killed alone, and no more than 5 people can kill them together, while team dungeons require 5 people to kill them. Of course, these 5 people refer to combat players, and coaches are not included. Having a coach can kill monsters faster, which is also the difference between ordinary players and guild players backed by professional clubs. Organized guilds form teams with different characteristics one after another, and with a coach, it is really less tiring to work than men and women. Ordinary players without organizations can only try their luck to form wild teams. Now Zheng Qi can only play personal dungeons. He can only play team dungeons after he has a few good partners. However, Zheng Qi does not care about this. He can also play team dungeons well by forming a temporary wild team. What's more, he has the coach Meng Yongjie by his side. At the time, he will choose the wild team, not the wild team. The personal dungeon of the Colosseum is similar to the House of the Tea. There are also 22 rooms. There is a Roman light infantryman and a beast in the ordinary room. In the final boss room, there is a Roman centurion, leading to Roman light infantryman and 2 beasts. In the background of the story, the Colosseum is controlled by Pompey, the most warlike and cruel of the 3 alliances in ancient Rome. This general, who was cruel and bloodthirsty in history and had the evil of killing prisoners, liked to watch his warriors and beasts fighting in the Colosseum for fun. Of course, for the players, this has no effect on them. Zheng Qi entered the dungeon and started to play that Colosseum dungeon alone. Compared with the House of It, the battle mode between the Roman light infantry and the beasts has not changed much. The beasts pounce in front, and the Roman light infantry holding shields can block the advance. However, the beast's pounce is naturally more dangerous than the hammer attack, and it is also more difficult to dodge. In addition to blocking, the Roman light infantry has some offensive capabilities. The short swords in their hands are also lethal. For many ordinary players, it takes time to adapt to the new battle. Zheng Qi was not affected. He did not waste a room to adapt to the environment, but directly launched an attack. After flexibly dodging the beast's pounce, Zheng Qi began to move forward. Facing the obstruction of the Roman light infantry, Zheng Qi made the opponent stiff with a sliding tackle, and then quickly jumped over the opponent's head, followed by a volley shot. The ball flew into the goal like a cannonball. This copy is much more difficult to dodge than the House of It, but there are also advantages. At least when shooting, there is no need to worry too much that the beasts will quickly pounce on the ball and block it. The hammer attack has a small defensor, but it is faster. The beast has a large range of attack, but its speed is relatively slow. Therefore, players who have a good grasp of the timing of shooting can take advantage of such a copy. It is not uncommon to score more than a dozen goals. The record for goals scored in a single room with the Colosseum copy is as high as 17. It is precisely because of this that the record of this room is not easy to break, and the record is not created by a famous legendary superstar. For Zheng Qi, he feels that he also wants to break such a record. The first solo record, 5 consecutive record refreshes, and goal records, if all are taken, at least 7 attribute points, which is an extremely large number. Zheng Qi scored 8 goals in the first room, and this was when he was taking it easy. After all, he had to save some energy and take 2 easy records first. But what Zheng Qi didn't expect was that when he entered the 13th room, a system message fell into his eyes. The player is unmoved, and the first solo personal copy of the Colosseum is successful, and 2 attribute points are awarded. Si está escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 31 You and My Boss compared with the players in Area 108 who were discussing where is another immovable mounting. Zheng Qi's reaction was more direct. Fuck, they stole my record. If the record was stolen, it meant that the attribute points were stolen, and if the attribute points were stolen, it meant that the strength was reduced a little. Zheng Qi was very angry and the consequences were serious. The most important thing was that if the first record was stolen, it meant that the first 5-time record would not be his. Zheng Qi suffered a big loss when he was brushing the Vita house. He didn't know that there were 5-time records to be stolen after the first brush, so every time he finished a copy, he would rest for a while and think about whether there was any better way to score more goals. In this way, the 5-time record was stolen by Xin Xiangfei. Now, this immovable mountain may not give him this opportunity. Sure enough, although Zheng Qi worked hard to finish the Colosseum copy 5 times in a row, he was still taken away by immovable mountain first. Why are you so slow? The record was stolen by someone else. The depressed Zheng Qi sent a message to Xin Xiangfei. Xin Xiangfei was silent for a while, and then sent an ellipsis. Speechless, you don't even have this ability. I thought you were my competitor. Zheng Qi continued to make trouble. Then he found that he was blocked by Xin Xiangfei. Fuck, you dare to block me. When Zheng Qi was even more depressed, the staff of the Suitland Club kept coming up to congratulate Liu Shibo. After a few records were set, Liu Shibo got serious and snatched 2 records in one breath, gaining an extra 4 attribute points, which was indeed a cause for celebration. I don't know if those 2 guys will challenge the goal record. 16 goals, I will try hard, but I am not sure. Liu Shibo kept a clear head. Don't force this kind of thing. Chen Feng shook his head. But you did a great job this time. In addition, several members of the second team in that club have already started activities in District 108. Zhun is leading the team, and the club has assigned them a coach. It is estimated that they will be able to catch up with your progress soon. Zhun, right, Liu Shibo is silent. I know you don't like this young man and think he's too calculating, but he's also a very promising newcomer, and the club is also very optimistic about him. Chen Feng reminded him. Well, if he provokes me, I won't pay attention to him. Liu Shibo laughed. Don't you plan to team up with them? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. No, I also have a coach to help me, and it's enough to form a wild team. And if we want to break the record, if the team members are not united, they will drag each other down. Liu Shibo resolutely rejected this request. Although he has a lazy personality and is usually easy to talk to, at this time, he is very persistent. Chen Feng understands this feeling very well. He was also a persistent player in the past. Although he knew that such an approach might cause some obstacles to Liu Shibo's future, he knew that forcing Liu Shibo to change would make him lose some fundamental things. Although I am the head coach, I'm also responsible for the entire team. You should take care of yourself in the future. Chen Feng finally said. Liu Shibo nodded slightly. When seeing that Unmoved Like a Mountain had won 2 consecutive records, the Mad Blade of Chaos, who was slaying wild monsters in the Colosseum, looked up and said enviously, wow, he's on TV. It would be great if I could be on TV, too. There's probably no hope in this zone. Let's reincarnate. The next zone is still possible. Sui Kingdom replied. Old Sui, are you laughing at me? I'm going to challenge you one-on-one. Mad Blade of Chaos shouted. I'm not afraid of you. Hey, what are you two arguing about? Swithen, Shadow is so much younger than you, can't you just give in to him? Shadow, Swithen is older than you should respect him. Sujing showed the demeanor of a company boss, separated the 2 people, and then smiled bitterly at Luli. When watching the game before, Sujing was surprised to find that although this Mad Blade of Chaos seemed to be unfamiliar with this game, his reaction and operation level were quite good. Although it seemed dangerous to swipe alone, he had to be on time to score 3 goals to gain the highest experience, but a novice could do this, which was beyond the reach of many veterans. Su Jin could see that Sui Qingfeng was convinced by this. As an old bird, he could only do this reluctantly. This was the advantage he had accumulated over many years of experience. However, Sui Qingfeng had a bad temper and Yuan Ziquan didn't know how to take things seriously. As a result, when they were fighting monsters of higher levels, they would quarrel all the time, and Su Jin had to come out to mediate. But Lu Meng ignored this and didn't try to stop them. However, Su Jin and Lu Li knew that no matter how fiercely the two quarreled, they would not be willing to leave this temporary team. The reason was simple: there were very few people who could fight monsters of higher levels now. It was a golden period with fewer players and more monsters. As a coach, Butler Meng's operation of various skills made them fight monsters as smoothly as flowing water, and they could fight and fight continuously. Looking at the soaring experience, I'm afraid no one would be willing to leave. After persuading Sui Qingfeng to go and fight with the Mad Blade of Chaos, Su Jin glanced at Butler Meng and asked carefully, "Uncle Meng, the record just now, it's normal to be robbed." He was a little slow, but there is still hope for the first kill of the team dungeon, as long as we can move faster. Butler Meng replied. Since the other party got the first kill of the individual dungeon, the team may also. Su Jin was a little worried. It's possible, but we also have hope, so we have to move faster. Butler Meng replied. At this speed, there should be hope today. Su Jin thought for a while and said. Yes, so we have to speed up. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of Mad Blade of Chaos, and he began to be curious. Why speed up? Isn't it just leveling up? Mad Blade of Chaos asked. Hurry up to level 11, and you can brush the team dungeon. Are you happy? Butler Meng said with a smile. What's so happy about brushing the team dungeon? Mad Blade of Chaos was puzzled. No one has yet been able to clear the team dungeon in the Colosseum. If we can, then the system will announce that we will be on TV. Don't you want to be on TV? Lu Li said with a smile. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Level up quickly, I can't wait. Chaos Mad Blade rolled up his sleeves and said loudly. Mr. Meng, why did you find such an unreliable guy? Sui Qingfeng said to Butler Meng in a depressed voice. Yesterday I saw him alone in Pompeii, brushing wild monsters, and the speed was quite fast, so I remembered his ID. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Young people nowadays are really amazing, but they don't know how to be polite. Sui Qingfeng also sighed. Butler Meng smiled but said nothing. Uncle Meng, I have finished brushing 5 personal dungeons. When will you log off? While continuing to brush wild monsters, Butler Meng received a message from Zheng Qi. Master, don't you want to brush the team dungeon? Butler Meng did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. I wonder what's the use. There are not many wild teams in the Colosseum now. Zheng Qi said depressedly. Then wait for 10 minutes. Butler Meng replied. 10 minutes. Zheng Qi was a little puzzled, but since Butler Meng said to wait for 10 minutes, then wait for 10 minutes. Anyway, it's not too late now. 10 minutes later, Butler Meng asked where Zheng Qi was now, and soon appeared in front of him. Uncle Meng, this is. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Zheng Qi was a little puzzled, but he knew Su Jin and Lu Li, and Sui Qingfeng was also an acquaintance. The remaining one, go on TV, I want to go on TV, why haven't you started yet? Yuan Ziquan kept shouting. Oh, a passerby I pulled here, he is quite strong, and he will be useful for the dungeon. Butler Meng smiled and said, it just so happens that we have just reached level 11, and now is the time to rush the team dungeon. So fast? Zheng Qi was shocked. Butler Meng and Su Jin started a day later than him, and Sui Qingfeng's upgrade speed could not be faster than him. How come they are all at level 11 all of a sudden? Team up to kill wild monsters of higher levels, it'll be quick. Butler Meng explained. Zheng Qi quickly figured out that the Colosseum wild monsters were in a blank period, and nodded immediately. Okay, let's go and kill the team dungeon, otherwise it will be easy for others to get ahead of us. That person who is as immovable as a mountain may have a background in the club. What about Jackson Xiangfei? Sui Qingfeng asked. He is a lone ranger like me, don't worry about him. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said indifferently. You are, Yuan Pingshen. The one who broke the record. When everyone formed a team, Yuan Shiquangdo, who could see each other's ID, suddenly screamed. Oh, you also know about breaking records. Sui Qingfeng teased. The crazy knife of chaos had no time to argue with Sui Qingfeng. Wow, I checked the news yesterday and found out that breaking that record is such a great thing. Boss, you will be my boss from now on. Zheng Qi was a little amused by the sudden appearance of a younger brother, but his personality was also very chaotic, so he waved his hand. No problem, I will protect you in the future. You know, I want to be a professional player and dominate an era in the future. Boss is so awesome, I want to be a professional player too. Seeing these two guys who seemed to have problems in their brains immediately chatting with each other, Sui King rolled his eyes. Su Jing and Lu Li smiled bitterly at each other. No wonder only monsters can get along well with monsters. Only housekeeper Meng turned a blind eye to this, and didn't seem to care at all. Okay, time is running out, let's talk about how to brush the team copy. Housekeeper Meng clapped his hands and said directly. Chapter 32. It's easy if you know the trick. Butler Meng usually has a weak presence. Even though he is a coach in such an important position in the game, his presence is still not much. He will use various skills at the most appropriate time to help his teammates perform better, but his presence is very low. Sometimes you can hardly feel his presence when fighting monsters. But at this time, Butler Meng showed his presence. Zheng Qi and Chaos Mat Blade have never played a team dungeon. Although Su Jin, Lu Li and Sui King have played it before, they are not familiar with this dungeon. After all, this is an early dungeon, and their memory will not be so detailed. The boss of the Colosseum team dungeon is Pompey. He has an extremely powerful army. His two elite monsters are the Deputy General and the Tribune. The first location is inside the Colosseum. We need to kill 10 beasts and 10 Roman light infantrymen in succession. Then we will encounter the Tribune who leads a team of 10. The Tribune has recovery skills, so we should not get entangled with the 10-man team. We should quickly pass through their defense and break through the Tribune's goal 10 times to kill him. The second level is the Deputy General. Like the Tribune, he also has recovery skills and excellent combat capabilities. We can't focus on attacking him this time, but we must first eliminate the 20 Roman heavy infantrymen under his command one by one. Butler Meng explained. Why not kill the Deputy General directly? Since we can kill the Tribune, the Deputy General will be a little troublesome. It's too troublesome to clean up 20 Roman heavy infantrymen. Chaos Mad Knight expressed his confusion. It would be really troublesome if we did that. Butler Meng explained, if we fail to kill all the heavy infantry before the Deputy General is killed, the heavy infantry will send out a signal, and then countless gladiators, beasts, and even cavalry will pour out of the Colosseum, and our copy will fail. Butler Meng replied. That's right, when I was pioneering, my teammates didn't know this, and they died miserably. Sui King went to use the tragic facts as evidence. So that's how it is, it's really dangerous. Yuan Shiquan drew aside. Please continue. Su Jing said to Butler Meng who kept silent. Butler Meng smiled and said, the next step is to attack the King's Stand and kill Pompey. We will constantly encounter gladiators on the way. These gladiators are much better than the infantry, but their numbers are relatively small. It won't be a problem for us to clear them all the way. The key is when we enter the King's Stand of the Colosseum, we will face Pompey's attack. Among the 3 giants of Pompeii, he is the only purely offensive hero with extremely strong lethality. The less blood he has, the greater the lethality. He also has the skill to summon cavalry. The key factor in dealing with Pompey lies in. Butler Meng spoke carefully for more than 10 minutes. Zheng Qi did not interrupt, but listened carefully. He knew that although Butler Meng said this to everyone, he was actually talking to himself. Among these teammates, Su Jing and Lu Li both have balanced skill points, which can well contain the opponent. Sui King's skill points are biased towards strength, which can create opportunities for others. As for Chaos Mat Blade, his skill points are very strange. He seems to like the skill of bounce very much. He has added 20 points to bounce, and other attributes are relatively few. Such skill points make him more harassing than attacking. Only I have a fast speed and other attributes are not bad. When the time comes, I still have to do the key things myself. However, Zheng Qi is very happy about this. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Zheng Qi thought to himself. After saying almost everything, the 6 people in the team entered the team dungeon at the same time. The huge Colosseum appeared in front of the 6 people. Except for the smiling Meng Butler who followed behind, the other 5 were shocked by such a realistic and huge majestic building. I didn't realize how big this Colosseum was when I was brushing wild monsters. Chaos Mat Blade shouted. Sui King was better off with Su Jing and the others, after all, they were all veteran players and had been shocked before. Of course, when we were brushing wild monsters before, we were in the corridor inside the Colosseum. How could we see it from inside? Sui Kingdom said. But when we entered the Colosseum, we didn't feel it was that big. Chaos Matt Blade said confidently. Okay, get ready to go in. Zheng Qi came out of the shock, waved his arm, and then said. Sui Kingdom led the way, Chaos Matt Blade followed closely behind him, Su Jing and Lu Li were a little further back, surrounding Zheng Qi in the middle. This was the formation arranged for them by Bartolomeng. Sui Kingdom had higher HP and strength values, so he could carry it. Chaos Matt Blade had excellent bounce, and could attract most of the attention. With the protection of Su Jing and Lu Li, he could attract the opponent's attention very well, while Zheng Qi could better play his silent killer nature. After entering the Colosseum, traces of monsters began to appear in a huge venue. The Roman light infantry and beasts that Zheng Qi was very familiar with in his personal dungeon. Charge! Sui Kingdom shouted and rushed towards the infantry phalanx, while Chaos Matt Blade jumped in front of the beasts, ready to attract the attention of the beasts. The beasts have great lethality and a large attack area, but they act only on instinct. It is enough for Chaos Matt Blade to attract them alone. Although it is a bit dangerous, with his jumping ability, he can constantly use jumping skills to dodge and tease the beasts. With the care of Bartolomeng, there will be no problem for the time being. Sui Kingdom and Su Jing will attract the attention of the light infantry and create opportunities for Zheng Qi. Bartolomeng arranged a good tactic. Chaos Matt Blade jumped around and attracted the beasts to the other side of the Colosseum. The Colosseum is very large, and after attracting them, they can't affect this side for the time being. Sui Kingdom would hide and fight as much as he could, and with the assistance of Su Jing he fought with 10 light infantrymen. Zheng Qi accelerated silently, and rolled to a light infantryman on the edge of the battle. Before the opponent could react, he made a beautiful sliding tackle and hit the opponent. The light infantryman froze. Zheng Qi jumped up and landed behind him. He quickly raised his foot and shot the ball into the goal behind the light infantryman. The light infantrymen disappeared in the Colosseum, and there were still 9 of them. Although Zheng Qi's team was opening up new land, they were doing very smoothly after the previous advice from Bartolomeng. The Mad Blade of Chaos kept dodging the attacks of the beasts, and he narrowly avoided them several times. The attacks of 10 beasts could block most of his space for movement, but every time when the Mad Blade of Chaos seemed to be surrounded, he took the opportunity to jump far away and escape again. After a few times like this, the light infantrymen had been eliminated one by Zheng Qi. The beasts and light infantrymen had the greatest lethality when they worked together. After being separated from the beginning, their fate was already determined. Okay, don't rush to fight the last one, recover some physical strength first. When the last beast was left, Bartolomeng stopped their attack and added a recovery skill, Comfort, to Chaos Matt Blade, allowing him to continue to tease the remaining beast, while the others took the time to recover their physical strength and cool down their skills. It was not until everyone recovered to their peak state that they attacked together and destroyed the beast. After the last beast disappeared, the tribune with 10 light infantry appeared. If they fought one by one, it would take a lot of time, but if the others just entangled the light infantry and created opportunities for Zheng Qi, it would be much easier. If the tribune had a mind, he would definitely shout, "You humans are so despicable," but he didn't, so he could only be constantly attacked by the goal under Zheng Qi's all-pervasive attack, and then disappeared in frustration. The tribune dropped 4 materials, all of which were collected by Zheng Qi. There are many materials dropped when brushing the team copy, and everyone will distribute them when the time comes. The killing of the tribune meant that 1/3 of the copy had been completed. Next, Zheng Qi's team would cross the Colosseum and rush to the stands. The audience in the stands began to retreat, and 20 heavily armored heavy infantrymen and the fully armored Deputy General Pompey appeared in the stands. They can't enter the venue. Concentrate firepower and kill them one by one. Bartolomeng continued to remind him. Although he had said it before, it was obviously good to remind him more at this time. Sui Kingdom took the lead and took on a heavy infantryman in the front. Su Jing and Lu Li slid to both sides, causing the 2 heavy infantrymen who came to support to become stiff. Chaos Mad Knight rushed over to attract the attention of the heavy infantryman in the middle. Zheng Qi quietly came out from behind Chaos Mad Knight, went behind the heavy infantryman, and volleyed. Before the other heavy infantryman had time to react, he broke through the goal behind the opponent. The heavy infantry turned into light and disappeared in the stands. Zheng Qi and his men naturally paid a price for killing a heavy infantry so quickly. Sui Kingdom's health was almost at the bottom. Lu Li and Su Jing were also hit. Under the protection of Liuanzi Guangdao and Zheng Qi, the 3 of them quickly left the stands and returned to the venue. Wow, they really didn't rush out. Liuan Ziquandao exclaimed. There are always loopholes in the system that can be exploited. Besides, if we didn't cooperate well and kill a heavy infantry in one fell swoop, then even if there is such a loophole, we can't use it. Butler Meng laughed. Yes, we used to hold on hard. Whoever's physical value reached the bottom would immediately retreat to restore the physical value, because it was impossible to kill a heavy infantry in one breath. Otherwise, if everyone retreated, the heavy infantry's health would also be restored by the deputy general, and it would be tiring to fight. Sui Qingfen sighed. But this mood can only be used 5 times. When there are only 5 heavy infantrymen left, we have to fight hard. Butler Meng reminded, otherwise, the deputy general will summon the gladiators from the Colosseum in advance. With the remaining 5, we can fight hard enough, not to mention you, Uncle Meng, can replenish our blood. Zheng Qi laughed. The others nodded repeatedly, and this was indeed the truth. Chapter 33 Smooth Progress. Once you have mastered the rules and know the tricks, it will be much easier to operate. Zheng Qi and his team didn't know how the pioneering players who had just started the football era had to work hard and were tortured by the system all the way to slowly upgrade. After all, this is a game that has existed for hundreds of years, and the earliest players have long disappeared in the wind without leaving a trace. And a complex game, after being studied and pondered by players tirelessly, some details will have been figured out by people, providing great convenience for later people, as long as certain conditions can be met. Brushing the copy, it will be very easy to pass. After killing 5 heavy infantrymen one after another, Zheng Qi and his team rushed up and rushed to the stands. Facing the remaining 5 heavy infantrymen and deputy generals, they did not need to use the method of sacrificing their own physical value to get a chance to kill, but grinded with their opponents bit by bit. The deputy general has excellent combat power, strong lethality, and a certain recovery ability, but his recovery skills are not as good as the tribune. Under the command of Butler Meng, the team fought steadily and killed his men one by one until all the heavy infantry were cleared before dealing with the deputy general. A phoenix without feathers is worse than a chicken, and a general without soldiers is bullied. 10 minutes later, the deputy general fell to the ground in frustration. He wanted to use skills, but was frequently interrupted by Butler Meng's shock. During the cooling period of Butler Meng's shock, Zheng Qi and others took turns to slide and stiffen him. During this process, others were desperately output. Okay, 2/3, let's move up next. There is no system news yet, and others should not be progressing as fast as us. Let's work hard and go on TV once. Butler Meng encouraged everyone. Or rather, he encouraged only Chaos Matblade. After hearing this, Chaos Matblade howled and took the lead to rush along the stands towards the king's stand. I'm the one leading the charge. Sui Qingfen shouted. It's okay. He has a quick reaction and strong jumping ability. Even if he is attacked, it's not difficult to hide. Su Jing smiled and comforted Sui Qingfen. Along the way, the others have almost become familiar with the characteristics of the chaotic mad knife. This kid sounds very young and is particularly lively. Zheng Qi is not a very stable person, but after teaming up with him, he unconsciously becomes less talkative and more stable, because Zheng Qi feels that if this is the case, the style will overlap, and the energetic mad knife of the chaotic world also makes others feel a little helpless. During the whole process of pushing the book, he kept talking about something. When no one paid attention to him, he talked to himself, or hummed a song by himself, as if there was someone who no one else could see playing with him. I think this kid may have just turned 14, or even less than 14. He must have used a plug-in to bypass the anti-addiction system. Sui Qingfen complained. No, that kind of person would not be like this. Zheng Qi laughed. No one knew what he was talking about, only Butler Meng knew that Zheng Qi probably remembered that Lightning, the little guy who wanted to save the Earth. After the others advanced for a distance, they saw that the Mad Blade of Chaos jumped back at a faster speed than before, followed by at least 3 gladiators. According to the process, the gladiators come out one after another. He can bring 3 gladiators back. This ability to attract hatred is also unique. Lu Li sighed. The more there are, the faster they can be cleared. Go. Su Jing said. Su Jing, Lu Li and Sui Qingfen rushed forward and blocked the 3 gladiators head-on, while Zheng Qi flexibly circled around and came out from behind Su Jing and went directly behind a gladiator. Oh my god, there is no goal behind this guy. Zheng Qi shouted. Didn't you listen to me carefully just now? When you reach a boss of Pompey's level, there is no goal for you to attack. The gladiators are Pompey's direct guards and have Pompey's characteristics. Butlerman gave encouragement to the Mad Blade of Chaos, whose physical value was about to bottom out, and said helplessly, "Then how do we fight?" Zheng Qi listened carefully at first, but Stewardman talked too much and too long, and he was impatient to continue listening. "Do you see the armor on them? Hit the place where there is no armor, and try to hit the face. There is a bonus in the calculation of the damage value. Anyway, the more vital the human body is, the more blood will be deducted." Stewardman said quickly, and Zheng Qi understood it immediately. In the final analysis, it is the same as player PK, there is no goal, and blood is deducted only by the position of the hit. So this game actually encourages PK, right? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Zheng Qi's mind. After knowing how to deal with the opponent, the next thing is also easy. After Su Jing attracted the opponent's attention, Zheng Qi rushed out diagonally and attracted the attention of the gladiator again. Su Jing took the opportunity to slide and make the opponent temporarily stiff. Zheng Qi picked up the ball, jumped up, and volleyed like a juggler. The ball flew out with a whistle and hit the gladiator's face heavily. "Keep going, do this 3 times, and it will be almost done." Butlerman reported the current situation in time. "Miss Su, you come next time," Zheng Qi said to Su Jing after jumping back. "Me? I don't master the volley very well," Su Jing was shocked. "It's okay, this is an opportunity to practice. The key is to calculate the arc and trajectory of the ball when taking off. It's very simple, just practice more." Although she couldn't see Zheng Qi's true face hidden under the system, Zheng Qi looked expressionless when he said this. Su Jing felt that she could feel Zheng Qi's sunny smile. "Okay, then I'll try." Su Jing nodded heavily. Then Su Jing and Zheng Qi switched roles. Su Jing attracted the opponent's attention first, Zheng Qi suddenly appeared and slid to stiffen the opponent, and then Su Jing volleyed. "Oops, it missed," Su Jing said embarrassedly after landing. "Just a little bit off." Zheng Qi didn't care. Su Jing's volley shot was good this time, but the landing point was a little off, hitting the gladiator's helmet. 10 centimeters lower, it would hit the face. "Push it first, after all, we have to get the record," Su Jing suggested. "It doesn't matter, it won't delay much time," Zheng Qi smiled. Su Jing suddenly felt very stressed, but after all, she was also a veteran, and she had seen everything in the business world. She took a deep breath and adjusted her state to the best. For this kind of combo, the important thing is not the skill, but the player's own performance. For an old player like Su Jing, there is actually no problem with the technology, but just a little fear of difficulty. However, now, her progress is related to the progress of the entire team's copy, which makes the extremely responsible Su Jing start to let go and concentrate on the operation. The next wave of operations: pick up the ball, jump in the air, and then volley. The action, timing, and calculation of strength are perfect. The ball draws a beautiful arc, flies quickly through the air, and then hits the gladiator's face. "Good," Zheng Qi shouted, then kicked 2 footballs in a row, hitting the area between the chest and abdomen that was not blocked by the armor, and directly turned the gladiator into light. On the other side, Sui Qingfeng and Yuanzi Quangde were also dealing with the gladiator. Sui Qingfeng attracted the attention of the gladiator and withstood the attack of the gladiator, while scolding on Yuanzi Quangde. "How did you do it? You can attract 3 gladiators. I think you were also a talent." "I just jumped forward, and when I met a gladiator, I wanted to jump back, but I didn't stop my feet for a while, and rushed into the range of the second gladiator," Yuanzi Quangde said very aggrievedly. "What about the third one?" Sui Qingfeng struggled to withstand the gladiator's fierce attack, rolled to avoid the potion, and asked. "I wanted to jump sideways to avoid the attack. Who knew there would be a third gladiator at the landing point?" Yuanzi Quangde looked helpless. Sui Qingfeng continued to bear the attack of the gladiator in a depressed mood. Knowing that he was in the wrong, the Mad Blade of Chaos began to attack continuously. His attack accuracy was a bit low, but he was flexible and had a high attack frequency. When Zheng Qi and Su Jing killed the gladiator and went to help Lu Li kill the second gladiator, the gladiator also fell under the continuous attack of the Mad Blade of Chaos. "Keep moving forward, but don't lure too many over later. Lure them one by one and kill them quickly," Butlerman said to the Mad Blade of Chaos. The Mad Blade of Chaos nodded obediently and went forward to explore the way. "With our cooperation, it's only a matter of time to kill the remaining gladiators, but when it comes to Pompey, we have to pay attention, concentrate all our attention, and grind them bit by bit." There is nothing to say about the technology, it's nothing more than amazing blood volume, running wild with residual blood, summoning cavalry, and don't slack off at all. Butler Meng said during this gap. I think you should say it when the Mad Blade of Chaos is here. Sui Kingdom complained about the Mad Blade of Chaos. No, he's fine. He can jump far. If he runs out of blood, just dodge far away. What really worries me is you. Your style determines that you have to be at the front. If you are not agile enough to dodge, you may be killed. Butler Meng replied. Sui Kingdom was speechless. What Butler Meng said was really his characteristic. Then what should I do? Sui Kingdom asked. He didn't want to be killed and sent out of the dungeon in the middle. Although there was still experience to be shared, after the first successful brush, only players who persisted to the end could be notified by the system. Although it seemed childish to say that Chaos Mad Blade wanted to be on TV, he also wanted to be on TV. Listen to the command. Dodge when I tell you to, don't hesitate. Can you do it? Butler Meng asked. Of course I can do it. Sui Kingdom laughed. Chapter 34 Reminder. The next gladiators really couldn't cause them too much trouble. At most, there would be 2 gladiators coming together. After they became skilled, they could kill more quickly. After climbing one stand after another, Zheng Qi and his team finally reached a large platform at the top of the Colosseum. This is a platform that is as large as 2 football fields. Although the Colosseum is a magnificent building covering a large area, it is obviously unreasonable to have such a large platform above the stands. Of course, this is in the game, so everyone will naturally not care. At the end of the platform, there is a huge throne. Pompey, who is fully armored, sits on the throne and looks at the group of people coldly. Full body armor, how do I do it? Yuan Ziquangdao asked nervously. Slap him in the face, keep slapping him in the face. Butler Meng's answer was simple. However, when Pompey stood up from his throne and strode towards the team, Chaos Mad Blade knew that what Butler Meng said was a slap in the face in the literal sense. Pompey was alone, but the momentum he rushed over with was more ferocious than thousands of troops. This was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles, conquered the south and the north, and had outstanding achievements. The momentum that came out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood could form a great impact even in the game. And it was covered with armor, with only its face exposed. What else could it do but slap in the face? Butler Meng shouted 5 consecutive times at Zheng Qi and the others, and then shouted, "Go!" Sui Kingdom rushed forward first, and when Pompey waved his long sword, he rolled sideways and dodged Pompey's attack. Sui Kingdom had just dodged when Chaos Mad Blade appeared from behind him and slid in front of him. Pompey seemed to have no reaction. He was hit by the shuttle of the Mad Knife of the World. He was immediately stiff. When he stood up quickly and prepared to volley the opponent, he heard the reminder of Housekeeper Meng. Jump to the left. The Mad Knife of the World was still very obedient. Although he didn't know why he had to jump out, he still did what Housekeeper Meng said. After jumping out, the Mad Knife of the World in the air found that the big sword in Pompey's hand had chopped down from top to bottom where he had just stood. If he didn't jump out diagonally but jumped on the spot to prepare for a volley, he would be slapped to death by the huge sword. Why didn't you freeze? The Mad Knife of the World shouted in the air. He was very unhappy about this. It's not that you didn't freeze, it's that the freezing time was too short. Su Jing replied. Stiffness is mandatory, but the strength attribute of the Mad Knife of the World should be much worse than that of Pompey. So although Pompey was forced to freeze for a while, it would not cause too much hindrance to his movements. Su Yifeng, go up and attract attention. Crazy Blade, be ready to attack at any time. Jin Ying, base, you guys also get ready. Butler Meng's words began to become shorter, but it was obviously a waste of time to call out the full name at this time. Sui Kingdom gritted his teeth and rushed over again. When he saw Pompey waving the heavy sword towards him, he did not dodge, but stared at the trajectory of the heavy sword until it was about to hit him, then he rolled over and barely avoided it. Even so, after being hit by the sword wind, Sui Kingdom's physical value of more than 100 points immediately dropped by 1/3. While drinking the potion, Sui Kingdom heard the command of Butler Meng. Little knife, go. Crazy Blade of Chaos slid close to him and then rolled away. Jinying. Su Jing slid. Base. Although she was dissatisfied with her own abbreviation, Lu Li also slid. Although each slide could only make Pompey stiff for a short moment, 3 consecutive stiffnesses also make Pompey unable to move for a short time. This is the time for Zheng Qi to play a role. He is the most accurate volley shooter in this team. This time he did not disappoint others. With a beautiful jump and volley, the ball whizzed upwards. Pompey had just recovered from stiffness when he was hit in the face. Stun effect. Good luck, Matt Blade, go. Seeing Pompey swaying on the spot, Butler sighed and called out, when the boss is busy, it is a good opportunity to attack, but several people cannot attack at the same time. Pompey's face is not that big. If several people attack together, the football will only collide with each other in the air. It is better to attack one by one. Zheng Qi just finished the volley and there is a moment of cooling time. Let others attack first. The body reaction of the crazy knife in the chaotic world is faster than his brain reaction. After hearing Butler shout, he immediately completed a volley and hit Pompey in the face. Then it was Zheng Qi who recovered. The dizziness time would not be long, so the attack at this time naturally had to be made by someone who was sure of it. Even if Pompey is not special in ability, at least he has a lot of health. He is thick-skinned and tough, and the damage he gets from being hit has little effect on him. He can only be beaten bit by bit. During the short dizziness, Zheng Qi and his team hit Pompey's face 4 times. After Pompey came out of the dizziness, Butler continued to direct everyone to attack patiently. In this way, he attracted attention again and again, became stiff again and hit Pompey's face again and again. At the beginning, everyone's cooperation was not tacit, which made Pompey get out of the stiff state several times. However, later on, everyone's tacit understanding began to form, and they controlled the boss with a very rhythmic sense, attracting, stiffening, attacking. After forming a wonderful sense of rhythm, the next thing seemed to be simple. In the football era, you can't see the health bar, but experienced players can calculate how much health the boss has based on factors such as the frequency of their own attacks, the number of attacks, the strength attribute, and the automatic recovery of health of the boss. Zheng Qi's team doesn't have this ability. Sui Qingfeng and Su Jingliu are all veterans who have played for many years, but their level is not particularly outstanding. Even if they have experienced fighting boss, they are mostly mixed in the crowd. Zheng Qi and Yuan Ziquan were excellent, but they are pure newcomers. So if other people were to judge, they would think that it would be difficult for this team to succeed in the team dungeon from the beginning. In fact, for most players, the most important way for them to level up is still personal dungeons or fighting wild monsters. Team dungeons, as for them, are to form a wild team to try their luck, and then be killed by boss in the dungeon. Only occasionally can they get the experience of team dungeons. For this kind of thing, most veterans will not be discouraged, because this is normal. But now, it seems different. After grinding for half an hour, Butler reminded them. Be careful, the boss is going to go berserk. When Butler reminded them, Zheng Qi and Yuan Ziquan didn't feel anything, but Sui Qingfeng and Su Jingliu turned their heads and looked at Butler in surprise. How did he judge it? Sui Qingfeng was even more confused in his heart. Is it true, he met Butler by chance? Yesterday, when Sui Qingfeng wanted to play that game, Butler greeted him and said that he wanted to play with him. As an old bird, Sui Qingfeng naturally knew how good it was to have a coach around, so he readily agreed. When he knew that Butler knew Ren Pinshen, he planned to play with Butler. But before, although Butler was very skilled in playing the coach role and grasped the opportunity very well, this kind of operation, although good, did not exceed the level of ordinary players. After all, those who can be coaches are relatively old. In this era where everyone plays, they have at least 10 years of experience in the football era, and it is not surprising to have such a level of operation. But now this kind of judgment ability, is at a level that an experienced old player can reach. Sui Qingfeng didn't know, but he only knew one thing. He had been playing for more than 10 years and met many coach players, but no coach player could do a very accurate calculation of the boss's health. After all, this is a very complicated calculation method, and various factors must be taken into account. Perhaps experienced coach players can sense when the boss is about to go berserk, but the feeling is not accurate, and a few minutes of error is normal. Butler reminder should be the same, right? In order to ensure that teammates are not instantly wiped out by the suddenly rampaging boss, they are reminded in advance so that teammates can prepare. It must be like this. Sui Qingfeng said to himself, otherwise, if the judgment ability is really very accurate, I'm afraid that I can be a coach in a professional team. Is it necessary to lead a new area? 5 seconds later, Sui Qingfeng's affirmative idea was shattered by reality. When Zheng Qi hit Pompey's face with another beautiful volley, Pompey roared to the sky, then raised his fists to the sky, and his whole body began to emit red light. When all Yuan Ziquan were still wondering why there was such a change, an old bird like Sui Qingfeng saw it at a glance. This is the sign that the boss's health has dropped to 30% and it has begun to go berserk. Butler Meng's judgment is accurate to the extent of 5 seconds. Are you kidding? Sui Qingfeng was shocked and stood there for a while. He didn't even hear the Butler Meng shouting retrieve first. It was not until Liuanzi Quandao pulled him when he rushed out obediently that he reacted and ran back for a distance before stopping. At this moment, Pompey's rampage was completed. The armor on his body suddenly broke into countless small pieces, hitting the ground around him like raindrops, revealing his naked upper body. Looking at the ground being beaten like a piece of rag, Sui Qingfeng stuck out his tongue. If he didn't retreat, he would probably die on the spot. What should we do next, Grandpa? Liuanzi Quandao asked Butler Meng. Chapter 35. First brush success. What else can we do? Attack. This guy has no armor on him. We can just hit him casually. Sui Qingfeng waved his hand and said, I think it's more efficient to hit him in the face. Liuanzi Quandao thought about it seriously and replied, slapping him in the face will be more effective when he is in a state of stiffness. Now that the boss is rampaging, his strength and resistance have increased a lot. The stiffness time is too short. It's better to attack freely. If you can hit him in the face, hit him in the face. If you can't hit him in the face, hit him on the body. Pay attention. The boss's attack and speed are about 50% faster than before. Be careful not to get hit. It's more important to give up the opportunity to save yourself. Butler Meng said a few words quickly, and then waved his hand. At this time, his momentum was like a general commanding thousands of troops. Sui Qingfeng's doubts in his heart became stronger, but this was the critical moment to fight the boss, so he could only put aside his doubts and rushed towards the rampaging Pompey. When the boss is rampaging, the rhythm of the attack is no longer important. The key lies in the individual performance of the players. This is also that time to consider the player's own level. It is also that time when many temporary teams have conflicts. No one wants to be sent out of the dungeon under such circumstances. If the hearts are not together, it is inevitable that some people will not work hard and hope to survive to the end. If things go wrong, the whole team will be wiped out. Sui Qingfeng felt that he would not do such a thing. He has a bad temper, but he is straightforward and often gets framed. Fortunately, this time, he met a very good team. Su Jing and Lu Li had no selfish intentions. They were attacking hard and did not retreat until their health was almost exhausted. Zheng Qi was wandering around. He attacked the most frequently and had a strong dodging ability. Every time he retreated, it was not because he was hit, but because he consumed too much physical energy using skills and was forced to retreat. The Mad Blade of Chaos was originally a link that Sui Qingfeng was worried about. He always felt that this kid who joined temporarily was unreliable. However, although the Mad Blade of Chaos was always yelling and often yelling I'm dying, he was still very active in the attack. If he felt that he would not die immediately after being hit, he would rather be hit and hit the boss once. The performance of his companions made Sui Qingfeng feel very relieved, so that he took a little risk in the next attack. Seeing that his health seemed to be enough, he did not retreat immediately, but got close and shot hard, trying to get rid of the opponent's health. However, at this time, Pompey roared and swept his sword. Sui Qingfeng was unable to dodge and only had time to block it. He was not cut directly by the long sword in Pompey's hand, but was knocked out. However, in the process of flying out, he could also see that his physical value was constantly decreasing, and it was about to reach the bottom. Damn, it seems that I'm going to die, Sui Qingfeng, who was in the air, thought depressedly. It doesn't matter if you die in the game, but it's really a depressing thing to be sent out of the dungeon when you have already pushed the final boss. Just when his physical value was about to reach the bottom, Sui Qingfeng suddenly saw that his physical value suddenly jumped up and recovered a full 20 points, and then continued to fall down little by little. Comfort. Butler Meng sent out the only skill among the 4 basic attributes of the coach that could greatly increase the physical value instantly. Although Sui Qingfeng's physical value was still decreasing, it was enough to prevent him from dying when he landed. Being knocked into the air and unable to take medicine was the key to his death. The 20 points of physical value were enough for Sui Qingfeng to hold on until landing. Sure enough, when Sui Qingfeng tried hard to do a body movement and landed smoothly, he still had 2 points of health left. Without time to think, Sui Qingfeng almost subconsciously used a roll, avoiding the battlefield while increasing his dangerous physical value a little bit, and then took out the medicine bag and drank it. Although the potion also has a cooling period, it can still recover quickly without interference. After the physical strength was almost recovered, Sui Qingfeng, who had escaped death, rushed up again. Be careful next time, it was a bit risky just now. This mistake should not be made. When he rushed up, Butlerman added a shouting enhancement attribute to him and time, and said at the same time. Sui Kingdom nodded with some discomfort. This kind of reckless mistake should not be made by an old hand like him, but at that moment just now, his blood was boiling. It seems that I am not old yet, and I still have the same impulse as a teenager. Sui Kingdom rushed forward to comfort himself. But the real teenager seemed much more experienced than him at this moment. Chaos Mat Blade jumped around like a flea. In such a situation, his partial point would have a greater advantage. He jumped around and ran away. Although his lethality was a little worse, he had a strong endurance, which was very important. The more continuous attacks, the health recovery rhythm of the boss would be slowed down. In this regard, Chaos Mat Blade's performance was similar to Zheng Qi. They would withdraw from the battle circle and have a good rest when their physical value was about to reach the bottom due to the use of various skills. Young people are really amazing. Sui Kingdom made the same sigh again, but this time he did not rush forward more bravely. After all, Steward Meng was already very busy taking care of 5 people, and it would be bad if he rushed forward and added more unnecessary burdens to him. After the 30% HP rampage, there is a 10% HP super rampage. However, the calculation this time is more complicated. Before the rampage, the boss has no automatic HP recovery ability. Now, in addition to calculating various situations, the boss's HP recovery ability and the number of interruptions need to be calculated. It is so complicated that Sui Kingdom felt that his head was about to explode when he thought of the calculation method. However, Butlerman still clearly reported the time when the boss will go berserk for the second time. The boss will go berserk for the second time soon. Now, retreat. Sui Kingdom started to retreat at the first time. Now he is more obedient than anyone else, and the others retreated no slower than him. Sure enough, just after they withdrew from the battle circle, Pompey, who was already covered in blood, roared to the sky again, and then countless cavalry appeared behind him, holding their spears and riding their horses, rushing out like a torrent. Unfortunately, Zheng Qi and his team had already left the battle circle. No matter how terrible the Omen cavalry's impact was, or how frightening their momentum was, they couldn't hit them. The boss's second rampage was actually a dying struggle. If they didn't retreat in time, they might be wiped out by the cavalry. If they retreated too early, the boss would have a chance to catch his breath. In terms of difficulty, it was indeed more difficult than the first rampage. But after leaving the battle circle in time, it became very simple. Summoning cavalry consumed Pompey's last strength, making him very weak in the following time. After the cavalry charge disappeared, Zheng Qi and his team rushed forward and began to beat the drowning dog. Although Pompey's remaining 10% of health was actually very high, when the speed and power of a rampage were reduced, or even weaker, no matter how much health he had, Zheng Qi and his team would grind him to death. The cavalry charge summoned by Pompey's second rampage was originally a last gasp. Compared to the beginning, it seemed much weaker. At the beginning, a sliding tackle from the Mad Blade of Chaos could only make it stiff for less than a second, but now, it can make it stiff for more than a second. So all the others kept sliding and stiffening each other, the Mad Blade of Chaos and Zheng Qi kept volleying and directly attacking Pompey's face. Under such crazy face slapping, Pompey's remaining blood dropped very quickly. Finally, after a reluctant and helpless roar, the first real boss in the football era, Pompey, fell down like this, and fell so unwillingly and so aggrieved, but for the players, they would not consider the mood of the NPC, but began to reap their harvest. Such a boss naturally gave a very generous reward. The experience of the entire dungeon allowed everyone to directly rise to a higher level. They were already level 12 and were considered the highest level group in the new area, and the materials that exploded on the ground were enough to satisfy them. Pompey's explosions are not materials for upgrading white equipment to green equipment, but materials for upgrading green equipment to purple equipment at level 20. Such materials are more precious than primary materials. Materials for upgrading white equipment to green equipment can be exploded by each player by brushing Viti's house a few times. Starting from green equipment, the subsequent upgrade materials can only be exploded in team dungeons and wild dungeons. Therefore, the importance of the union is to enable players to obtain basic equipment with the help of the team. Of course, you can be a Lone Ranger if you want to be a Lone Ranger, and you can be a Lone Ranger if you don't have enough skills. It's nothing more than spending more time brushing low-level dungeons after reaching a high level. Of course, this is a waste of time, because after brushing low-level dungeons at a high level, the experience gain can be said to be pitiful, or even negligible, but the equipment materials that should be exploded will still be exploded. But without a union, the trouble is that the materials you explode may not be what you need. It is common to explode materials for upgrading other equipment when you only lack materials for upgrading clothes. It is also a waste of time to exchange them in the market. The union can provide convenience to everyone by collecting excess materials for exchange. In addition to the materials, there are also the hero Pompey cards that are bound to drop, as well as some copper coins and so on. However, at this time, no one in Zheng Qi's team cared about the materials, but excitedly looked at the system notification that floated out. Players Su Munian No, Rin Pingshan, Sui King Fenku, Yuan Shi Guangdo, Jinying Chen Bai, and Song Jing Zibie successfully cleared the Colosseum team dungeon for the first time, and each was awarded 2 attribute points. Chapter 36. The competition is still long. Have they cleared the team dungeon? Liu Shibo was a little surprised. He originally had a coach with him. With a coach by his side, it became a very simple thing to form a wild team. Ordinary players would not have the possibility of being taken care of by a coach. However, Liu Shibo knew that team dungeons were somewhat difficult. At least if he brought a pure newcomer or a rebellious old bird, it might be worse with teammates. If the cooperation was not good, the consequences would be very serious. So he did not rush to clear the team dungeon in the past 2 days, but looked for possible partners in the wild area of the Colosseum. The club did not give him any support. Although 5 members of the second team would enter next, he did not want to mix with those people for other reasons. For a confident professional player, it is not difficult to pull out a strong team from the new area. You know, the new area means unlimited possibilities, and newcomers also mean unlimited possibilities. Even if there are only 1 in 10,000 newcomers who are capable of playing in professional games, the entire league does not only need professional players. Although there are only 2 levels of professional leagues in China's professional arena, namely the Super League and the First League, the amateur leagues under them are extremely large. Each province, city, district, etc. has its own small league. The attraction and income of this league are also not cheap. It's just that China is too big and there is no need to have too many levels of leagues. In the top professional leagues, although there are only 20 super teams and 24 first-class teams, the number of people in a professional team is much larger than that of football clubs in the last century. It takes a lot of manpower to support a club. Because all the materials needed by the club must be obtained from the game, it is not enough to rely on just a dozen professional players. The huge subordinate unions are the key to competing for materials. Attribute points can only be obtained by the players themselves, but to enhance the ability of the character, it is not enough to just attribute points. The materials needed to manufacture various equipment are an astonishing number. In this situation where it is difficult for professional players to fill up their equipment attribute points, in order to maintain tactical advantages, professional players' equipment is constantly changing. If a certain attribute point needs to be increased in this game, the corresponding equipment must be upgraded to legendary, and other corresponding equipment attribute points are less than 100, and they must be downgraded to gold or even red equipment. When they need to upgrade again in the next game, legendary materials are needed again. Such tossing makes all clubs miserable, so even the strongest clubs will spare no effort in the pursuit of materials. Of course, the output of the myth zone is also very rich, which will not make professional clubs face the situation of material depletion, but it also requires a large amount of materials every day to maintain the daily needs of the club. In this case, there needs to be a strong organization to continuously obtain materials for the club. A club generally has more than 10 affiliated unions. If it is lower than this number, it will be difficult to grab the materials needed for daily use. The top union is a level 50 union that can accommodate 5,000 people. In other words, even the smallest professional club needs 50,000 members to survive. Of course, even if the financial resources of professional clubs are not much different from those of the top groups, they cannot afford to support so many staff members, so the people who unite in the unions are basically the fans of the clubs. Relying on the unions, they can provide enough help to the clubs they support. The management of these unions must be controlled by the clubs themselves. Otherwise, if the unions that have been painstakingly established collectively change jobs, it will be enough to make the boss of any club spit out blood. Therefore, clubs often directly control the management of the unions. The management can be as few as 10 people or as many as 20 people. They can preside over daily work well and have checks and balances with each other. This is the conclusion drawn from continuous running in and exploration over the past 100 years. And it is not without benefits for players to join the union. In the top unions, they can get the attribute bonus of the union. At level 50, they can act 50 attribute points. This is a considerable increase for most players. Even professional players will not ignore these 50 attribute points. The general union of each professional club will allow professional players to join. Another benefit is what I have said before, players can hand in the materials they already have to the guild, and then exchange them for the materials they need urgently. The extra materials can be exchanged for contribution points. If the contribution points are high, they can get some convenience in killing monsters and brushing books. In short, the guild has benefits, and the players themselves will not be bad. Of course, new areas like District 108 have not yet reached the point where guilds can be established. Many guilds are now only established in name. After all, guilds can only be established when players reach level 50. And Liu Xibo, a semi-professional player, can be sent out by the club to open up a wasteland, which in itself proves the club's attention to him. On the one hand, it can allow him to hit some records to make his character stronger, and on the other hand, it can establish his own power. In the process of opening up wasteland in the new area, Liu Xibo can completely rely on his own ability to collect a group of top players who were excellent in strength. Although they are not enough to play in the professional league, they can have the ability advantage among ordinary players. With them as the backbone, he can establish a strong guild. When he hits the mid area, he will bring such a guild back to the guild group under the club. Isn't this guild equivalent to his direct line? With the support of such a union, his personal equipment will be upgraded faster, and it will be more convenient to grab boss, so he will naturally be able to increase his voice in the club. This will not lead to the division of the club, but will make the club stronger. Liu Xibo himself is well aware of this. Although he is young, he has rich experience and naturally knows the benefits of finding a good team. So in the past few days, in addition to upgrading, he has been looking for newcomers who ran to the Colosseum alone to brush wild monsters. At this time, those who can run to the Colosseum alone to brush wild monsters are either foolish or have enough confidence in their own strength. A new era has just started, and there are at least tens of millions of new players. If you want to find someone in the novice area, it is simply looking for a needle in a haystack, and you can't see who has better potential. Looking in the new dungeon of the Leapfrog Challenge, at least you can find a group of relatively excellent talents. And Liu Xibo has a coach by his side, which is itself a manifestation of strength. Newcomers will gradually know what this means, and Albert will know it at a glance. So Liu Xibo is very fast in forming a team. With the mentality of better to have nothing than to have something bad, he has been observing the frequency of players who brush wild monsters coming out of the battle space and analyzing their potential. In a very smooth situation, Liu Xibo found a very good newcomer, with a very poetic ID. This newcomer named Molim Bizu was quick to react, agile, and accurate in judgment. He was a good talent. So Liu Xibo spent a lot of time on him, and took him to brush wild monsters with the coach, and at the same time stated his identity, so that this young and outstanding player recognized him and prepared to brush the dungeon with him. In addition to Molim Bizu, Liu Xibo also found 3 other people, and it only took him 1 day. This was already a very fast speed. Liu Xibo believed that even if other clubs had newcomers entering the new area with him, they would not do better than him. As for Ren Pinshen and Zheng Qi, since they did not have any club as a backstage, they would not do better than him. However, what happened here surprised Liu Xibo. In such a short time, Ren Pinshen had actually pulled together a strong team. This is too amazing. What Liu Xibo didn't expect was that although Zheng Qi was talented, he was a pure newcomer after all. He didn't even think about finding teammates to go to the team dungeon with him. Instead, it was Butler Meng who took everything into consideration. Sui Qingfen had fought side by side with Zheng Qi, Su Jing and Lu Li had entered the game with Butler Meng, and with Butler Meng's experienced vision, this miracle was created. It seems that we can't get the next record. They won't give us this opportunity. Liu Xibo sighed and said to Molim Bizu. Is this important? Molim Bizu scratched his head and asked curiously. It is very important, but they have taken the lead in this dungeon. Next, we have other places to compete with them. Liu Xibo said with a smile. He was not discouraged by this. It takes a long time to build a character. From level 1 to level 80, and then rushing into the myth zone to impact level 100, it generally takes a year, and there is still a long way to compete. If he only wants to have smooth sailing and gets discouraged when he encounters competition and difficulties, he is not worthy of being a professional player. In another corner of the Colosseum, Yuxin Xiangfei, who also covered his face with the system face, sighed almost at the same time. It seems that our luck is not very good, guys. There are 5 partners around him. It doesn't matter, we are just 1 step slower, and the competition is still long. Except for the winding path in the past, no one can grab more than 60% of the division records. We are not without a chance. A partner said. Yes, your dream will definitely come true, and we will be your solid shoulders. Another partner patted Zheng Qi's shoulder. Then let's go to the dungeon. This time, Ren Pingshen took the lead in the dungeon. We still have a chance in the next dungeon. Zheng Qi nodded. By the way, you helped that Ren Pingshen at the time. Do you know him? Another partner asked. Zheng Qi did not answer this question. Chapter 37 Lule's worries. Zheng Qi did not make the same mistake he made before. After successfully completing his first personal dungeon, Zheng Qi, who did not know there was a record of completing 5 dungeons for the first time, wasted a lot of time, so that the record was snatched away by Xin Fei. Now, he will not make this mistake again. Even if he forgets, Butler Meng will remind him. So after appreciating his name on TV with the Mad Blade of Chaos, the team started their second and third dungeons again. After the experience, the dungeon was more comfortable to clear, not to mention that after the first dungeon last time, not only did they get rewards and materials, but they also dropped the most important thing in this dungeon. Hero card. Hero Pompey, speed 7 points, burst 8 points, strength 16 points, endurance 17 points, bounce 5 points, balance 10 points, constitution 12 points, flexibility 5 points. Special skills. Summon Charge, can summon a cavalry unit to form an impact. Each hero has 80 attribute points at the initial level 1, which are distributed in 8 basic attributes according to their characteristics. At the same time, the hero can be upgraded to level 20 at most, and each level increases each attribute by 1 point. These attribute points can be reflected in the players who use them, and the player's exclusive skills can also be used when using them. In battle, you can constantly switch heroes to activate attribute points and special skills. Of course, there is a cooling time. Every hero who wants to upgrade also needs to fill in a lot of upgrade materials, so the more heroes a player has, the more upgrade materials are consumed. In professional competitions, each player can bring in up to 10 hero cards. The switching of these hero cards is also part of the competition tactics. Of course, hero skills also require proficiency, which is completed according to your control skills. The larger the hero pool, the more advantages the player has in the competition. For example, Meng Fifan in those days was known as the all-round hero pool, which also gave him a great advantage in the competition. Every time you brush a team copy, you may drop a hero card. Of course, some hero cards have a very low drop rate. This hero card was publicly recommended to Zheng Qi for use. After all, he was the main force, and the others did not worry about not having hero cards. It took many dungeons to upgrade from level 11 to level 15, and the dropped hero cards were enough for everyone. The extra ones could be exchanged for upgrade materials in the future guild to upgrade the hero. Every level up would make the hero stronger. Of course, if you only have one hero, then there will be great limitations in its use. For example, the longest time a hero can be possessed is 1 minute, and the cooling time is determined by the power of the skill. Pompey's cavalry charge is a very threatening move in the entire hero pool, so the cooling time is also very long, and it is basically enough to use it once in a team dungeon. The cooling time in professional competitions is much shorter, which tests the control and calculation ability of professional players. Therefore, when pushing the dungeon in the early stage, Zheng Qi did not use Pompey's possession, but only used Pompey's possession when pushing the last Pompey. He first grinded for a while, and when Pompey went berserk for the first time, he used a cavalry charge to reduce Pompey's health directly to the second berserk situation, reducing the lethality brought by his strengthening. In this way, it is much easier to clean up. The first dungeon, they played for more than an hour, and the second dungeon, as everyone's proficiency and strength increased, it took only more than 40 minutes to solve the opponent. However, even so, after 5 team dungeons were cleared, it was already night. Looking at the system notification that popped up again, everyone no longer had the excitement of being on TV after clearing the dungeon for the first time, but greeted each other and went offline to rest. Football era does not need to rush to the level day and night, and clearing the dungeon well is better than anything else. After going offline, Butler Meng started to prepare a meal for Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi felt a little embarrassed. Considering that the progress today was very good, Zheng Qi, who had originally planned to save money, also splurged today and directly ordered expensive takeout to share with Butler Meng. Compared with Zheng Qi's indifference, Su Jing and Lu Li began to be very curious about Butler Meng. For someone who is so familiar with the football era, even if he can't serve in the first team of a professional club, being a union manager is at least more than enough. Why would he become a life butler? You know, although many people are life butlers these days, helping those wealthy people take care of some trivial matters in life, the income is also not cheap, which may not be less than being a manager in a union, but doing so is not free enough after all. But looking at Butler Meng's appearance, he seems to be very happy. Zheng Qi is not a wealthy man. Lu Li was very curious about this. Gossip is a woman's nature, just like Sui Qingfen was also wondering in her heart why housekeeper Meng was so familiar with football era, but would not discuss it with them, while they would discuss it enthusiastically in private. I think Uncle Meng might be sent by Zheng Qi's family to take care of him. Su Jing proposed a hypothesis. Well, you said that Zheng Qi's family blocked his account of football era king in order to let him go back to help the family. Lu Li nodded. It's not easy to do this. The key is that Zheng Qi's teammate Hai Shui testified and reported him. We also watched that game. Hai Shui is also a professional live broadcast player. He gave up his comfortable annual live broadcast income of tens of millions to report Zheng Qi. What grudge could he have against Zheng Qi? Su Jing continued to analyze. Then it can only be possible that he was induced by someone. How much money would it cost to let a live broadcast player with an annual income of tens of millions give up his live broadcast career to harm his teammates? Lu Li sighed. At least several hundred million, probably all the assets of our company before. Su Jing smiled bigly. Then there is actually no loss to Zheng Qi, it just prevents him from playing the Epoch King. No competitor would use this method to frame him, after all, it is too much of a loss. Although the profit created by live broadcasting is an astronomical figure in a year, as an individual live broadcaster, the wealth that can be created is still far from the hundreds of millions. Lu Li also agreed with Su Jing's analysis. So Zheng Qi guessed that it was his family who did it, which is not a bad thing. They are family members, so the other party has more room to do it. But a family that can easily take out hundreds of millions to do such a thing, is not simple. Su Jing sighed. Although such a family is very annoyed about their children's rebellion, they are also worried about his life problems. It is normal to send housekeeper Meng to take care of his life. Yes. Zheng Qi's income was not low before, and he could afford this housekeeper. Now he has no source of income, but Uncle Meng is still taking care of his life and helping him to play dungeons in the game. There must be reasons in this regard. Lu Li nodded repeatedly. So next, we have to be more careful. Su Jing said what she wanted to say the most. Who should I pay attention to? Lu Li was stunned. Of course it's Butler Meng, Su Jing said helplessly. Lu Li then realized that if Butler Meng was really sent by Zheng Qi's family to take care of his life, then in fact, isn't he also an undercover? Before, Zheng Qi's family used his teammates to trick him, so that he couldn't play that football era anymore. Now there is Butler Meng around him. Will Zheng Qi's family also take the opportunity to trick Zheng Qi, so that he can't even play that football era? It shouldn't be such a good Uncle Meng. Although Lu Li figured out the connection in the middle, she still felt a little scared. She couldn't imagine what would happen if the gentle and kind housekeeper Meng was also a gangster. I'm just guessing. We don't need to be so suspicious of housekeeper Meng, but we have to be careful. Su Jing said firmly. Zheng Qi has helped us a lot. Since we are with him now, we must help him to the best of our ability. The power of Zheng Qi's family, Lu Li reminded. Although she didn't know how powerful Zheng Qi's family was, she could easily spend a few hundred million to make Zheng Qi unable to play the Epoch King of football. Just imagine how terrible it is. Even if there is no other power, just having money is also very terrible. After all, in the world today, having money is also an extremely huge power. My father has recovered now. He is managing the company. We are just two ordinary players. Su Jing shook her head and said. Lu Li nodded silently. Although she was still a little worried, Lu Li agreed with Su Jing's attitude, because she was also a kind of person who knew how to repay kindness. Good fruits often grow next to good fruits. Zheng Qi naturally didn't know that Su Jing and the others had thought so much. He just felt that this time in that football era was still going very smoothly. He got 2 records today, which gave him 4 more attribute points. Now his 8 attribute points have reached 10 points. Such attributes are already quite outstanding among players of the same level. At least he has received 15 points of extra rewards so far, which is equivalent to being 3 levels higher than ordinary players. What kind of concept is this? Zheng Qi hasn't thought too much about his future prospects in this game. Anyway, the money he has on hand is enough for him to live a luxurious life for another year. After a year, he can at least make a breakthrough in professional competitions, right? By then, as long as he signs a contract with a professional team, his income will not be lower than when he was live streaming. Although his income during live broadcasts can be said to be better than almost all professional teams, it was after all the professional team of the era Football King. Professional leagues are also divided into categories. The professional competition with the most fans and the most money is still the football era, not the others. If the football era is compared to the professional football of the last century, then in the current professional esports world, there is really no competition like the NBA basketball, F1 Formula 1, golf tour and tennis masters of the last century that can be compared with professional football in terms of income and fame. Compared with the football era, whether it is the era Football King or other sports derived from the football era, although the income is not bad, it is at most like the table tennis league, volleyball league, and badminton league of last season. Although it is also very important, it does not attract money. Si está escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga en y subir en Cinesfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 38. Another attack. With the good wish of becoming a professional player, Zheng Qi continued to fight in the football era. The following journey seemed very smooth. Zheng Qi led the team to continuously brush the team dungeon, and he was constantly honing the personal dungeon alone, intending to hit the personal record after reaching level 15. It is not allowed to use the hero cards obtained at this time in personal dungeons before level 20, because not many people can get the cards at this time. In order to avoid unfair competition, such a rule is made. In the dungeons after level 20, heroes can be used to break through the dungeons. Skillfully switching the way heroes appear in the dungeons will be the key to getting the best results. The opponents are also much more difficult than the dungeons before level 20. So after level 20, the number of goals scored in the dungeon began to become less. Being able to score a goal can get the highest experience, and the number of goals in those division records is often only in a single digit. After level 20, there is no record for the whole area, only the record for the super area, and there is a system record on it. Only when it is broken can you get attribute points. In order to prevent players from controlling their strength and gaining more attribute points by brushing records bit by bit, it is also stipulated how much must be exceeded to be considered as breaking the record, and a person can only get the reward after breaking the record once. At the same time, after most players in this area break through this level, the record will be fixed, and the highest person will get an additional skill point reward. For example, in the first copy after level 20, the system record is to score 5 goals. If you score 10 goals right away and no one else can break the record, then you can get the most additional skill points, which may be as high as 5 points. However, if someone else breaks the record by scoring 6 goals first, and then you score 7, and someone else scores 8, if the record is broken in this way, the final additional reward for the person who finally keeps the record may only be a little. In this case, players who are capable of breaking the record will immediately use all their strength to strive for the best results, and players with slightly weaker strength will also try to break the record once and snatch a part of the attribute point reward. Such rules determine that the competition will be more intense. Therefore, for instance, the dungeon records before level 20, some people will try to break them when their level is about to exceed them. Zheng Qi now wants to wait until level 15 before he can break the district record. In the next few days, this team has obtained enough hero cards in the team dungeon. In addition to 1 card for each person, the extra cards and materials are also divided equally, allowing them to accumulate more than other ordinary players. Sui King was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. As a relatively unlucky old bird, he had never hit such a smooth start. He had always been unlucky, unable to meet good teammates, and could not get any benefits from joining the union. After a year, he could only be the last one, so he kept retaking the course, hoping that his luck would be better and he could have more fun. And now, meeting Zheng Qi's team, Sui King felt that his bad luck in the past years was to accumulate good character for his current luck. Yuan Shiquanduo didn't have such a deep understanding. He didn't know that what he had obtained now was something that many players could not obtain. He just felt that he must have a bright future after being with Zheng Qi and having been on TV twice. The young mad blade of chaos did not consider what he would do in the future in this game. He just felt that he had a great time playing dungeons these 2 days. Zheng Qi's operation style was similar to his, but he was more outstanding, which made Mad Blade of Chaos admire him very much. In addition, Zheng Qi did not think he was noisy, and often chatted happily with him, which also made Mad Blade of Chaos feel very happy. Su Jing and Lu Li felt similarly. At least the attribute points and materials they obtained now are much more than they had in the same period in the old area. This team was gradually taking shape. After upgrading to level 15, Zheng Qi was ready to challenge the record. The personal dungeon record of the Colosseum was 16 goals, the personal dungeon record of the Wizard Hall was 13 goals, and the personal dungeon record of the Temple of the Sunday was 12 goals. These were the records that could be challenged before level 20. They were also the only records that could be repeatedly refreshed. Of course, the records of the entire area had reached a point where it was difficult for people to refresh them repeatedly. The group of old players who repeatedly refreshed the records had already withdrawn from the stage of history, and their characters would not be left for others to use. If you are super capable, you can definitely get enough bonus attribute points in such a copy. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Zheng Qi felt that he only needed to sprint for the record of 16 balls. He could focus on the Wizard Hall and the Temple of the Sunday. 13 balls and 12 balls seemed to be easier to break through. If he was lucky, he might be able to break through them repeatedly once or twice. Zheng Qi didn't know how naive his idea was. The records of the entire region were all records that had been tested and precipitated by time. If they were so easy to be repeatedly broken, then so many professional players would have broken these records long ago. However, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger after all. After reaching level 15, his total attribute points were 75 points. With the 8 attributes of the equipment and the 15 bonus points he got, his total attribute points had reached 98 points. According to his principle of average point addition, his speed and physique were both 13 points, and the other 12 points were extremely balanced. On the surface, it seemed to have a bad effect on the impact of the record. However, for a player with excellent operating ability like Zheng Qi, balanced attribute selection can make him feel at ease in various situations. The personal dungeon room of the Colosseum was a combination of beasts and Roman light infantry. For Zheng Qi, he was already quite familiar with these two monsters. It was not a big problem for him to deal with such monsters now. The key was to race against time. More than 16 goals in 1 minute, Zheng Qi was too lazy to calculate how many seconds it would take for each goal. He just solved one opponent after another as quickly as possible according to his own choice. Standing in the rest area of the Colosseum, Su Jing was a little worried after watching Zheng Qi enter the personal dungeon alone. "Uncle Meng, can he break the record?" Su Jing asked housekeeper Meng. This was also a question that Lu Li, Sui King and Chaos Mad Blade were very concerned about. They did not expect that they could break such a record. Chaos Mad Blade had thought about whether he had this possibility before, but after playing the dungeon alone, he knew that it would be difficult for him to do so. His highest record was only 13 goals. At the time he already felt that he had tried his best and was lucky. 16, how could he break it? Of course, what he didn't know was that seeing him score 13 goals and still look unsatisfied, Sui King had the urge to beat him up. Are all the new players nowadays so perverted? Looking at the 9-goal records he had scored with his life, Sui King wanted to cry but had no tears. As an old bird, he knew what such numbers meant. Although not every player who scored such goals in low-level dungeons could become a professional choice, almost every professional player scored double-digit goals in low-level dungeons. This aspect can be regarded as a credential for assessing professional players. Each club recruits a large number of new players every year. Even if they are not used in the first team, they can still play a role in the union. When the number of new players is large, it is inevitable that they cannot be taken care of. In this case, the results in the dungeon will become the first hurdle. There may be only one exception among the top players in the league now, that is Tin He's current captain, Li Qing's. This person is also an unprecedented legend in the league. As a disabled person with limited mobility, he certainly suffered a great loss in the early stage. However, he was good at using his brain and quickly became famous in his district. Then he went to Tin He to apply to be a professional player. As a result, he was eliminated in the periphery because of his poor personal record data in the initial dungeon. If it weren't for the legendary coach Ren Shifen, who was the coach of Tin He at the time, who had heard of Li Qing's name and felt that this result was somewhat unworthy of his fame, he specially found him in that game, observed him for a while, and found that he was a promising talent. If he invited Li Qing's again, there might not be a situation where Tin He Changfeng and the two heroes were on the same level in the league now. Lu Xiaoxin's fans have always been regretful about this. Why did Ren Shifen take it so seriously at the time? Otherwise, wouldn't our Silver Spear and White Horse sweep the world? From this story, we can see the importance of personal records in dungeons, especially now that there are more and more young people who aspire to be professional players. Such personal records in dungeons become more and more important, because maybe even if you are the next Li Qings, you can't find the next Ren Shifeng to discover you. This kid will probably become a professional player in the future, and what kind of peak will Ren Pingshan reach? Sui Qingfeng thought to himself, and at the same time, he pricked up his ears to listen to what Butler Meng said. Butler Meng's familiarity with the football era in the past few days made Sui Qingfeng begin to believe in Butler Meng's words. Whether he can break the record depends on luck. He is very confident in challenging this record. I don't know if he can break it, but even if he can't, it doesn't matter. Butler Meng replied. Aren't the next two records less likely to score? I think I have a chance to break them, and the boss has an even better chance. Liuan Ziquandao said confidently. Ha ha. Sui Qingfeng sneered in response. Ha ha what? Liuan Ziquandao was dissatisfied. Although the next two records have fewer goals, the difficulty of breaking them is definitely not lower than this record, Su Jing explained to Liuan Ziquandao. So that's the case, but even if I can't break it, the boss will definitely be able to break it. Liuan Ziquandao continued to be confident. He will definitely be pleased to hear you say that, Lu Li laughed. Chapter 39 Record again. It's a bit troublesome. After walking out of the room, Zheng Qi scratched his head. In this room just now, Zheng Qi felt that he had played perfectly, and he was indeed not far from the final record, 15 goals, although 1 goal short of the record, but it was already the top level. At this time, 10 goals would qualify for the second round of professional team selection. Zheng Qi scored 15 in one breath, which would scare many people if it was spread out. However, 1 goal short is 1 goal short, and not breaking the record is not breaking the record, which also makes Zheng Qi feel helpless. 1 goal in 4 seconds, I have tried my best. After walking out of the copy, Zheng Qi said to Butler Meng with some helplessness. He had just reached the peak of technology, and it can be said that he saved every moment of time, but he still only reached 15 goals. This is no longer something that can be solved by hard work. Zheng Qi believes that even if Lu Xiaoshan operates his account, he can't do better than himself, but how did he create the record of 16 goals? Is it just a matter of luck, a record that was created in a limited number of times? Lu Xiaoshan has never created the record of 16 goals. After all, scoring a goal in less than 4 seconds is already impossible. However, every few years, someone will create 16 goals. Those people are basically not famous, and not everyone can enter the professional arena to become a professional player. However, they have done what the top professional players can do. Do you know why? Butler Meng thought about it, and then said to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi shook his head blankly. Luck. Su Jing thought about it and said that this seemed to be the only possibility. It's luck, and it's not luck. Every player who created a record, someone went to interview them, and they themselves couldn't say how they did it, but they have one thing in common. Butler Meng began to whet their appetite. What's the common point? Lu Li asked very obediently. That is, when they broke the record, they didn't think about it at all, nor did they calculate how many seconds they needed to score a goal. They didn't even replenish their physical strength in time, but just kept rushing to score goals, and then, when they were lucky enough, they created a record. Butler Meng looked at Zheng Qi and said. Zheng Qi was stunned. So is it because I calculated too carefully? Zheng Qi scratched his head and asked. Thinking a lot is a good thing, but sometimes, when it is useless to think a lot, you can try not to think. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Your current physical value is 130 points. Sometimes you will not die if you are hit, but you can score a goal faster. At this time, you will choose to be hit, but you don't even waste time thinking about it. As long as you feel that your physical value will not bottom out, just keep doing it, and don't replenish your physical value until it is about to bottom out. Maybe this replenishment will waste some time, but if you can save more before, I understand. Zheng Qi waved his fist, and then rushed into the copy again without saying a word. I don't understand, Chaos Mad Knight asked righteously. It's normal not to understand, I don't quite understand it either. Su Jing laughed. It's very simple to put it bluntly. Act according to your feelings and don't waste your energy on calculations. However, it's easy to say but difficult to do. After all, the top professional players also failed to break such a record because of slightly worse luck. I don't know if he can break it. Butler Meng shrugged his shoulders and said. The others understood what it meant. Although thinking and action can be carried out at the same time, there'll still be some distractions. The slowdown can be said to be unconscious and inevitable. However, if all this can be done subconsciously, then it can really reach the fastest, not the fastest that the players think. Of course, this also requires luck, a lot of luck. They began to wait quietly for Zheng Qi to finish his personal dungeon. Although they can also brush their own dungeons, no one has the mind to brush this at this time. If they brush their own dungeons absent-mindedly, the experience loss will be unworthy. 40 minutes later, a white light flashed at the entrance of the dungeon, and Zheng Qi appeared. Damn it, we're tied. I almost scored the 17th goal, but the time is up. Damn it. Zheng Qi cursed a lot, then turned around and went back into the dungeon. Su Jing, Lu Li and Sui Feng Quanduo looked at each other, speechless for a while. I have a feeling that we will see system messages at any time, Sui King Feng said suddenly. That's right, my boss will definitely break the record. Yuan Shi Quanduo said. It's not you who broke the record, Sui King Feng felt very powerless. Su Jing and Lu Li didn't say much, but stared at the column where the system message might pop up, expecting the next moment to see a new record-breaking message. 1 minute passed, and the message didn't come out. 5 minutes passed, and the message didn't come out. 10 minutes passed, will it be close again? Lu Li asked worriedly. She felt as nervous as when she supported Cheng Feng and Tin Head in the 3 battles, and the last decisive game went into overtime. It's okay even if he can't get it today. He can at least get it tomorrow. Didn't he tie the record just now? He just needed a little bit of luck. Su Jing was comforting Lu Li, but she was also very nervous at this time. Although it was just a little bit of luck, what if the little bit of luck never came? So many top professional players didn't break this seemingly outrageous record, wasn't it just a little bit of luck? Although Su Jing still had full confidence in Zheng Qi, could Zheng Qi really do what so many top professional players couldn't do? Chaos Mad Knifer didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He was blindly confident in Zheng Qi. Sui King Feng was a little nervous, but he didn't care much. As an old bird, Sui King Feng had seen a lot of things. Even if he didn't break the record, tying the record was a great thing. He just got 5 less reward points. Butlerman had a calm expression. Others didn't know what he was feeling at the moment. Suddenly, a piece of news caught their eyes. 108th District player Yin Pingshan scored 17 goals in a single room of the Colosseum dungeon, a new record for the entire era, and 5 attribute points as a reward. Yeah. Su Jing couldn't help but waved her fist and shouted. Lu Li's reaction was even more intense than hers. Seeing the world's 108th District player Yin Pingshan, she waved her fist and jumped up, then smiled and hugged Su Jing. Sui King Feng was not as excited as them, and also waved his fist vigorously, while Yuan Shi Quanduo jumped out like a flea with a whoosh and shouted in a mess. My boss is so handsome. Bunker. Butlerman also showed a smile on his face hidden under their system. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint me, this kid, Butlerman thought to himself. Their celebration was very eye-catching, but at this time, no one cared about them. The other players were looking at the new system in a daze. Although they had been somewhat numb to the previous news, they still felt the huge impact at this time. First, the record of Vita House that had been sealed for 7 years was broken, and then the record of the Colosseum that had been sealed for who knows how many years was broken. Although every now and then someone would score 16 goals in the Colosseum dungeon, this record had never been broken. Now, it was broken again, and it was Yin Pingshan again. For a moment, everyone was deeply impressed by this name, especially those newcomers. They might not know how strong the Cheng Feng Club was, and they might not know what the Silver Spear and White Horse were, and what the Linline Day was. At this time, the person who impressed them the most was Yin Pingshan, who impressed them 3 times in a row. The first individual to set the first record was Yin Pingshan. The one who broke the single-room goal record of Vita House was Yin Pingshan. Now the one who broke the single-room goal record of the Colosseum was still Yin Pingshan. For many newcomers, the name Yin Pingshan left an indelible impression in their minds from this moment on. In their minds, Yin Pingshan was the best person in this game, otherwise how could he get so many records? Boss, who is this Yin Pingshan? When Liu Shibo heard Mo Lin Bixiu's question, he was absent-minded for a while, then sighed and said, this guy may be the most powerful newcomer in this district. Can he be more powerful than me? Mo Lin Bixiu was very unconvinced. How many balls did you score alone? Liu Shibo asked back. 12, Mo Lin Bixiu's voice dropped. That's it. Liu Shibo laughed. But boss, you were a professional player, can't you beat him? Mo Lin Bixiu found it incredible. Professional players are not gods. Don't forget that this record is not a new district record, but a district record. So many professional players have never broken this record, and it was broken by this guy. How powerful do you think this guy is? Liu Xiaobo laughed. Then he can be a professional player. More Liu asked. I can only say that he has the potential to be a professional player now. If he wants to be a professional player, he needs more training. Liu Xiaobo's smile was filled with pride, which is the pride that a real professional player should have. Then what should we do next? More Liu asked Liu Xiaobo. We can't get this record. 17 balls is the limit of the limit. But we still have a chance to work hard for the next 2 records. Liu Xiaobo clenched his fists. I will never give up the opportunity to break the record and the attribute points that may be obtained. Chapter 40. Putting the cart before the horse. 108 are undoubtedly lucky. Although most of them have not yet realized how lucky they are. Many new districts do not see so many news, let alone see people breaking district records continuously. Often when such things happen, they will have a certain impact on the entire professional competition. The reason why many clubs seem to have no action now is that when Zheng Qi broke the record for the first time, they had already sent many second-tier players to this new district, and at the same time, more of the selected direct lineage also entered this new district. One is to try to win over Zheng Qi, and the other is that if they cannot win over Zheng Qi, they must find a way to suppress this newcomer and not let him become their opponent and enemy in the future. Under such thinking, it is normal for the club to do anything. If they cannot use it for themselves, of course they have to suppress it, and such suppression will not make this newcomer unable to recover. After all, they can start over in the new district, and after successfully suppressing it, they can also make this newcomer feel that their club is not very reliable, and make a new choice again, and they will have more opportunities. The competition among professional clubs is much more brutal than ordinary players imagine. They are just watching the excitement, watching, and eating melons, just like a drama with ups and downs. They can discuss some news enthusiastically while leveling up, and they are more interested in this game. After breaking the record, Zheng Qi and his team continued to move forward, and the level rose little by little. At the same time, after breaking the record, their team also naturally encountered the hidden boss Sura in the personal copy of the Colosseum again. The hidden boss is indeed more difficult to fight, but for this team that even has a flat team copy, the hidden boss is nothing more than an extra reward point for them. Everyone has 2 extra attribute points, which makes Sui King smile. He has played in so many areas and has never obtained extra attribute points so early. Although it is only 2 attribute points, it is an extra big improvement. After reaching level 16, Zheng Qi and his team began to push the next Wizard Hall copy. Compared with the Colosseum, the monsters in the Wizard Hall are 1 level stronger, but the attributes of the players are also much stronger than before. After pushing the personal copy, it is the team copy. Compared with the team copy boss Pompey in the Colosseum, the team copy boss Crassus in the Wizard Hall is more comprehensive. This historical tycoon has special abilities. He is not a single-handed boss. He is surrounded by warriors and priests. He has 2 skills. One skill is greed for money, which can absorb the player's physical value, and the other skill is the power of money, which can give his subordinates enough blessings. Although these 2 skills are not as strong as Pompey's cavalry charge ability, they are quite practical. So in pushing this team copy, Zheng Qi and his team encountered some troubles, and when they finally succeeded, they were shocked to find that the first kill record of this team copy had been taken away by Liu Xiaobo. Players motionless as a mounting, Southern Fire, Morlin Bizu, Forgotten Zone, Jing Da Xiao, and Ziyu successfully cleared the Wizard Hall team copy for the first time, and each was awarded 2 attribute points. Damn, it was just 1 minute late. Sui King couldn't help but curse. As for the record, it's either someone else who takes it or we take it away. At this point, everyone's progress is about the same, and the first kill depends more on luck. Zheng Qi said indifferently. But we were 1 minute slower than them. If we push faster next time, we can still get the record of the first 5 brushes before them. Zheng Qi's words triggered the fighting spirit of all the others. Yes, we were only 1 minute slower in the first brush. If we are faster next time, it is also very hopeful to complete the 5 brushes first. It took us a while to adapt to the boss, and there shouldn't be this problem next time. Butler Meng agreed. Why doesn't the team of Unmovable Mountain need to adapt? Chaos Matt Blade asked curiously. Yes, the one who led them is very familiar with the team dungeon. Butler Meng laughed. Uncle Meng, aren't you familiar with it too? Su Jing asked curiously. I'm just a coach, and I can't go up and fight myself. Butler Meng shrugged his shoulders. Yes, it's mainly because I'm holding back, but this time I'm completely familiar with it, and our speed will definitely be faster than them next time. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said, Grandpa, you know so much. Were you a professional player before? Sui Qingfen couldn't help asking. It's normal to know so much. Uncle Ming can do everything and knows everything. Zheng Qi said as a matter of course. Uncle Ming has always been like this since he met him, so he never thought there was anything wrong. Su Jing and Lu Li, who were walking behind, looked at each other. Lu Li showed a helpless smile on her face, and Su Jing shrugged her shoulders. Zheng Qi really trusted and believed in Butler Ming. Butler Ming shouldn't do anything bad to him, right? Putting aside all distractions, they began to speed up in the team dungeon. Wizard Corridor, Breakthrough, the elite monster guard guarding here screamed and fell to the ground. Wizard Hall, Breakthrough, the elite monster wizard leader guarding here turned into green smoke. Next is Crasser. Crasser constantly absorbs the physical value of the players, and then constantly improves the attributes and combat power of his guards and wizards. This alone is fine. Crassus is a supporting hero with low offensive ability. However, it can make the classic combination of his warriors and wizards more powerful. Warriors fight in close combat, wizards attack from behind, and can constantly use blood-adding skills to restore the warrior's combat effectiveness. Crassus' skills can well enhance their own combat capabilities. Zheng Qi and his team also had a hard time facing these almost immortal monsters. Even if they used the cavalry charge skill of Pompey's possession, they could only temporarily hinder them. Therefore, in the process of dealing with Crassus, relying on a player with outstanding strength alone is not very useful, because even if Pompey is possessed, this player can only hit Crassus occasionally, and Crassus's lost health can easily be restored through blood-sucking skills. If things go wrong, it is not uncommon for Crassus to be full of blood later. Fortunately, they have fought once before and have enough experience. At the same time, they have an excellent commander. Under the command of Steward Ming, Zheng Qi and the other 5 took turns to attack, and the greed for money that Crasser had brought upon them was resolved by Steward Ming's timely blessing, which limited Crasser's ability to the maximum extent. The key to killing Crasser is not to use skills easily. The 5 players can use the skill of cavalry charge 5 times in the process of beating the boss. If none of them is wasted, Crasser can be killed just right. But the key is how to break through the obstacles and come to Crasser without using skills. Moreover, the requirements for the 5 kills are very high. They must come in turns, and the interval in between cannot be long, otherwise Crasser will have time to recover automatically, and they can only watch it show off its power there. When killing the boss for the first time, Steward Ming asked them not to rush to use skills, but to attack in turns for a while, until the 5 people are familiar with the timing of the attack, and then use skills to attack in turns and take down the boss in one go. The first dungeon wasted too much time on this link. Zheng Qi had no problem, and neither Wanzi Quangdao and Lu Li. It took Sui Qingfeng and Su Jing a long time to adapt to this aspect. What made Sui Qingfeng feel embarrassed was that Su Jing had acted quickly, but he failed several times, resulting in the record being snatched away by others. At this time, everyone thought of a way to let him rush into the formation first and let others cooperate with him from behind, so there would be no problem. Although he knew that this was to shorten the time for the entire team to brush the dungeon, Sui Qingfeng still felt unhappy. He was not a person who could feel at ease tracking down his teammates. Otherwise, although he was not a particularly outstanding player, he could still hold a mediocre position in a mediocre guild, and there was no need to keep changing zones. After so many years of changing zones, Sui Qingfeng had long recognized his own strength. He knew that it would be difficult for him to achieve higher achievements, but he was still stubbornly changing zones and honing himself, and he didn't know why. He charged first, resisting the opponent's continuous attack, and rushed to Crasser. He used the cavalry charge skill, and then fell to the ground due to exhaustion of physical strength. Then came the crazy knife of chaos, then Su Jing, and then Lu Li. Finally, Zheng Qi dealt a fatal blow, and Crasser fell. The third time, the fourth time, it went very smoothly. According to the calculation of Housekeeper Ming, this speed of advancement was already very fast. If there were no accidents, there was a great possibility that they would be ahead of the immovable team and take the lead in getting the pentacle of the team dungeon. Although this record was not particularly important, everyone who succeeded would also be rewarded with 2 extra attribute points. Can I make a request? When everyone was energetically going for the 5th charge, Sui Qingfeng said while fighting monsters. What request? Su Jing asked curiously. Don't let me take the lead this time. Sui Qingfeng said firmly. I have fully adapted now, and I can do my best when I support, believe me. Su Jing was stunned for a moment, and then persuaded. We are going very smoothly now, how about letting you support the team dungeon tomorrow? Sui Kingdom did not answer. Let him take over, I think he can do it. Zheng Qi laughed. But, Su Jing still didn't quite agree. We're just having fun, whether we can break the record or not, it's just a challenge, we can't put the cart before the horse. Zheng Qi said cheerfully. Chapter 41. Do you want to be a professional player? Su Jing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. For Su Jing, who has been working in the business world for so many years, it has become an instinct to gain benefits in the most efficient way. The current situation is that if she follows the previous practice, she can successfully complete the 5 advancements, but if she follows Sui Qingfeng's request, it will obviously produce unpredictable consequences and risks. A qualified businessman will not do such a thing, but she is also very clear that now, after all, it is not a business. Competitive sports are not cold calculations and planning. The human factor is also very important in the middle. Since Sui Qingfeng would make such a request, it means that he is very eager to prove himself. Before, because he was always not adaptable, the team lost the opportunity to get the first record. Now, he urgently hopes to make up for such an opportunity through his own performance. Rejecting his request at this time will affect his performance. Then you go. Butler Meng had no objection to this. Sui Qingfeng, who was greatly encouraged, was very energetic in the following process of pushing the dungeon. He kept attacking the monsters in the dungeon, and the whole process of pushing the map became faster. See, the effect is coming out now. Lu Li said to Su Jing with a low smile. Su Jing shook her head. It was faster now, but if she was delayed in the last push of Crassus, the delay would be really long. The cooling time of Pompeii card is 10 minutes. If you miss it once, you have to wait until the 10-minute cooling is over. No matter how much you save on this journey, you can't save 10 minutes. She was a little worried at this time, which made her unable to concentrate well, but she would be the first to go, so it would not have any impact. Finally, they pushed all the way to the wizard's throne. Sui Qingfeng took a deep breath and prepared himself. Su Jing turned his head and took a look, then rushed over. It is of course easier to launch the attack first. First, you don't have to seize the opportunity after the previous teammate charges, and the other is that you don't have to entangle with other monsters, so it is naturally much easier. The players behind need to fight with the monsters while observing the situation of the previous teammate's charge. When the teammate's cavalry charges about halfway, they should start to charge towards the throne where Crassus is. After the cavalry charge is over, they should also use the cavalry charge in time to prevent the charge of this skill from pausing in the middle. 5 consecutive cavalry charges will have an effect of strengthening bleeding. It is precisely because of this effect that the boss with amazing blood volume will fall to the ground directly. If it is interrupted in the middle, the situation will be very different, therefore, the more teammates who respond later, the higher the level they need to be. Zheng Qi is the main force, and the crazy knife of chaos is the second to last, which proves this point. In fact, it is not that Sui Qingfeng has a problem with strength. No matter how mysterious the boss Crassus is, it is just a low-level boss that can be beaten at level 15. Most players can successfully complete such a task. The key lies in Sui Qingfeng's personality and characteristics. He is more stubborn. When he focuses on one thing, he can do well, but it is a bit difficult to divide his attention and do more. It was really difficult for him to fight with the monsters, observe the actions of his teammates, and calculate the time to charge. So he put all his attention on it, fighting with the monsters and calculating in his mind. At this moment, he heard the shout of Butler Meng. Prepared for the second wave of attack now, count down, 5, 4, hearing this, Sui Qingfeng, who was a little confused, immediately became sober. He began to slowly adjust the direction he was facing, ready to attack at any time. Butler Meng helped him calculate, so he could concentrate better. When Butler Meng shouted the countdown and then shouted charge, Sui Qingfeng exerted his strength and rushed forward. Although his speed points were not high, his strength points were high enough, which could also play a great role at this time. The Roman soldier who blocked him was directly knocked away by him. Although this also reduced his physical value, it was better to sprint. He rushed past a soldier, then rolled over to avoid the attack of a wizard, and rushed to Crassus with the breeze. At this time, Su Jing's cavalry charge skill had come to an end. He dodged horizontally again to avoid the attack of a soldier from behind, and then used the charge skill. Good, perfect. Su Jing, who had almost consumed his physical energy and hid aside to recover his physical energy, shouted. Sui King had grasped the opportunity very well this time. The charge skill he issued just caught up with the tail of Su Jing's charge skill, continuing the effect of continuous sprint. Look at me next. Lu Li was full of confidence. The third wave, the fourth wave, when Zheng Qi issued the fifth charge skill without any difference, before the system message came out, everyone knew that they had rushed ahead of the immovable team and won the first 5 brush success record. When Crassus was knocked to the ground by Pompey's cavalry charge, the system message began to appear in front of everyone. The players in District 108, Rin Pingshen, Sui Muniando, Yuan Shiquangdo, Sui King Fenku, Jinying Chenbai, and Song Jingzilu, have successfully cleared the Wizard Hole dungeon for the first time for 5 consecutive times, and each of them will be awarded 2 attribute points. Liu Shibo and others who also cleared the dungeon for the 5th time were stunned. They actually got ahead of us. It seems that they're really racing against time. Liu Shibo sighed. How could they be faster than us? We didn't waste any time. Morlimbis, you found it incredible. There'll always be a speed difference when clearing the dungeon. People are more active and naturally faster than us. This is not uncommon, but it also proves that when we set the record, they were just a little bit behind. Such competition is really interesting. Liu Shibo laughed loudly, making the newcomers around him feel that the boss they followed was very impressive. What should we do next? Morlimbis asked. Continue to level up. The personal dungeon record of the Wizard Hall is the next step for me to compete with them. Liu Shibo waved his hand. This new worry has just started. There are still many dungeons to compete for. It's still early. Then boss, please teach me. I also want to challenge the dungeon. Morlimbis said with a smile. No problem, but there is nothing to teach. The attack methods of personal dungeons are always similar. It's all about the details. Have you done the basic training I arranged for you every day? Liu Shibo asked. I did, but it's very boring. Morlimbis sighed. If you want to be a professional player, of course you have to endure boring training. Liu Shibo replied. Boss, do you also train in this boring way? Morlimbis asked. Well, at least train for 3 hours a day. Try to turn these operating methods into instincts, so that you can survive well in the professional arena. Liu Shibo sighed. Okay, then I will also train hard. Morlimbis waved his fist. At the same time, the Mad Blade of Chaos complained to Butler Meng with a bitter face. Uncle Meng, 3 hours of training is so strict, isn't it a bit too much? Butler Meng smiled with a relaxed look. Then do you want to be a professional player? Yes. Then you have to train hard. No. Forget it. No, can't I go to train? The Mad Blade of Chaos lamented. Follow that training program I set for you and do well every day. I guarantee that you can become a professional player in a year. By then, you will earn tens of millions a year. Don't you feel happy when you think about it? Butler Meng began to tempt. Yes, with so much money, I can eat natural food every day, right? I can cook the 8 major Chinese cuisines and Western food. When you become a professional player, I can consider cooking a big meal for you. That's a deal. After Chaos Mad Knife happily logged off, others came to say goodbye. Zheng Qi also chose to log off. After seeing Butler Meng, he asked curiously, Uncle Meng, what were you whispering about with Xiaoduo just now? Oh, I told him that there was a place where he could do personal training and train his strength to be stronger. He was very happy to do it. Butler Meng replied. Really? If there is such a good place, why didn't you tell me? Zheng Qi asked curiously. He didn't think it was wrong for Butler Meng not to tell him how to train, but he was a little surprised about it. Those basic trainings, young master, you don't need to do. Instead, the more chaotic dungeons and the future battles for wild bosses can make you progress faster. In the era king of football, you have already laid a good foundation. Butler Meng replied. That means I can relax for a while. Zheng Qi said happily. Well, have a good rest, there are still many dungeons to play tomorrow. Butler Meng nodded. That's right, when I reach level 20, I will also try to break my personal dungeon record, the record of 12 balls in the Wizard Hall. I don't know if I can strive to reach 16 again and again. Let me count. 13 5 points, 14 5 points, 15 5 points, 16. Damn, I can get 20 extra attribute points. Zheng Qi counted on his fingers. Butler Meng smiled gently, and did not say that Zheng Qi was dreaming, but nodded. You must work hard to get so many attribute points, young master. Well, try hard, I have confidence in myself. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Chapter 42. The difference between professional and amateur. The next day, when pushing the dungeon, Sui Qingfen was very happy. When he insisted on not taking the ledge yesterday, he was a little nervous. A middle-aged man should not be so impulsive. If he failed, he would drag down his teammates. I'm afraid he would not have the face to stay in this team. However, the timely reminder of housekeeper Meng allowed him to avoid such an ending, which made Sui Qingfen feel refreshed. Today's state seemed particularly good. Compared with his energetic appearance, Chaos Matblade seemed a little sluggish. He looked very bad today. He kept making mistakes during the process of pushing the dungeon, which dragged down the progress of the whole team. But fortunately, he did not make any mistakes when fighting Crassus, so that everyone did not wait foolishly for the cooldown time. What's wrong with you today? Luli asked curiously. A little tired. Chaos Matblade yawned. I didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock yesterday morning. You chatted with someone online. Luli teased. What is online chat? Chaos Matblade asked innocently. Sujin held back her laughter and pulled Luli. She's just a kid, don't lead her astray. What kid? I'm already 17. Yuanzi Quangdao said unconvinced. I'm twice as old as you. Sui Qingfen said coldly. Uncle. Yuanzi Quangdao shouted at Sui Qingfen. Shut up. Okay, keep going. Xiaodo, I think you're still very energetic. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Yes, I'm an invincible teenager after all. While bickering, the team continued to move forward. 5 team dungeons a day, 5 individual dungeons, their level rose very quickly, and if there was still time after brushing the dungeons, they would go to brush the wild monsters near the Temple of the Sunday by leaps and bounds. In that place, their competitors would naturally not be too many. Of course, they were able to improve so quickly, at least the others were not idle. When Zheng Qi reached level 20, his teammates also reached level 20. At this time, reaching level 20 is definitely the first echelon in the new area. Although there is no ranking list in the football era, everyone knows that those who can reach level 20 of this time are definitely not ordinary people, and there will not be many of them. However, Zheng Qi and his team know that they're real competitors, such as immovable and determined to fly. Maybe there will be other opponents who will compete with them. Come on, try to break the record in one go. When Zheng Qi was about to enter the personal copy, Sujin shouted at him from behind. Zheng Qi laughed and waved his fist. During this period of time, he had been thinking about this problem when he was brushing personal copies. The personal copy record of the Wizard Hall is 13 goals, which does not seem high. Compared with the previous personal copy record of the Colosseum, it is 3 goals less. Breaking the record may not be too difficult. He did think so at first. After careful training, Zheng Qi found that there was a reason why this record could remain unbroken for so many years. The monsters in the personal copy of the Wizard Hall are stronger than before. The classic combination of warriors and wizards makes it more difficult to break through their defense. The warrior can block you, the wizard can slow you down, and the wizard's earth magic can build a wall in front of the goal. Only at close range can you score a goal better. It is quite difficult to break such a record. Zheng Qi still wants to give it a try. After all, any record needs to be challenged. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. If you don't try to challenge it now, you will never have the chance to challenge it again in the future. You will really regret it then. So Zheng Qi still walked into the personal dungeon alone. Don't you want to try it? Butler Meng asked the Crazy Knife of Chaos. I want to, but I'm not sure, the Crazy Knife of Chaos said a little depressed. You have practiced very well these days, so you can go to the dungeon to try it. Even if you don't break the record, you can try what the extreme operation is like. Butler Meng said with a smile. Really? Then I'll try it. The Crazy Knife of Chaos is not a hypocritical person. He immediately jumped and ran towards the entrance of the personal dungeon. Uncle Meng, has Xiaodo been doing personal training these days? Sujin asked. Yes, I arranged some personal training for him according to his characteristics. However, this kid seems to have no perseverance, but he is really fierce when he trains. He actually persists every day. Butler Meng sighed. It's just persistence. This is not a particularly remarkable advantage. Sui Qingfen murmured. It's not just persistence. I set him close to the limit for each training. He can only go to bed after completing the requirements. On the first day, he dragged it until 1 o'clock in the morning, and now, he goes to bed earlier and earlier. Butler Meng explained patiently. Then, can you give me a training plan? I also want to improve my strength. Sui Kingdom pointed to his nose and said a little embarrassedly. He knew that his request was a bit excessive. After all, the training content given by Bartleman should not be the kind of popular ones. In fact, each club will post some training methods on the official homepage. Everyone knows these methods, but I have never heard of anyone who can become a professional player by following these training methods. The progress of Chaos Mat played in the past few days can be described as a day-to-day change. Such a good training method must have been formulated by Bartleman according to his characteristics. Such training content cannot be done casually. Moreover, as an old player in his 30s, Sui Kingdom's skills have basically been finalized. Even if targeted training is given, it will not lead to much improvement. No one will waste their energy on a player like him. Who knew that? Bartleman agreed immediately. Okay. Then he turned to Sujing and Lu Li. What about you, do you want it? Sujing and Lu Li nodded immediately. In the process of brushing the team dungeon, they already knew that Bartleman was absolutely familiar with Football Era. Although they didn't know what level the top professional players were, Bartleman's familiarity with the game at least exceeded the possible familiarity of ordinary players. Now such a person wants to provide them with a tailor-made training plan, which is of course what they want. Even if they are not young, if they can improve their operating level, they can have more fun in the new area, not to mention that they can help Zheng Qi better. Being able to help Zheng Qi better means that the team will achieve better results. If the team's results are good, they, as members of the team, will naturally benefit from it. This is a win-win situation. Well, I'll give you each a copy tomorrow. You can set it up in the training ground and then train. Remember to complete it according to my requirements, otherwise the training effect will be much worse. Bartleman said with a smile. Can you finish it in one day? Uncle Meng, you're really amazing. Lu Li couldn't help but praise. Well, actually I can give it to you now, but it's best not to go to train tonight. Bartleman replied a little embarrassedly. What's wrong? Sujing asked curiously. She didn't have any objection to this. After all, this was Bartleman helping them. Tomorrow we can brush the team dungeon of the Temple of the Sun, so if we train today and affect your state, we will be a little worse in the competition. Bartleman explained. Oh, that is of course important. It is related to our extra attribute points. We can train tomorrow. Sui Kingdom immediately nodded. He knew that he was old and could not improve much even with good training. However, he had the same idea as Sujing. Even if he could not improve much, at least he should not be dragging the team dungeon. When Sui Kingdom went to Sujing and Lu Li to rejoice and look forward to tomorrow's training, Zheng Qi had already entered the personal dungeon. After reaching level 20, his attributes have been enhanced a lot. The 4 attributes of burst speed, physique and flexibility are 17 points, and the other 4 are 16 points. Although it seems a bit mediocre, Zheng Qi has always felt that although his style is flexible and changeable, it is precisely because of this that balance points can better play his technical advantages. In fact, when playing in the new area, confident professional players will also choose such points. Balanced points can make professional players have no shortcomings, and at the same time, some of the shortcomings can be made up by their own operations, which allows them to take advantage of them invisibly. Advantages are actually accumulated little by little. Why do ordinary players have just over 600 attribute points, while professional players generally have more than 700 points? In terms of funness, the entire football era treats everyone equally. At the beginning, everyone is dressed in white, without any extra things. Even if you have a background, you have to start from the beginning and fight little by little to enhance your strength. Only those who can stand out in this process and have an overwhelming advantage in attribute points are qualified to become professional players. God-level players can also have an overwhelming advantage among professional players. Zheng Qi began to challenge the record. To break the record of the Wizard Hall, you have to score 14 goals in 1 minute, an average of 1 goal every 4 seconds. Zheng Qi had already thought about it before, not to entangle with the warriors and wizards, but to use his extreme operations to complete the dodge at the critical moment, reach the goal at the fastest speed and then score a goal. This is the best practice summarized by the players, and it is also the most challenging practice. Zheng Qi began to rush forward. The warrior rushed towards him waving his weapon, and the wizard was watching from behind. Zheng Qi was fearless. Chapter 43. Continuous break. If you dodge when it's about to hit me, you can save 0.5 seconds. Even if I'm hit by the sword wind, I'll only lose 10 points of physical strength. My physical strength is now as high as 170 points, which means that within 1 minute, as long as I don't get hit head on, I won't die. After dodging the warrior who rushed over, Zheng Qi quickly rolled forward, distanced himself from the warrior, and then began to run fast, rushing towards the goal. The reason why there are relatively few goals in the personal copy of the Wizard Hall is that the room range of the Wizard Hall is much larger than the Colosseum. So if players want to score more goals, the key is not to be stopped by the opponent halfway, but how to narrow that gap. At level 20, even if they don't get the bonus points, the player's basic physical attributes are often close to 15 points on average. If the physical fitness is 15 points, then the physical strength is 150 points. As long as you don't get hit head on every time, you can score a goal by taking some of the damage and rushing to the goal. Of course, if you do that, because you'll be extremely stiff for a short time when you are hit by the opponent, the time wasted is also very serious. Zheng Qi's strength and balance are not bad now, so it's okay to occasionally take a hard shot, and when he chooses to take a hard shot, it's usually when he's shooting, and the short stiffness won't affect his forward speed. In the first room, Zheng Qi felt that he played very well, but when he came out, he only scored 11 goals. Damn, this is a bit far off, Zheng Qi muttered. The record is 13. If you want to break it, you have to score 3 more. Now it seems that where can you find that time for these 3 goals? Keep going, there'll always be a way. Brushing personal dungeon records is a very lonely thing. Others can only provide some experience that can be searched everywhere. Even the predecessors who have brushed dungeon experience can't tell you too much. Because every player is different, how to waste the least time can only be grasped by yourself. Zheng Qi is not in a hurry. He can figure it out bit by bit. There are hundreds of rooms in 5 personal dungeons. He has plenty of time to figure out how to break the record. After the first dungeon, Zheng Qi did not break the record. After coming out, he rested for a while, and then went into the dungeon again. Seeing him like this, Su Jing and the others were not surprised. After all, when Zheng Qi broke the record, it was not done overnight. If it was so easy to be broken, it would be too much to underestimate the professional players who grew up from various districts before, not to mention that there are many top players among them. But after a while, Chaos Matblade came out of the dungeon with a smile on his face. If it weren't for the system message of breaking the record, just looking at his look, it would be felt that he had probably broken the record. Break the record? Sui King asked deliberately. No, how can I break the record with my level? Chaos Matblade replied with a smile. Then why are you so happy, as if you picked up a wallet? Sui King was puzzled. It's just that when I was brushing the dungeon, I felt that my subconscious reaction was much faster. Grandpa Meng's training is really effective. I think if this continues, I will be invincible soon. Chaos Matblade said with a beaming face. Invincible, you are so ashamed to say, Sui King couldn't help but complain. Understand the spirit, understand the spirit. Liuanzi Quandao chuckled. Congratulations, don't forget us when you become a professional player in the future. Lu Li half-truthfully praised Liuanzi Quandao. But it was obvious that Liuanzi Quandao took this seriously. He patted his chest proudly and said, "Of course, I will play football when I become a professional player. I will take you to play dungeons and gain attribute points then." Sui King laughed out loud. Su Jing and Lu Li smiled with their lips pursed. Seeing them laugh, Liuanzi Quandao also laughed twice, then turned around and walked into the personal dungeon again. Zheng Qi naturally didn't know about this episode. He continued to play in the dungeon. This time he didn't rush to break the record, but tried various ways and routes to score goals, trying to detect the opponent's weak links. Zheng Qi still had this patience. If he wanted to achieve good results, he had to think more, instead of just rushing foolishly. When Zheng Qi was halfway through the second dungeon, a system message appeared in his sight. The player from Area 108 stood as still as a mountain and scored 14 goals in a single room in the Wizard Hall dungeon, setting a new record for the entire era and receiving 5 attribute points as a reward. When Su Jing saw the worst player from Area 108, she subconsciously thought that Zheng Qi had set the record. When she was about to cheer, she realized that the ID was not 3 characters, but 4. It's the person who stole our record. Sui King shouted in disgust. If you have the ability to get the record, just grab it, but to be able to break the epoch record, this person who is as immovable as a mountain is not an ordinary person. Butler Meng sighed, and the mad blade of chaos started to shout. Grandpa Meng, why are you not in a hurry at all? Just call me Brother Meng, I'm not that old yet. Butler Meng finally couldn't stand the mad blade of chaos calling him Grandpa all the time, and after emphasizing it, he replied. What's there to be anxious about? Breaking records is not something that can be forced, just do your best. But I still have confidence in him. Su Jing answered confidently. Since Zheng Qi helped at that time, she has become a die-hard fan of Zheng Qi and has full confidence in Zheng Qi at all times. Butler Meng smiled and did not answer. At this time, Zheng Qi first sighed that someone had gotten it first, and then continued to bury his head in brushing the dungeon. This kind of thing really can't be rushed. The more anxious you are, the more time you will waste. After the second dungeon was over, Zheng Qi still didn't break the record, but after coming out of the dungeon, he was very relaxed. After saying hello to the others, he entered the dungeon again without saying a word. At the same time, Mo Linbizu was loudly boasting about his boss's performance. "Boss, you are so amazing, it's an epoch record." Mo Linbizu had a look of admiration on his face. He had also done it before, but although the data of more than 10 balls was also very good, it was incomparable to Liu Shibo. "I was lucky and played well," Liu Shibo replied with a smile. Originally, with his characteristics, it was very difficult to break the record. After all, he was better at calm judgment and scheduling, and his explosive power was not so outstanding. However, under high pressure, he was able to break such a record, which really made him very satisfied with himself. "Keep going and see if you can break another record." Liu Shibo chatted with Mo Linbizu for a while, and then went into his personal dungeon to continue. Today, his luck and condition were very good, so he wanted to see if he could break through again. After all, if he broke through again, he would gain another 5 attribute points. The difference in attribute points between the characters of the top players and the characters of ordinary professional players was only about 100 points. Just think about how cost-effective it is to get 10 attribute points in a dungeon. Although Liu Shibo also felt that it seemed unlikely for him to score 15 goals, 5 minutes later, Liu Shibo, who was about to score a goal, was stimulated by a system message that popped up in front of him, and he shivered. The football rolled out from under his feet and was blocked by the wizard, who returned to defensa. At this time, Liu Shibo no longer cared about the failure of his attack, but waved his arms vigorously and cursed. "Why are all the new players so perverted nowadays? Damn it." The system message was simple, but Liu Shibo, who had always been calm, couldn't help but curse. "A player in District 108 wants to fly." He scored 15 goals in a single room in the Wizard Hall dungeon, a new record for the entire era, and is awarded 5 attribute points. How? Someone broke the record again? And it's not the boss? This is impossible. Chaos Matt Blade felt that his outlook on life had been overturned. Unmoved as a mountain, wants to fly, 2 guys who broke the record in a row, plus Rin Pinshan who broke the record twice in a row before. This district is really terrible. I want to get off the bus. This is not the bus to the kindergarten. Mom is so scary, I want to go home. The players in District 108 sighed one after another. Although they basically didn't expect to break such a record, and there were always so many news in this district, it was also a proud thing to say about, but it was okay for someone to break the record every now and then, but this time it was a bit too much. Unmoved as a mountain just broke the record for less than half an hour, and someone else broke the record. This Badong Rushan is too unlucky. After other people break the record, they can at least put their names on the district rankings for several years and enjoy the glory for a while. But now, only half an hour. Miserable, too miserable. Next time I see the Jackson Xiang Fei, I must beat him up. Mo Linbizu began to defend her boss. It's simply a provocation. When this system message fell into the eyes of Su Jing and the others, they also began to discuss in surprise. This Jackson Xiang Fei is also very powerful. He has also snatched several records. Su Jing said with a sigh. Another professional player. Lu Li replied. In her opinion, apart from a genius like Zheng Qi, the one who can do this must be the reincarnation account of a professional player, and it's not an ordinary one. That Badong Rushan is a professional player, but this Jackson Xiang Fei doesn't seem to be. Butler Meng shook his head. He didn't say how he knew it, and they didn't ask when they went with King Fen. Although they had only been with Butler Meng for less than 10 days, they gradually got used to the fact that Butler Meng knew everything. 15 balls, if the boss wants to break the record, he needs 16. It's a scary number. Yuan Ziquandao sighed. He could only get 12 balls, and 16 was 1/3 higher than his highest record. It was a number that made him feel desperate when he thought about it. Butler Meng nodded slightly, without commenting. Chapter 44 Continuous System Messages. You can't just think about saving time, if you want to break the record. In addition to extreme operations, I'm afraid you need some extraordinary operations. When plans are frustrated again and again and goals are difficult to achieve, some people will be angry, some will get angry, some will slack off, and some will give up. Of course, some people will choose to continue working hard. Seeing 2 system messages in a row did have some impact on Zheng Qi's mood, but Zheng Qi was precious and quickly calmed down, and began to think more seriously about what to do next. It is obviously unrealistic to save time through operations. If you want to break the record, you have to do some extraordinary operations. After a shot was destroyed by a wizard's earth spell, looking at the earth wall that was almost piled up to the top of the goal, Zheng Qi scratched his head, and then suddenly felt that he had a flash of inspiration in his mind. In the previous copy, you have to break through to the front of the goal before scoring a goal because the monster has the ability to attack from a distance. If the ball flies in the air for a little longer, it will be shot down directly from the air by the monster. There are various long-range skills like this. In the personal copy of the Wizard Hall, there are also monsters with such long-range skills. The Wizard's Earth spell belongs to this type. The wall rising from the ground can not only block the player's movement trajectory, but also block the goal for a short time, so that the player can shoot the ball into the goal more safely at close range. However, although this spell has a wider range of effects, it has a pattern to follow. It must start from the goal line and then reach the top edge. It starts to spread from the middle of the goal line, first reaching the top edge, then reaching the 2 sides, and finally blocking the 2 intersections on both sides of the goal. The distance needs to be calculated. Zheng Qi began the experiment. He tried to calculate and feel from what position to shoot the football to these 2 corners, and the time it would take for the ball to fly into the goal with the power and speed of his current shot while maintaining maximum accuracy. Shooting the ball into the goal a moment before the earth wall blocks the last 2 blind spots can save time to the maximum extent. Do this. Wow, it's hard to think about it. When Zheng Qi came out of the dungeon for the 3rd time and discussed with them how to break the record, the most ignorant of the world, the Crazy Knife, couldn't help but sigh. First of all, Zheng Qi had to calculate at what distance to shoot with the most force and accuracy, so that he could score the ball before the earth wall blocked the goal. Secondly, before shooting, he had to make sure that he was not disturbed when shooting, which had great requirements for his operation. In addition, this series of actions must be completed within 3.8 seconds, otherwise, he would not be able to break the record. Finally and most importantly, within this minute, he had to complete the above requirements at least 16 times to break the record. If he failed once, the whole process would be in vain. Such details are not that no one has considered them, but the requirements are too high, and they've not been completed until now. Such an attack can be completed once or twice, and ordinary players with a little luck can do it, but it is too difficult to complete it continuously. Not only strength, but also luck and state burst at that moment. If it's not done this way, how can you break the record? I've tried it. If everything is done to the best, it's possible to complete such a shot within 3 seconds, which is more than enough to break the record. Zheng Qi said with a smile. If you fail once, you have to start all over again. Butler Meng reminded him. It's okay if you don't fail. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Come on. Su Jing didn't say anything else, but only said these 2 words to Zheng Qi. Wait and see the system message. Zheng Qi laughed, then turned and walked into the dungeon. Can he do it? When Zheng Qi's figure disappeared in the dungeon, Sui Qingfeng asked Butler Meng. I don't know, but if you don't do it, you won't know if it can succeed. Butler Meng said an absolutely correct nonsense. When he pushed open the door of the room, Zheng Qi was very calm. Like all the previous personal dungeons, there are 16 possibilities for the combination of gods and wizards. Zheng Qi has to avoid these possibilities while reaching the shooting location as soon as possible and then hit the ball out. Go. Zheng Qi said to himself, then accelerated and rushed forward. The time started counting from seconds. Zheng Qi jumped, dodged, accelerated, and rolled. After reaching the place where he thought he could shoot, Zheng Qi swung his right foot and shot the ball out forcefully. It was not a straight ball, but an arc ball. Although the straight ball flew in the air a little shorter, the trajectory of the flight was from bottom to top, and it was easy to be blocked by the earth wall. Only the arc ball from top to bottom could just pass the earth wall and fly into the goal. Hit. Zheng Qi looked at the flying ball, but his body did not stop. Instead, he faced the goal and began to retrieve quickly. This was also a key point. The ball flew forward and the person walked backward. When the goal was scored, the person could get closer to the kickoff point faster and quickly start the next attack. Time was accumulated bit by bit like this. The ball drew an arc in the air, and then flew into the goal above the rapidly spreading earth wall. Ah, it seems that I can retreat a little bit. Zheng Qi thought to himself. The whole operation tests the overall quality of the player. Calculation ability, judgment ability, shooting feeling, all these must be taken into consideration. However, it is precisely such extreme operations that can break the record. Zheng Qi's average point addition method gave him an advantage at this time. He had no shortcomings in attribute points, which allowed him to deal with various situations. This attack only took him a little over 3 seconds. If he continued, he would have a chance to break the record. Of course, he had to keep doing this without making mistakes. When he scored the 7th goal, Zheng Qi made a mistake, which wasted the time he had previously grabbed. In the end, looking at the number of 14 goals, Zheng Qi felt helpless and hated himself a little. Fuck, if I had thought of this earlier, I would have got the record of 14 goals. After sighing for a while, Zheng Qi walked to the next room. This is really hard to do, so tiring. After the 4th copy was finished, Zheng Qi shook his head and said to Butlerman with a dizzy head. I feel tired just thinking about it. The Mad Blade of Chaos sighed. Don't overdraw too much. Su Jing said with some concern. It's okay. It's the last dungeon anyway. If I can't break the record, I'll accept the loss. Zheng Qi scratched his head, then staggered towards the dungeon. Some of the physical energy consumed in Football Era will be fed back to the body, but it will not cause too much impact on the body. This is something that makes players very happy, because they can run and exercise in the game as much as they want, which will benefit the body without leaving any hidden dangers. However, the consumption of brain power and energy has little to do with reality. Too complicated consumption will also have an impact on the player's energy, at least it will make the players feel tired. But Zheng Qi still gritted his teeth and persevered, although he also felt very tired, but as he said, it was nothing more than the last dungeon. After this dungeon is finished, it will almost reach level 21 tomorrow. At the time, it will not be possible to brush it. You can only strive to brush the dungeon of the Temple of the Sun, and that dungeon is more difficult to play. The dungeon of the Temple of the Sunday is a transition dungeon, which can only be played between level 21 and level 22, and then you'll leave the novice dungeon area and enter the intermediate dungeon, which is a buffer for players from novice to intermediate dungeons. The record of the individual dungeon of the Temple of the Sunday is only 12 goals, which has a lot to do with the fact that players can only challenge between these two levels. Most of their energy is put into passing the team dungeon. When they have time to challenge the record, they will almost pass the 22nd level and enter the 23rd level. In the era of football, you can't keep opening a small account to familiarize yourself with the dungeon. Okay, the last dungeon, I will definitely work hard. Zheng Qi waved his fist and rushed into the dungeon. But soon, Zheng Qi found that when a person is tired, especially when the brain is tired, sometimes you can't control it manually. He soon began to feel a little dizzy, which also affected his performance. After playing the 3rd room, Zheng Qi felt a little bad, but thinking that there was no point in quitting at this time, he could only grit his teeth and continue to push down. Zheng Qi's performance in the next 2 rooms was very poor, with only 7 and 8 goals in each room, but at this time Zheng Qi didn't think about other things, and began to score more instinctively, one goal after another. His condition is not very good. I'm a little worried about his health. Su Jing said worriedly outside the dungeon. It's okay. If your body has problems and can't hold on, the system will automatically disconnect to protect your body. Football Era has been around for hundreds of years, and I've never heard of any player dying from exhaustion in the game. Lu Li originally wanted to comfort Su Jing, but she said the wrong thing. My boss is the strongest, he will definitely break the record. Chaos Mad Blade said confidently. If you can't break the record, Su Yifeng will go out and step on dog shit. Damn, why don't you go out and step on dog shit? Besides, these days, there is no dog shit outside for you to step on. Everyone walks their dogs at home or takes a car to the dog walking place. Sui King muttered. Just as they were discussing, the 3rd system message of the day appeared in front of everyone. Player Yin Pinsheng in District 108 scored 16 goals in a single room in the Wizard Hall copy, a new record in the entire era, and was rewarded with 5 attribute points. CSS Kushanda Western Novela on Canal Distinta Mundo Fanfic Novelas, Significat Lo Descarga and Y Subiran Sinisfuetzot Invitamas Cordialmente Visitar Nuestro Canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontradas la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 45 Zoom's proposal. This record is really unlucky, it was broken 3 times in one day. This zone is really lively. The players were going crazy. The new players might not know what this means, but they just felt that this zone was really lively. The system messages that were rarely seen at other times were like bullet screens, one after another. The old players were really going crazy. When did a new zone have so many awesome people? It was fine that Rin Pinshan and Zheng Qi took turns breaking the record before, but now there is also Badong Grushan. The romance of the Three Kingdoms is definitely more exciting than the Shuhan contention. Just as they were saying, the fourth system-wide message that quickly appeared shocked the players in all zones. Rin Pinshan, a player in District 108, scored 17 goals in a single room in the Wizard Hall dungeon, setting a new record for the entire era, and is awarded 10 attribute points. Why 10 points? Is there a bug in the system? Yeah, wasn't it 5 points when it was broken just now? You newcomers, what do you know? There is a bonus for breaking the district record continuously. Breaking it once more will give you a bonus of 5 points, but it's so damn hard to do this. This Rin Pinshan is really amazing. Breaking records continuously will give you a bonus of attribute points. It sounds simple. If you break the epoch record 4 or 5 times in a row, you might be able to get 60 or 70 attribute points in one go. But how could that happen? In fact, even the veterans knew this rule, but they subconsciously ignored it, because except for the lucky ones who did this during the period when Football Era was just opened, after the record of the novice area of Football Era reached a relatively high level, even breaking a single record was a rare thing, let alone breaking the record continuously. Over time, few people remembered such a rule. If there were not so many people, there would be all kinds of people, and there were some freaks in each area who might not have excellent skills but knew the history and details of the game like the back of their hands. There might be countless people calling the Football Era hotline to ask if there was a problem with the system. But even so, the hotline and customer service staff of Football Era were busy for most of the day. It broke twice in a row. The shock to Liu Hanzi and others was even greater. For many players, although they knew how terrible it was to break the record continuously, Rin Pinshan and others did not know him. Hearing that someone had done something very remarkable and knowing that someone around them had done something very remarkable were two different things. Just like when you watch the news and know that someone has flown into space and become an astronaut, you'll sigh and forget about it. However, if this someone is a childhood friend who grew up with you and you didn't know before that he would become an astronaut, then the shock you receive will be unprecedented. Whether many things are shocking or not depends entirely on how far away they are from you. The huge disasters in other continents may not be as impressive as the death of an old man in your compound. He actually broke the record twice in a row, Sui King murmured. As an old bird, he was shocked the most. Although Su Jing and Lu Li were also very shocked by this, they had enough confidence in Zheng Qi. Even if he broke the record this time, they would only think, he is really so outstanding instead of he is so outstanding. As for Chaos Mad Knife, as a newcomer, although he was also influenced by it, he would not be particularly surprised. He thought that whatever his boss did was natural. When Sui King was greatly shocked, Butler Meng frowned. Something is wrong. Butler Meng said. What's wrong? Su Jing was stunned. He didn't leave the dungeon, he just went offline. Butler Meng said. Su Jing and Lu Li hurriedly checked the friend column in the address book. Sure enough, Zheng Qi's avatar had turned grey, which proved that Zheng Qi had not left the dungeon and had already gone offline. Nothing will happen, right? Su Jing said worriedly. It's okay, I'll go offline and take a look. Butler Meng said hello to Su Jing and Lu Li, and hurriedly went offline. Grandpa Meng lives with the eldest brother. Liu Hanzi asked loudly. Uncle Meng told you not to call him Grandpa, don't you want him to lead you around? Lu Li said to Liu Hanzi. Liu Hanzi covered his mouth and said nervously. Sister, I didn't say anything else. You're so sweet, I will bring you delicious food next time we meet. Lu Li said with a smile. Su Jing was worried. After coming out of the holographic cabin, the gentle smile that seemed to never change on Butler Meng's face began to look nervous. He walked quickly to Zheng Qi's room, then observed the holographic cabin, opened it, and took out a stethoscope from his pocket like a magic trick, put it on Zheng Qi's chest, and listened carefully. After listening for a while, Butler Meng's brows relaxed, put away the stethoscope, bent down, and reached out to carry Zheng Qi out of the holographic cabin. Although Zheng Qi was also a tall young man, it seemed that Butler Meng didn't have any effort to carry him. Put Zheng Qi on the bed, covered him with a quilt to make him sleep more comfortably. Butler Meng straightened up, looked at Zheng Qi, sighed slightly, and walked out of the room. Sitting in his room, Butler Meng thought for a while, then took out the communicator and dialed a number. Old Meng, is there anything? A slightly majestic voice came from the communicator. Today, Zheng Qi was overworked in the game and fainted. Butler Meng said calmly. Is it after breaking the record twice in a row? The other party was silent for a while, then asked. Yes, but I just checked it out, it's not a problem, just a coma caused by overwork, no big problem. Butler Meng replied. That's good, old Meng, thanks to you taking care of him, I can feel at ease. The other party sighed. I have a salary. Butler Meng replied simply. After hanging up the phone, Butler Meng came to the living room and sat there in a trance. At this time, in the game. Although I am a little worried about Zheng Qi's situation, their dungeons have not been brushed yet, so in the next period of time, Su Jin and the others will brush the dungeons separately and upgrade. Their progress cannot fall behind, otherwise they will not be able to team up with Zheng Qi. In the Southland Club. When Liu Shibo came out of the holographic cabin, he was a little dazed. Being able to break a record this time and get 5 extra attribute points is enough to make any player happy. After all, in the future, 5 more attribute points can give you 5 more advantages. However, after seeing Zheng Qi break 2 records in a row and Yashing Bang Fei breaking a record once, Liu Shibo was not happy at all. Boss Liu, are you done? A voice came over, making Liu Shibo frown. Although the person who greeted him sounded polite, the content, what do you mean by it's over? Am I done? It's over today, and I'll continue tomorrow. Liu Shibo answered simply, and then asked back. What about you, Wuzun? What level are you? The man who came was younger than Liu Shibo, with an excited expression on his handsome face and unconcealable ambition in his eyes. I'm almost level 20. Although I'm 2 days late and can't break the record, I've got what I deserve. Although leveling up by killing wild monsters is slow, the 4 of us are also very fast. Wuzun sighed, if we can be faster, the team dungeon record won't be taken away by others, right? That requires cooperation. My current team is very good. Liu Shibo replied. Boss Liu, don't keep people away. The competition in this area is very fierce. Our 2 teams need to cooperate more. Wuzun laughed. I don't think there is anything to cooperate with. Liu Shibo shook his head. Don't say that. Whether it's Ren Pingsheng or Ixin Bang Fei, they both have excellent strength, and they also have good teams. If we compete with them separately, it will only benefit them. It's better to divide the work and cooperate. Wuzun laughed. Liu Shibo looked at him, as if he didn't want to say anything. Wuzun didn't care about it, but continued. In the competition for dungeons, our strength is actually not much of an advantage. Liu Shibo nodded slightly. Although he didn't like Wuzun, what Wuzun said was right. The upper limit of professional players is of course much higher than that of ordinary players, but in the early dungeons, their upper limit is often not used. Just like a doctor and a primary school student taking an exam together, the doctor is of course more knowledgeable than the primary school student, but if the exam is only within the scope of primary school, the doctor may not necessarily score higher than the primary school student. This is the reason. Of course, if the primary school student can always get 110 points out of 100 points, then the doctor can only choose to kneel. What really needs to be competed is the record, and the following records are not the records of the whole district. A record has only 5 chances to be broken. It is a very simple thing to prevent the other party from getting the record. Wuzun said with a smile. You mean? Liu Shibo began to understand what Wuzun meant. With the strength of our team, we can defeat them many times by picking with them. We can make them upgrade only through dungeons, not wild monsters. After reaching level 20, they have to kill wild monsters to upgrade, and if they are picked by us, their progress will be greatly delayed. Then, you, Boss Liu, will be able to take the record comfortably. Wuzun laughed. Sorry, I don't want to use this method. Liu Shibo rejected Wuzun almost without thinking. This is for the benefit of the club. Wuzun wanted to continue. We will also work hard to recruit these 2 newcomers to the club. They have a good start. If they lose enough attribute points, their accounts will be useless, which is also harmful to the interests of the club. Liu Shibo stood up. I will not do such a thing. Competition in the early stage is one thing, but I will not do such a thing as destroying the interests of others for my own benefit. Looking at Liu Shibo's back as he left, Wuzun snorted and turned to leave. Chapter 46. Being robbed continuously. When Zheng Qi woke up, it was already the next day. Rubbing his eyes, Zheng Qi sat up in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? But he soon remembered that after finishing the last dungeon and getting the reward yesterday, Zheng Qi fainted from overwork. It was embarrassing to think about it. As for why he was in bed instead of in the holographic cabin, there was only one reason: Butler Meng got him out. "Uncle Meng, good morning." Seeing Uncle Meng, who had already set up a breakfast in the restaurant, Zheng Qi greeted him happily. He didn't mention what happened yesterday, because Zheng Qi felt embarrassed about falling asleep directly because he was too tired in the game, and he didn't want to mention it in front of Butler Meng. Butler Meng was also very considerate and didn't mention it. "Are the basic attributes full now?" Butler Meng asked. "No." Zheng Qi shook his head. Yesterday he reached level 21, plus the total of 36 attribute points rewarded and the 8 attribute points that come with the blank equipment, a total of 149 points, not enough to fill all the basic attribute points. However, except for balance, endurance and bounce, which are all 18 points, the other attributes have reached 19 points, and they are only one step away from filling up the basic attributes. At this level, there are only a handful of people who can achieve this attribute. And the competition will be even more intense. There is a large area every 10 levels, and each area has at least 5 copies of records to compete for. In the novice area, because the records of the entire area are difficult to break, the attribute gap between ordinary players and professional players often starts from this time. There should be many professional players in our area, and the competition is expected to be very fierce. Butler Meng reminded. "No problem, just watch me." Zheng Qi was full of confidence. After going online, they followed King Feng and they had been waiting at the rest point. "Are you okay yesterday?" Su Jing asked with concern. "No, I was a little tired, so I was a little overdrawn, but 15 attribute points are still worth it." Zheng Qi waved his fist. "Next we are going to start a new journey. Are you excited?" "Excited, very excited. I'm already looking forward to picking with people in the wild area." Chaos Mat Blade replied quickly. "PK is not good, we need peace." Luli laughed. "It's hard to say. In this kind of place, there'll always be many people who will take the initiative to PK with others." Sui Kingfeng replied. He had seen a lot of such things. "With me here and the boss here, why should we be afraid of PK?" Yuan Shiquandu was very confident about this. Su Jing pursed her lips and smiled. What Yuan Shiquandu said was not wrong. They all knew Zheng Qi's level, and Yuan Shiquandu was an outstanding newcomer, plus Su Jing and Lu Li both had the ability to went to the myth area. Even if Sui Kingfeng went, it would not be too much worse. Such a combination can really go smoothly in the general new area. "Let's go to the Temple of the Sun." Zheng Qi waved his arms and said in high spirits. The Temple of the Sunday is the last system map in the novice area. Unlike the Colosseum and the Wizard Hall, although the personal and team copies of the Temple of the Sunday are also excellent upgrade locations, upgrading in the wild area around the Temple of the Sunday can also upgrade quickly. This is in stark contrast to the fact that the upgrade in the wild area of the first 2 maps is much slower than that in the dungeon. This will make more players choose to upgrade in the wild area, and upgrading in the wild area will have the risk of PK, which can be regarded as a vaccination for players in advance. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are wild areas, there are PK. This is an irrefutable truth. "First brush the team dungeon and grab a record," Zheng Qi shouted, waving his fist. They will have many competitors: Liu Shibo's team, the team that wants to fly, and even Huazun's team. This forces them not to waste even a little time in other places. The team dungeon of the Temple of the Sunday is the most famous and powerful Caesar among the first 3 alliances. For novice players, Caesar's dungeon is a bit too strong. Not only is the attack high and the blood volume high, but there are 3 levels of residual blood rampage, which will use the 3 skills of Heroic Charge, War Plunder and Sacred Oath respectively. If you want to deal with it, you have to spend a lot of energy. However, now the players who can play Caesar's copy have passed level 21. In addition to having much stronger attribute points than before, they also have the 2 hero cards Pompey and Crassus to use. If the skills of Pompey and Crassus are used well, they can well offset the lethality brought by Caesar's 3 skills. This is just like the first 3 alliances, which were harmonious on the surface but actually scheming against each other. They joined forces to create a prosperous era, but eventually broke up with each other. The winner who laughed last in history was Caesar, but after Crassus and Pompey died one after another, Caesar also fell under the conspiracy and assassination of the Council of Elders. Zheng Qi and his team didn't care much about history. They only cared about how to kill the opponent quickly and strive to get the first record. The record of the personal copy will only allow the individual to get extra attribute points, while the first record and the 5th record can allow the whole team to get a good enough improvement. Zheng Qi and his team will not let this go. However, for them, The relatively poor point is that the two outstanding players in the team are pure newcomers. Sui Qingfeng and Su Jinglu are veterans, but their strength seems a little worse. Priests and personal guards are monsters that often appear in the Temple of the Sunday. They are also Caesar's personal guards. Although they have an experienced coach, Meng Yuan, to guide them and tell them how to deal with these opponents, Zheng Qi and Yuan Shiquanduo's unfamiliarity with the dungeon still delayed them for a lot of time. When they pushed to the final Caesar, a system message popped up to prove that they missed the first brush. Players Fao Tian, Liu Fengxing, Wenba Daoxing, Yu Zhao Yuan, Leng Yu King Nine, and Dan Shiguan have cleared the Caesar team dungeon for the first time, and each of them will be awarded 2 skill points. Where did such a team come from? Sui Qingfeng couldn't help but muttered. This new warrior is getting more and more lively. It's very fast. Yuan Jiameng sighed. Although Zheng Qi and Yuan Shiquandu are a little unfamiliar, they didn't even push Caesar, but the other party had already won the first brush record, which was enough to prove that the overall strength of this team was very strong. I'm afraid there is no hope for the first brush and the 5th brush. Take your time and don't get too tired. Yuan Jiameng reminded. Although they were somewhat skeptical of Stjordmeng's judgment, when they reached the 4th dungeon, Zheng Qi and his team knew that Stjordmeng's judgment was indeed very accurate. The Yufao Wution team once again won the 5-brush result. This team, which had not set any records before, appeared in front of all the players in District 108. It doesn't seem that great, it just got ahead. Many players felt that it was not as exciting as the previous record breaking. This is just a district record, and you have the ability to break the record of the entire district. Rin Pingshen, who broke the record twice in a row before, is a hero. Go brush the personal dungeon, just these 2 days, try to brush a few more records. Sui Qingfeng said to Zheng Qi. I'll try. But the time is a bit short, and I don't know if I can succeed. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. The last time he broke the record in a row, he found the trick, but there seemed to be no such shortcut to the personal dungeon of the Temple of the Sunday. The personal copy is guarded by the guards and priests of the Temple of the Sunday. Although they seem to be no different from the monsters in the Wizard Hall, the blocking spells of the priests are instantaneous. Only when the opponent is in a state of stiffness can the shot not be blocked. So there is a reason why the record of this copy is only 12 goals. There is no shortcut, and you can only play hard. If you can break through once, it will be considered a victory. Zheng Qi thought to himself. However, on this day, it was not Zheng Qi who shocked the whole district, but Yixingxai Bangfei. When Yixingxai Bangfei's name appeared twice in the system message of the whole district, the whole football era was shocked again. 13 goals, 14 goals. After Rin Pingshen broke the record of the Wizard Hall twice in a row, Yixingxai Bangfei broke the record of the Temple of the Sunday twice in a row. Another one? When Lu Xiaoshan heard the news, Lu Xiaoshan, who always seemed very cold, couldn't help but ask back in surprise. Yes, it's also the second time that the personal copy record of the Temple of the Sunday has been broken in a row. The teammate smiled and replied, 14 goals, it's scary to think about it. It's amazing. Lu Xiaoshan regained his composure and nodded. You need a very fast speed to break such a record, but at this level, if the speed is too high, it will affect the strength and other attributes. To be able to do this with extreme points, this person's operation level is very strong. Compared with you? The teammate asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoshan smiled and didn't answer, but his confident expression said it all. There's no need to study these things. Even if you want to know the level of the two newcomers, it's not too late to wait until they reach the myth zone. Newcomers are always newcomers, and they won't have much impact on us in the short term. What we really need to pay attention to are the new season's games. We have to hit the Asian Championship and the World Championship, and defend the Super League Championship. So far, no team has achieved such a great honor as the Triple Crown, and this is our goal now. Lu Xiaoshan finally said. The teammates left with a satisfied heart. Indeed, even if the newcomers made an impact on the league, it would be next season. Chengfeng was now strong and powerful, and it was the time to strive for the highest honor. Even if newcomers were added, they would only be used as substitutes and backup personnel, and it would be impossible to build new tactics around them. Unless this group of outstanding players of Chengfeng left or retired, it would be far from the time for Chengfeng to rebuild. Even Meng Fifen did not win the honor of the Triple Crown back then. Now, Chengfeng needs to strive for this honor. As the current #1 player in China, Lu Xiaoshan has no choice but to do so. Chapter 47. Wild Boss. After the team dungeon records and personal dungeon records were robbed in succession, Sui Qingfeng and Yuan Ziquandao looked a little exhausted in the following wild monster hunting process. Although they had gained a lot in these dungeons, each of them got a Caesar hero card, which allowed them to gain experience faster in the wild process, and they were basically almost reaching level 22, but they didn't get any extra attribute points, which made them feel exhausted as they were getting used to having some extra attribute points. Su Jing and Lu Li were not affected at all. They were more serious about playing. For most players, extra attribute points are important, but they will not make them lose the good experience of the game. The national game has such an advantage. Professional players pursue higher honors, and ordinary players naturally have their own fun. Zheng Qi was not affected at all, and was still enthusiastically killing monsters, which made others feel a little strange. In their opinion, a player with excellent skills like Zheng Qi must have higher pursuits and should have a desire for victory beyond ordinary people. After losing 4 records, Zheng Qi should be a little depressed. What's so depressing? When playing games, you either get robbed or rob others. If you lose this time, you can just rob it back next time. Zheng Qi's answer surprised everyone else. But think about it, the ones who really get angry over a city or a place are often ordinary players. For professional players, mentality is also very important. With a good mentality, you can constantly hone your skills, instead of constantly worrying about a little loss, which will affect the future development. Butler Meng was a little silent today. Although he would still give healing and blessing skills in time when pushing dungeons and fighting monsters, he said much less today. The speed of pushing dungeons was not fast enough, which seemed to have a lot to do with this. No one else noticed this, only Suji noticed it, but although it was strange, she was not a talkative person, and just kept her doubts in her heart. The Temple of the Sunday covers a large area, and there are many areas nearby, including the municipal square, the Parliament Hall, etc. It is the center of the ancient city of Pompeii, perfectly reproducing the glorious history of the important city of ancient Rome. The larger the area, the more wild monsters there are. In the entire Pompeii area, the only wild boss, Brutus, may be refreshed near the Temple of the Sunday. Although as a novice area, Brutus's refresh probability is very high, and it will not drop too many good things. Sometimes the entire area may not refresh once a week, and sometimes it refreshes continuously. Unlike the wild boss in the veteran area, it refreshes once a week, but as long as it appears once, it is also a place that players flock to. However, for a huge wild area, the wild boss is just a small wave in the ocean, and it is still difficult to be discovered. Compared with the dungeon boss, the wild boss is a bit too powerful. Although it is hard for you to imagine that Brutus can be many times stronger than Caesar, but according to the characteristics of the game, the wild boss may be received by countless players. If it is not strong enough, it will die if it is encountered. In fact, the wild bosses in the veteran and myth areas will not be killed by individual players unless they have strong team organization ability. If ordinary players gather a few people to kill, they will only be ravaged by the boss over and over again. Like the entire Temple of the Sun, Brutus is also a preview of the wild boss. Compared with the next boss, it is much weaker. This is to allow newcomers to adapt in advance. Zheng Qi and his team soon encountered such a wild boss. Oh, this monster is a little unfamiliar. The first to see the wandering Brutus, the crazy knife of chaos, shouted with joy, and then jumped towards Brutus. Be careful, Sui Qingfeng hadn't finished shouting be careful when he saw the mad blade of chaos jump back quickly. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, I was scared to death. I swept it and lost most of my physical value. Butler Meng sent a tiny comfort to the mad blade of chaos, which restored most of his health. Lu Li laughed and said, you deserve it. You dared to rush to the wild boss alone. Do you think you didn't die fast enough? It's because you reacted quickly and jumped back quickly, otherwise Brutus' assassination would kill the player in seconds. Su Jing followed up. How should I know? This is the wild boss. Will it drop a lot of attribute points? The mad blade of chaos said happily. Don't think about it. Experienced does drop a lot, and then there are equipment materials and so on. Attribute points basically won't drop. After all, the wild boss in the myth area won't drop any attribute points. Occasionally, they will drop, but they are too rare. Sui Qingfeng replied. TSK, what's the use of the wild boss? The mad blade of chaos expressed disdain. Aren't the equipment materials enough to make you happy? Sui Qingfeng asked in surprise. I have all the materials to upgrade white equipment to green equipment, what else can I use? Yuan Shiquandula really didn't know. Oh, there is no union yet, so I'll save the materials and throw them into the union later. I can exchange them for contribution points. If I have more contribution points, I can exchange them for attribute points in the union, up to 50 points. Sui Qingfeng explained. Is that so? That's very powerful, but what's the use of the union having so many materials? Yuan Shiquangdo continued to ask. First, they can be used for mutual allocation. Some people have more materials and some have less materials. It's more convenient to exchange them. Even if no one wants them, the excess materials can be submitted to the system to upgrade the union level. Sui Qingfeng was very familiar with this kind of thing. But those big unions are all level 50, Yuan Shiquangdo has the spirit of asking questions tirelessly. You have so many questions, Sui Qingfeng said a little weakly. After reaching level 50, the excess low-level materials can also be exchanged for material points with the system. When the material points accumulate, they can be exchanged for higher-level materials. No one wants the materials for white, green, blue, and purple equipment in the later stage, but the materials for orange, gold, red, and legendary equipment are still very important. Legendary equipment can only be obtained from wild bosses, but the demand for other equipment will be greater, because professional players' equipment often needs to be upgraded and downgraded to be allocated. Su Jing explained. It seems that this wild boss is really worth fighting. Chaos Mad Knight said thoughtfully. Now it's not a question of whether we fight or not, but whether we will be killed directly by the wild boss. Sui Qingfeng looked at Brutus, who was walking towards the team, and his calves were drumming. He had encountered a wild boss before. At the time, there were more than 5 people, more than 10 people, ready to besiege Brutus and enjoy the feeling of fighting the boss. As a result, they were quickly killed one by Brutus, and died. Now, there are only 5 people. It's okay, it's easy to fight. Butler Meng said. Hearing this, Sui Qingfeng felt much more at ease. If Butler Meng said it would be easy to fight, then it must be easy to fight. As for how to fight, take turns to attract attention. Just take a hit, and the others can take the opportunity to attack. Brutus doesn't have enough armor, so hit him in the face if you can, and on the body if you can't. Hearing Butler Meng say this, Yuan Shiquangdo was a little stunned. He had lost most of his blood just by being swept once, and if he was hit, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Don't worry, the key to killing in seconds is that the health of the boss drops to the bottom instantly, but at the same time the damage will stagnate. At that moment, use treatment to pull up the health, and the boss will not die. Butler Meng explained. The key is that Brutus is a very flexible boss, and his movement is also very strange. It takes dozens of people to stop him. We only have 5 people now, so we can only use this method. Its assassination can kill the player in seconds, but at the same time, it will fall into a certain period of stiffness, and this time is a good opportunity for output. I see, we don't have enough people, so we can only use this extreme operation. Uncle Meng, can you operate it? Su Jing understood. In addition to assassination, Brutus is also good at acceleration and evasion. Of course, facing a large number of players, he can be killed by a pile, because he will be stiff for a short time when assassinating, so this is also that key to why it is easier for the guild to kill the boss and difficult for ordinary players to kill in the wild group. The sacrifices made by the guild will be compensated later, and in the wild group, who can sacrifice themselves to help others. As for Zheng Qi's team, it was because they had too few people. Although Brutus could only be considered half a wild boss, his health was not small. There were only 5 of them. Even if everyone was willing to sacrifice, Brutus would not be killed after they sacrificed. Butler Meng was able to use the coach's blood recovery skills to allow the team members to constantly avoid the threat of death. This was also an extreme operation. Although it sounded a bit incredible to Sui Qingfeng, since Butler Meng said so, he must have his confidence. I'll go first. Sui Qingfeng said with gritted teeth. At this time, the crazy knife of the chaotic world was still taking potions to replenish blood. Zheng Qi's attack power was excellent, and Sui Qingfeng didn't want the 2 girls to take the lead, so after looking around, it seemed that only he could be the first test subject. Anyway, I have taken a lot of advantages in this team. Sui Qingfeng muttered, and then rushed towards Brutus first. Brutus was covered in a black robe, looking like a wandering soul. In history, he was one of the masterminds of the assassination of Caesar, and his betrayal was the most painful for Caesar. When Sui Qingfeng rushed over, Brutus first flashed with white light and blocked Sui Qingfeng's shot, then quickly reached out and stabbed Sui Qingfeng's chest with a dagger flashing with cold light. With a swish, Sui Qingfeng's health reached the bottom. Just when Sui King felt that he was about to die, his physical energy value first dropped to 1, and then when it was about to return to 0, he also flashed with white light, and his physical energy value jumped up sharply, jumped to 15 points, and then stopped there. At the same time, Zheng Qi and others volleys took turns hitting Brutus' face and body. Chapter 48. Sneak Attack. When Sui King rolled away from Brutus and began to drink potions to replenish his physical energy, his heart was still beating wildly. The situation at the time was too frightening. His physical energy was only one step away from reaching the bottom and was about to turn into white light. Butlerman gave him just the right encouragement to increase his physical energy. Butlerman did not just talk nonsense, he really did it. The difficulty of doing this is that when the player's physical energy is about to return to 0, a recovery skill is used. If it is used too early, it will only temporarily increase the player's physical energy, and it will continue to decline, because Brutus' assassination skill, after stabbing the vital point, takes away the physical energy, which has exceeded the highest physical energy of any player at this stage. Only when the physical energy is about to reach the bottom, the system will determine that the character has died and the skill damage ends. At this time, a recovery will not continue to take away the physical energy, and the player will not die. It sounds simple, but in practice, not everyone can grasp the timing. It is not just precision, but super precision. However, what worries Sui King is that the coach has only 2 skills that can restore physical value, namely encouragement and consolation. Both skills have cooling time. If the rhythm is not mastered well, people will continue to die. Encouragement has a 5-second cooling time, and consolation is 10 seconds. It only takes 3 seconds to launch an attack. Even if they're used in turns, there'll always be a time when it is not enough. Su Jing rushed up and was also stabbed. Butlerman used a consolation. Su Jing left, and the next one to go up was the Crazy Knife of Chaos. When the Crazy Knife of Chaos was stabbed, the cooling period of Meng's encouragement had expired. A perfect encouragement prevented the Crazy Knife of Chaos from dying. The cooling time is not enough, Sui King thought to himself. At this time, the encouragement had just been used, and the consolation had only passed 1/3 of the CD. The next one to be stacked would not be helped, but the rhythm of the attack could not be interrupted. At this time, Zheng Qi rushed up. Zheng Qi rushed forward and was stabbed. His physical energy began to decline rapidly. Although others were desperately attacking, it was obvious that Brutus still had a lot of blood left. Butlerman could only watch. Just when Sui King was anxious, a white light flashed on Zheng Qi's body, and he used the Crassus skill card. Crassus's endurance was 10 points, which meant that Zheng Qi had 100 more physical energy points, but this was also within Brutus's damage range. This 100 points of physical energy only temporarily delayed his death, but could not prevent him from dying. When the physical energy reached the bottom, Butlerman's skills were still not cooled down. Although Su Jing was attacking, she was also watching Zheng Qi's situation. Seeing that his physical energy value had become 1 again and was about to return to 0, just when Su Jing was about to call out, Zheng Qi used an additional skill. One of Crassus' skills, Greed for Money. A golden light fell on Brutus, and Zheng Qi's physical energy value skyrocketed instantly. At this time, Zheng Qi used the blood-sucking skill to save his life. Just right, we can do it again, you guys keep attacking. Seeing that his physical value had recovered to its peak, Zheng Qi first used the power of money to bless the others, and then rushed towards Brutus again. Brutus seemed to be enraged, and stabbed Zheng Qi with a dagger, and Zheng Qi's physical value hit the bottom again. Unfortunately, at this time, the skill cooldown of Butlerman had been completed, and a timely encouragement pulled Zheng Qi back from the brink of death. Continue, I can still hold on a few more times. Although Crassus can only use it for 5 minutes at a time, Caesar's skills also have the ability to suck blood. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Others nodded one after another. This trick was really only Zheng Qi could use, to use the blood-sucking skill to recover before the physical value hit the bottom, which also required a good grasp and judgment of the timing. Except for Zheng Qi, no one else could do it. Chaos Mad Knight thought that he could give it a try, but it seemed unnecessary for him to take risks at this time. Brutus's health is far less than other bosses, so even if Zheng Qi can only temporarily top twice, as long as their output is enough, they will be able to kill Brutus before Zheng Qi's 2 hero cards enter cooldown. So the next time Zheng Qi attracted Brutus's dagger and put Brutus in a stalemate, Su Jing and others used Pompey cards and cavalry charge skills to quickly take away most of Brutus's health. A real wild boss will go berserk when its health is about to run out, But Brutus is just a copycat boss. It did not go berserk. Under the repeated attacks of Zheng Qi and others, Brutus's health will soon run out, and there is only about 10% left. A general wild boss will have a residual blood and go berserk at this time, but Brutus will not. Sui Kingdom took a hit, then rolled away and prepared to take medicine. He took medicine while watching the situation of the battle, and at this time, he was suddenly hit hard on the back of his head. Sui Kingdom's health was about to run out. He was hit by such a blow without any defensor. Sui Kingdom didn't even have a chance to react and died immediately. At the same time, several players jumped out from all sides and started to attack Zheng Qi and his team at the same time. You really know how to pick the time. Zheng Qi rolled over and dodged the opponent's surprise attack, then cursed. Now that he has passed level 20, the ID on his head cannot be hidden. Zheng Qi saw the ID of the person who attacked him at a glance. Lawless. Professional player. Zheng Qi thought to himself, but his feet did not stop. With a sliding tackle, he shoveled the opponent who attacked Su Jing stiff, and then pulled Su Jing back. Yuanzi Quangdao and Lu Li were also attacked by the opponent at the same time, but they were better than Sui King in that their physical value was full. Although they were hit, they were not killed instantly. Butler Meng's two skills landed on their heads in time, allowing them to recover some physical strength, but at this time, they were at a disadvantage. There were 5 people on the other side, and they only had 4. What's more, Brutus's hatred point is now on them. If the next melee is, they will be in a miserable situation. Zheng Qi took a glance and saw the IDs of the 5 combatants on the other side. Lawless, Wenba Daoxing, Yu Yu, Leng Yu King Nang, Dan Shiguang. It was the team that broke the 1st and 5th brush records. There was also Liu Fengxing standing in the distance. It seems that this team also has a coach. I'll hold on for a while. Do you have confidence that the 3 of you can kill Brutus? Zheng Qi said in the team communication channel. Should we run now? Su Jing asked. Why run? Fight them. Yuan Shiquangdu was full of confidence. It's difficult, the boss's hatred is all on us, Lu Li said. We can't run away. The boss will follow us with hatred, and the opponent is not slow. If we continue to fight, we will be more likely to die. What's more, they will attack us here. Don't they have other people? Zheng Qi replied, even if we run, we may be surrounded and killed by them. It's better to kill the boss before we die. At least we won't lose too much experience. You mean, they are a union? Su Jing understood what Zheng Qi meant. Yes, I was chased by dozens of people before. Zheng Qi replied. Then you can do it. Su Jing was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. He turned around and rushed towards Brutus with Chaos Mad Knife and Lu Li. Butler Meng naturally took care of them. Brutus still had 10% of his health. If he really wanted to deal with him, it would not be difficult. After all, they still had hero cards available. Although using all the hero cards at this time would be a disadvantage in the PK later, they couldn't care so much. Just as Zheng Qi said, even if he was killed, he had to get some extra experience from the boss before he died. When Su Jing and the others rushed towards the boss, Zheng Qi met the 5 opponents who rushed over. Yu Fa Wutian, Wenba Daoxing, Yu Yu Zhao Yuan, Leng Yu King Nang, and Dan Shiguang. These are 5 semi-professional players. Although they are all very young, only about 17 or 18 years old, as newcomers in the South Country, they are also highly expected by the club. Even if Zheng Qi has shocked the entire era, compared with the semi-professional players, I'm afraid there is still a big gap, and now, Zheng Qi rushed towards the 5 of them alone. Is this guy stupid? Yu Yu Zhao Yuan asked Zhun. Maybe, kill him quickly, and then kill the others, and the experience of the wild boss will also be ours. Zhun laughed. At this time, we still divide our forces. It's really courting death, right? Leng Yu King Nang, the only woman in the 5-member group, asked in surprise. That's how amateurs are. They don't know how to judge the general situation. Dan Shiguang snorted coldly. At this time, Wenba Daoxin had already rushed forward. Wenba Daoxin did not underestimate Zheng Qi by rushing forward. Those who could break the record of the entire era must not be good people. At level 20, professional players did not have much advantage. In a one-on-one match, Wenba Daoxin was not sure to defeat this amateur player. But now it was not a one-on-one match, but a 5-on-1 match. Wenba Daoxin rushed forward to entangle Zheng Qi. As long as he entangled him a little, the other 4 people would come together. Wouldn't Rin finish and die as quickly as he wanted? Wenba Daoxin's idea was of course correct. However, before the two of them came into contact, Zheng Qi raised his hand and used Caesar's skill, Heroic Charge. Players with hero bonuses were naturally much more threatening. In this case, Zheng Qi's skill immediately made Wen Wudaoxin suffer a great loss. What's the matter? He didn't use the hero card. Wen Wudaoxin could not help but yell after dodging Zheng Qi's skill in a very embarrassing way. Stupid, he had already used it in advance just now, and it's not on cooldown yet. Yun, who quickly followed up, cursed angrily. Chapter 49. Blockage. Wen Wudaoxin was a little embarrassed by Yun's scolding, but he couldn't say anything at this time, because this was indeed a very low-level mistake. They didn't hype for a long time, but just happened to arrive. As a reserve of professional players, they naturally have their own pride. Although they have done things like robbing monsters, it is not something they would do to rob low-level wild area boss in such a low-level dungeon. So when they passed by this area, although they saw some players beating up Brutus, they didn't have any other thoughts, but just stopped to watch. If Brutus was not obviously about to be beaten to death, they would not watch. After all, for ordinary players, being able to beat Brutus to a residual health is already a great thing. How many people are there in their group? How can they hold on until now? This was the subconscious thought of Yuan and the others at the beginning. Then they noticed the idea above Zheng Qi's head, Rin Pingsheng. Then they took a closer look, and they saw that Liuan Shiguangdo, Sui King Fenku, Jin Yin Chen Bai, Song Jing Zibie, Sui Munian Do, these are all familiar faces. What else can be said? Except that Sui Munian Do, who was standing aside, was obviously a coach and could not be attacked. They immediately launched an attack one by one. With their professional players level and a sudden sneak attack, wouldn't it be easy to capture? Even if Rin Pingsheng might be very powerful, how powerful could the others be? After the others were killed, Rin Pingsheng was alone against 5, and he could die any way he wanted. However, what they didn't expect was that even if it was a sneak attack, they only killed Sui Qingfen, who was left with low health. Rin Pingsheng dodged the sneak attack on him, and saved Jin Yingkan beside him. When they attacked Liuan Ziguangdao, the boy jumped away like a rabbit, and his reaction was unknown. Lu Li got the help of housekeeper Meng and didn't die quickly. But even so, 5 against 4, and the opponent still had the hatred of the wild boss on them. It would be a miracle if they couldn't win. The only worry was that Rin Pingsheng might run away. So when he found that he could not kill the opponent in one blow, Yun had already sent a message in the channel, asking the players who were doing the dirty work to come quickly. Although the progress of the group of people was slowed down by Rin Pingsheng and Yixin Xiangfei, they could still block someone. But because of this, they did not notice that Zheng Qi had used the Caesar card before, and it was not yet in the cooling period. After suffering such a loss, Wen Wudaoxin's physical value dropped by more than half. First of all, he was unprepared, and secondly, even if it was a hero he had just got, it also came with 80 attribute points. In this case, the total attribute points of this player were less than 160 points, which was equivalent to half more combat power. With skills, although Wen Wudaoxin was constantly taking drugs to restore his physical strength, he still temporarily lost his combat power. We also have cards, killed him. Yu shouted in the abyss, and a golden light flashed on his body. He used Crassus's hero card, and his overall attributes rose to a higher level. Then he raised his hand and was greedy for money towards Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi rolled over and dodged the skill. Leng Yuqingning on the left and Dan and Shit Wang on the right surrounded him from both sides. Yu Tian also used the Caesar hero card to rush towards Zheng Qi. The siege of the 3 semi-professional players immediately made Zheng Qi feel a huge pressure. Wen Wudaoxin suffered a loss, and Yu Yuan just wanted to force him to a position where he couldn't dodge very flexibly. There are quite a lot of streets and alleys in Pompeii, and the current situation is that Zheng Qi blocked an alley alone, and Su Jing and the others continued to attack Brutus desperately under his cover. If you want to interfere with Su Jing and the others' progress, you have to kill Zheng Qi first. This situation is what Zheng Qi expected, but it is also what Yun and the others expected. In the encounter, delaying Rin Pingsheng and Yixin Xiangfei prevented them from successfully leveling up as quickly as possible. After all, if you level up one step earlier, you can level up one step earlier. What are the players fighting for? Basically, the most important thing is the extra attribute points represented by these records. Rin Pingsheng has now obtained more than 30 extra attribute points. The difference between an ordinary professional player account and a god-level account is only slightly more than this number. Yixin Xiangfei is not bad either. He has also broken the district record twice in a row, and the attribute points he obtained are not much worse than Rin Pingsheng. Of course, Zheng's original idea was to let other people in the club entangle Ren Pingshen and Zheng Qi and Fei, so that they would not upgrade so quickly, so as to give himself enough time to level up. After all, their goal is also to quickly level up to grab those records. Zheng does not really want to sacrifice himself to help Liu Bo. And now that they have encountered this, and have an advantage, killing the opponent will not cause any loss to themselves, which is of course a more worthwhile thing to do. As smart as Zheng is, he naturally knows what to do to be more advantageous. Although the road is narrow, it will not force Zheng and his team to go up one by one. Yuan's attack forced Zheng Qi to a place that is more difficult to dodge. With 3 people double teaming, it will only take a short time to kill Zheng Qi. In such a short time, the 3 people of Chaos Mad Knight will not be able to deal with the residual Blood Brutus, and the boss will be theirs by then. However, what Zheng did not expect was that fighting them in such an environment was also something Zheng Qi considered. Seeing the 3 opponents rushing towards him aggressively, Zheng Qi smiled and took 2 steps back. When they were about to rush in front of him, he forcibly cancelled the blessing of the Caesar card on himself, and then used the Pompey card that he had not used before. Because Pompey did not have the blood-sucking function, Zheng Qi had kept it unused before, and now, Pompey's total attribute is also weighty points, leaning towards strength and endurance. However, Zheng Qi used the Pompey hero card at this time not for anything else, but for Pompey's only skill. In professional competitions, few people will use the hero Pompey, not because Pompey's skills are not powerful, but because it has only one skill. Although the cavalry charge is powerful, it is relatively rigid. In the ever-changing arena, such a skill is definitely not as useful as 3 skills with slightly smaller power but can be used flexibly. However, in this kind of terrain, Pompey's cavalry charge is perfect. Seeing the Roman cavalry rushing over with great momentum, the faces of Zheng and the other 2 all changed. The timing of Zheng Qi's skill use was quite insidious. Just when they were rushing over, he rushed right under their noses almost as soon as he saw the cavalry. If it were any other ordinary players, they would have been directly knocked out. Zheng and his team were not ordinary players, and their reactions and responses were also very timely. Zheng quickly used the Caesar card, and then used Caesar's first skill, Heroic Charge. The well-defended Roman infantry phalanx resisted the impact of the cavalry. Although the power was smaller, it was enough to protect themselves. The cavalry charge can only last for 1 minute. Then all your cards will be on cooldown and your skills will be used up. I alone can handle you. Zheng thought bitterly in his heart. He still has 2 skills, War Plunder and Sacred Oath, which are useless, but Zheng Qi has nothing now. Leng Yu King 9 and Dan Shiguang also reacted quickly. Leng Yu King 9 forcibly cancelled the Crassus hero card that he was originally using, and jumped back while cancelling it. Then he used the Pompey card to summon cavalry and collide with Zheng Qi's cavalry charge. Dan Shiguang quickly jumped onto the wall on the right, ready to pounce on Zheng Qi from a high position. As a semi-professional player, his level of climbing over the wall is not bad at all. But just when Dan Shiguang was about to rush down, he didn't dare to rush down, because when he looked down, he saw Zheng Qi facing him, smiling. Just one glance, Dan Shiguang knew that he would definitely not get any good out of this. Now, players in their 20s can't change their direction in the air. It's nothing more than cancelling the skill to fall in the middle. But if the opponent has better skills and volleys directly to his face in the air, then even if he can successfully land, how much physical value will he have left? Moreover, if he jumped down, his teammates would not be able to help him for the time being. Although it was a one-on-one fight, Dan Shiguang was confident enough in himself, but he would risk being killed by the opponent after all. He was very careful about his reputation. If he was killed by Zheng Qi at this time, the rhythm of upgrading would be interrupted, and he would fall behind step by step. Although he did not think that he would be defeated by Zheng Qi, what if? In such a team, the pressure was also very high. If he could not keep up, he would be left far behind. The remaining 4 people also had the ability to brush the book. So he hesitated. Dan Shiguang in the sky was hesitant and did not dare to jump down. Yu Fa Wutian and Leng Yu Qingning were resisting the charge of the cavalry, but at this time when Bu Daoxin and Yu Yuan had come up to help, and they jumped onto the walls on both sides at the same time. Zheng Qi had only 1 person below, and they hit 3 people above. Although when Bu Daoxin had not fully recovered his physical strength at this moment, and Dan Shiguang was a little unstable because of his hesitation just now, Yu Yuan would not think too much. He was the most courageous and fearless person in the team. Go ahead, he is alone, who can he deal with among us? Yu Yuan shouted, and then jumped down first, just like his style. Seeing someone jump down, Wenbo Daoxin and Dan Shiguang also jumped down. They are professional players, and they will never be afraid of the attack of amateur players. What's more, there are 3 of them. This also made them ignore the coach Liu Fengxing behind them shouting slow down. Chapter 50. Chasing. Yu Yuan, who jumped down first, immediately saw Zheng Qi turned his head and looked at him. He was not worried about this. The Caesar card he used had not yet reached the cooling time. Caesar's primary physical fitness was as high as 15 points, plus he had a physical fitness of nearly 20 points, which made his current physical fitness value as high as more than 300 points. Even if he was hit by the opponent, what would it matter? Of course, he didn't want to be hit like that, so when he saw Zheng Qi lift the ball into the air and prepare to volley at him, he immediately cancelled the jumping skill and made himself fall down faster. But Zheng Qi's kick did not come at him. The ball flew into the air, Zheng Qi jumped and volleyed. The ball whizzed towards Wenbo Daoxin, who jumped down right after Yu Yuan. Wenbo Daoxin was almost depressed to death. Why did he bully me alone? Zheng Qi's action just now made him and Yu Yuan make the same judgment, that is, Zheng Qi's kick was aimed at Yu Yuan. Although they were not experienced, they were collectively fooled by Zheng Qi's kick, which was enough to prove how confusing Zheng Qi's action was. Wenbo Daoxin quickly cancelled the jumping skill, but was still hit by the ball in the chest, and his physical value dropped a lot. He was already not full at physical value, and after this hit, he was only half of his health, which was in a dangerous situation. Zheng Qi did not continue to attack him, but turned around and rushed towards Yu Yuan who had just landed. Yu Yuan jumped up from the ground and saw Zheng Qi rushing towards him. He smiled coldly and immediately prepared to fight Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was still stuck in Pompeii and his skills had been used up. Although Pompeii's physical value increased by more than 100 points, his physical value was not much different from his, but Yu Yuan had enough confidence. His Caesar card still has 3 skills that he has not used. In this case, with little difference in attributes, he can use 3 extra skills, while Zheng Qi has none, which is enough to give him a huge advantage. Seeing that Zheng Qi was about to rush in front of him, Yu Yuan waved his hand and was about to use Heroic Charge to give Zheng Qi a good look. Heroic Charge is similar to Cavalry Charge, but the power and impact are not as strong as Cavalry Charge. Zheng Qi cannot use skills, and Heroic Charge is enough to put him under great pressure. However, just when Yu Yuan's skill was about to start, and before it could start, he suddenly trembled all over and could not use the skill, the coach's only offensive skill, Deterrence. Few coaches can use Deterrence well, because if it is used casually on the opponent, it is nothing more than reducing the opponent's attributes, which has little effect in group battles. However, if it can be used very accurately, then interrupting the opponent's use of skills can play a big role. When dealing with the hidden boss Vitic brothers, Butlerman used the stun skill to constantly interrupt the opponent's skills midway, and then let Zheng Qi easily defeat the opponent. It's the same now. Although Yu Yuan is a professional player, he is much more flexible than the mechanical monsters in the game, and his skills are more proficient, but his intention is too obvious. After being seen by Butlerman, he was immediately interrupted midway. After interrupting Yu Yuan's skills, Butlerman was still leisurely to encourage the chaotic Mad Knight who attracted Bruto's attention, and pulled up his physical value again. The consequences of not being able to play a skill are very serious. Stiffness for at least 2 seconds, enough for a good player like Zheng Qi to make 2 good enough attacks. A volley shot, the ball hit Yu Yuan's face directly, and after the ball flew back, Zheng Qi quickly followed up with a kick and volleyed again. The leaflet he brought by this combo is huge. The first shot only took away Yu Yuan's 80 points of physical value, and the second shot was 160 points. With these 2 attacks, Yu Yuan's 300-point physical value is mostly gone. Seeing his physical value almost reaching the bottom, Yu Yuan and Yongmen also felt a little lost. Fortunately, the stiffness time had expired at this time, and Yu Yuan quickly rolled over and drank red medicine. Yu Yuan rolled to avoid it, while Wenbo Daoxin was still desperately taking medicine to pull up his physical value at a farther place. The only one who successfully landed, Dan Shiguang, tragically discovered that he was still facing Zheng Qi alone. Although Zheng Qi was still alone and had no skills, he could only exert his greatest strength if he had a coach who could support him at any time. So when he saw Zheng Qi rushing towards him, Dan Shiguang turned around and ran. "Why are you running?" Yun, who had finally resisted the cavalry charge, was about to pass out of anger. If Dan Shiguan could entangle Zheng Qi, he and Leng Yu King 9 would have been able to come to support him at this time, and Liu Fengxing could also come over, but Dan Shiguan's running gave Zheng Qi room to run away. More importantly, at this time, a system message fell into everyone's eyes. Players Ren Pingshen, Sui Munian Do, Yuan Shiquangdo, Sui King Fenku, Jinying Chen Bai, Song Jing Zibase killed the wild boss Brutus for the first time, and each was awarded one attribute point. During this delay, Yuan Shiquangdo, Jinying Chen Bai, and Song Jing Zibase had killed the remaining Brutus and got enough experience and reward points. Without the involvement of the boss, do they still need to fight Zhun and his team? Zheng Qi announced the next strategy without hesitation. Everyone, hurry up! Zheng Qi shouted, and Su Jing and Lu Li turned around and ran in two directions without hesitation. Yuan Shiquangdo seemed to be eager to try, and seeing that Su Jing and Lu Li had already run away, he immediately chose to run away wisely. 1 against 5, he is not that stupid. Zheng Qi jumped and ran out over the wall. Separate and chase. You and I, Zhun shouted at Wenbu Dioxin with a stern face. The two chased in the direction where Zheng Qi climbed over the wall and left. The remaining 3 followed closely one by one. Ren Pingshen looked really strong. 2 people could deal with him. The remaining 3, 1-on-1, were enough. What's more, dozens of guild players called by Zhun had already begun to reinforce the defense around them. They would kill as many as they could. The experience they got from the wild boss was indeed enough to make up for the loss of being killed by PK once, but it was better to delay the opponent's progress than not to delay it at all. After everyone disappeared, only 2 coaches were left standing there, looking at each other. Coaches have privileges in the wild and in the dungeon. Players cannot PK them, monsters will not attack them, and of course, they cannot attack each other. The shock just now was used very well. Liu Fengxing was the first to greet Meng Yonjie. It's okay, I tried my luck. Meng Yonjie laughed. With your level, being an ordinary player is a waste. Are you interested in being a coach in a professional club? We have many positions. Liu Fengxing made an invitation. For a professional club, there is of course only one head coach, who is an important candidate for commanding the frontline team, and those accounts will be very outstanding and can give enough bonuses to the players on the sidelines. However, ordinary coaches need a lot of help, not only to help with strategies in reality, but also in the club's union. The more coaches there are, the more they can play a big role in killing monsters, brushing books, and besieging boss. Such positions are very important for any club. The indescribable shock of Meng Yonjie just now surprised Liu Fengxing, the coach of Namguo. Such people can certainly be won over. Meng Yonjie smiled slightly. Sorry, I'm not interested, I'm going back to the city first. It's not interesting to wander around alone. I'm not talking about ordinary union coaches, but coaches in clubs with good income. Liu Fengxing thought that the other party had misunderstood what he said, and shouted immediately. It's better to give Chen Feng's position to me. Butler Meng didn't answer, but walked away while thinking in his heart, leaving Liu Fengxing staring at the direction he disappeared in amazement, unable to believe it. In this day and age, is there still someone who is not tempted by the position of full-time coach of a professional club? At the same time, Zheng Qi escaped over the wall while watching other people's chats in the team channel. I'm going back to the city first, Sui Kingfen, don't rush to leave the rest point, everyone is running for their lives. Butler Meng said in the team channel. Where did the bastard come from to attack me? Have they been killed by you? Sui Kingfen asked. No, we are running for our lives, the opponent is too strong. Butler Meng knew that other people might not have time to type and chat, so he answered. No way, with our strength, even if it's 4 against 5, we can still win. Sui Kingfen felt a little incredible. 5 semi-professional players, and an experienced coach, and there are no less than 30 people chasing and blocking them around. Coach Meng replied. Sui Kingfen was silent for a long time before he continued to speak. He was obviously shocked. Why are there so many semi-professional players who were against us? Sui Kingfen said. Maybe they are jealous of my looks. Yuan Ziquandao suddenly answered. Damn, can you still talk when you are being chased? Sui Kingfen asked. Yuan Ziquandao did not continue to speak. It seems that he just couldn't hold it back and forced himself to say something. At this time, Su Jing's avatar suddenly dimmed, and it lit up after a few seconds. Sorry, I was defeated by them, Su Jing said. Me too, soon, Lu Li had the same situation. They are still chasing me, so fierce. Yuan Ziquandao said. You guys take a rest, leave the next thing to me. Zheng Qi also said at this time. Fin DS capture much as greatest pelaga hasta el final. No esse olvidentidal like busgasms contenido exclusivo ixo immediato. Suscribete news to Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscription o dona que nos anima a continuar. Greatest a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.